Hello, and to whom this may concern. I need cold water. Not cold enough. Kind of hoping for more. God damn it. Hi, Brax. I am live as hell. Still alive, that is. Barely. And Sham. And Sham with an emoji I've never seen before. Sham's got new emojis. We miss you too, Brax. Oh, now everyone's using it. Wait, do I have to do it now as well? Can I just do the real one? Hang on. There you go. Did my best. I haven't seen any of these emojis before. You have a fresh batch. Oh, the coffee. The princesses. To be honest, I was more keen on cold water. Now I've got to heat myself up again with this stuff. Oh, Twitch has new emojis. So they added new defaults, did they? I didn't even notice that. But then again, I don't really use Twitch emojis myself because, you know, I'm always streaming, not like really watching streams, so I don't really get much of a chance to use emojis. I just see them when other people use them here. Why is this chat window breaking on me? Freezing and then kicking back in randomly. I've been playing Skyrim with mods. You gotta play Skyrim with the VR mods. It's something else. Ordinator mod? Is that the one that makes realistic titty physics and body ragdolling? Asking for a friend. Yeah, this window of mine is freezing up pretty bad. I don't know what's going on. Hang on. Makes it hard to keep up with chat. Reworks and adds more perks to each tree. Oh, like gameplay mechanics. I like the aesthetic mods the best in Skyrim. I like the ones that update the graphics and add visual effects and lighting tweaks and things like that. I'm not a big fan of using mods to change the gameplay. Like adding more gameplay and stuff. That was unintended by the developer. I like to play the game as designed, but the visual stuff is fun to update. I think that's like why I like the VR mods so much. The VR mods basically just make the game function more like a proper VR game, and not like a cheap cash grab. Perks in Skyrim are boring. That's fine. That's fine with me. I probably wouldn't use that one, but Skyrim's probably got the most advanced and most interesting visual mods of any game I've seen that allows modding. The stuff you can do with the lighting and the vegetation to make it look more realistic is pretty impressive. Oh, and the more realistic water. Once you get the vegetation mods, the water mods, and the lighting mods, those three specifically, that game like looks like something else. That looks like a 2023 game. Yeah, on PC you get a lot of did you what about the mods that just make it stupid, like Macho Man Randy Savage being like replacing the dragons? That's a good one. I really enjoyed watching the YouTube videos of that. I think there was another one where you could replace the dragon with Thomas the Tank Engine, fact, there's a lot of replace the dragon with something funny mods. I heard that the mods are more beneficial in Fallout 4. Because Skyrim was already a pretty much a 10 out of 10 game. But Fallout 4, I believe, had issues. So I think there are more mods that fix issues with the game in Fallout than what are even useful in Skyrim. I don't know. That's another one that has VR mod support as well. Just like with Skyrim, you can plug a whole bunch of stuff into Fallout 4 to make it like a top tier VR game, including putting the HUD on an actual Pip-Boy that goes on your arm, so you can actually hold it up and look at the Pip-Boy like you would in real life if you were really there. Which, you know, masterstroke. In fact, that'd be the one for me. If nothing else, the Pip-Boy one is the way to go. Ah, boy. What have you been up to, Brax? I don't know much about Brax's gaming habits. We know that Brax is mad into Amori. That's where we first met Brax. But I'd be curious to know what gacha games. Pretty much been stuck on them. You haven't lost your life savings to them yet, have you? I've seen a couple of YouTube celebrities on a podcast mentioning how much money they've spent on gacha games, and it's a bit scary. One dude has spent upwards of $360,000 total on all his gacha games. But to be fair, this is a established YouTuber we're talking about, which means they've got money. You win 10,000% and you lose 10 times that. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I've managed to generally avoid delving into any gachas. I do like looking at them, though. I really love looking at the trailers for the new ones. Like, what's that one that's set in the city with the waifu Spider-Man swinging around? I love seeing trailers of that because it looks really nice. It's nice to look. It's nice to just stare at. That's the real draw card. Every time I see visuals from Genshin, from Honkai, from the Spider-Man City one, I can't remember the name of it. Mugen something. They always look amazing. That's what makes me want to play them. It's just the pretty graphics. But then I remember what genre game it is, and I'm like, I'm not getting stuck on that for the next year of my life. I got other things to play. God damn. Alright. I should switch to screen mode. Boop. Mugen is this anime crossover game that was in 8-bit style. No. They both are. I understand the confusion, though. You're right. Mugen is the name of that 2D fighting game made by fans, where you can add any characters you want, and there's like 100,000 of them that you can mod into the game. But this new gacha game has an almost identical name that made everyone confused. Let me just double check. Son of a... It's called Project Mugen, with an E. Yeah. That's why we were confused. When I first watched the trailer, like, people said the same thing in the chat. Everyone was like, wait, isn't Mugen a 2D fighting game that's, like, built by fans? It's like, they just happen to have the same name. So what's the other one called? Mugen is the gacha one. Also Mugen. Okay, it's the same. Mugen with an E. The only difference is one's called Mugen, one's called Project Mugen. That's how you remember the difference. Although every time I have to deal with this, I don't remember the difference. I completely forget. You don't spend money on gacha? Never in my life. That's how I would do it. If I played a gacha game, it doesn't matter which one, that would be my general rule. Don't spend money. Do what you can, playing it like a normal game. Don't line their pockets for my own entertainment. Project Mugen's meh, since the dev is NetEase. Yeah, I've noticed that depending on the company that releases these games, some of them are a little skeevy. I don't trust Nexus. Is that what their name? Is that what they're called? There's a publisher called Nexus. When I see their name on something, I raise an eyebrow. I find them a little sus. They're responsible, I think, for publishing a lot of phone games that are designed to basically like loot box you to death. There's some Chinese publishers like that that are all about microtransactions and gacha mechanics and anything to just get extra money out of you. I hate that shit. They 100% suck. Oh yeah, there you go. It's okay. NetEase, Nexus, and there's one other one. I always look at them a bit sus. Is it Nexus? Okay, what's the other one? Limited something. It starts with an L. What was the last at the Game Awards? There were a bunch of games that their publisher came up at the end of, and I was like, maybe what's that dinosaur game that came out recently? Maybe it's one of them. That's Capcom. Fuck. Limerick Studios? It's definitely not that. Are they an actual studio? Just checking. Limited Run? No, Limited Run do retro. They do physical copy releases of retro digital games. They're kind of cool. Let's go. Game Awards reveals. Everything announced by IGN. Let's see. Hideo Kojima. There's God of War, Monster Hunter, Blade. Sega's dropping 5 new reboots. The Finals. No Man's Sky developer, Final Fantasy, Rise of the Ronin, Skull and Bones, Lost Record, Dragon Ball. Ori developer game, BioWare veterans, Big Walk. Kimuri. Okay, this might be one of them. I know this is the lady that made Ghostwire, and she's cool. Let me just check the publisher on this. They deliver their advertising in poetry form. Oh, Limerick. Make that your game development studio, Sham. The fact that it's tied to poetry means it's tied to rap. It's like, I feel like there's a connection there with your vibe. She doesn't have a publisher yet? Oh, that's true. Nah, you're 100% right. Moving on. Dead by Daylight, Jurassic Park, Visions of Mana, Hellblade, Brothers Tale of Two Sons, Den of Wolves, Black Myth, Palia, Atlas Trials, Rise of the Golden Idol, Dusk Falls, Last Sentinel, Zenless Zone Zero, Hoyoverse. Let's just see what other publishers are tied to them. MiHoYo, Cognisphere. Damn. I need to know. First Descendant. They might. Okay, this might be one of them. This is exactly the kind of game I'm talking about. Looks pretty. Designed to get to your pockets. This Nexon. This is what I'm talking about. This is not the one I was looking for that starts with an L, but there we go. There's Nexon. That's one of the companies on my shit list. Monkesols. You have hopes for Hoyoverse? Hoyoverse is involved in gacha stuff, but they're not really shit list level for me yet. Yeah, so the one you said, NetEase and Nexon are top of my list of sus publishers that I don't trust. And there's one more. There's a top 3. Exoborn, open world extraction shooter. Let's see what they're made by. Level Infinite. That's the one. Nexon KR is goated. Do you remember this logo? What else they're making? Assassin's Creed Jade for mobile phones. They do a lot of phone games, this bunch. Get the Fuck Out. They got some decent stuff, though. Get the Fuck Out does really well on Steam. Dune Spice Wars is meant to be a decent 4X. They were one of the publishers behind some of those Warhammer Left 4 Dead games. Nightingale looks decent. Tower of Fantasy. I like Metal Hellsinger. So this one, if I had to put them in order, I'd go Nexon, top, sus, then NetEase, and then Level Infinite. Because Level Infinite is like 50-50 dodgy gacha, mobile phone, give us your money stuff, and actual decent, like, expensive license stuff. They are all over the shop. But whenever I see this logo, just like the other ones, I'm like, can be careful here. You don't know which way this one's going to swing. Search Blue Archive and see the publisher. Oh, Blue Archive looks exactly how I expected it would. It's Nexon. Nexon and Nexon Korea. So Nexon and Nexon Korea are 2 different branches of it, and they just happen to be collabed on this. But otherwise, they can release their own shit. Maybe Nexon Korea has got the talented staff, and when Nexon by themselves just do stuff, it's shit. Nexon US is shit? Yeah, there you go. What is the US branch of any Korean company know about nothing? That looks cute, though. Waifus? Oh my god, swimsuits. Cat ears. They know their target audience. I say as I go for a larger version of the screenshot. The lore ain't cute. Isn't that always the case, though? It's like adorable in pictures, but then like you actually watch the story and it's like kind of fucked up. Alright. Cool. Let's slide back. Sham threw out a link. Before I do your link, Sham, let me just do one big trailer to kick things off. Because I just want to kind of get this out of the way. Because I'm part interested and part not in this first one I want to do. They have a trailer 3 for Dune Part 2. That's a mouthful, man. Dune Part 2 official trailer 3. There's too many numbers in their title. So, like, I'm okay with this Dune film series that Denis Villeneuve's gone on right now. It's not my favorite thing in the world, but, you know, he's doing decent work. We're all very impressed. I gotta jump on the 3rd trailer because it's probably the final trailer. And that's usually when they go big. So it's probably worth jumping in and seeing how they're trying to sell this. It's so fucked up that thousands die. Oh, there's genocide in it. So that's that kind of fucked up. Mass death, mass genocides, and then cute cattier girls with big cleavage. Okay. Starting out with a strong frame. What's his name again? What's the lead's name? Timothy Chalamet. Timothy Chalamet doing his best silhouetted action hero bad boy pose. Doom is still alive? What do you mean by that? Oh, Dune. We're talking Dune, as in D-U-N-E. And also, Doom never died. It's just no one can make a good movie out of it. I'll tell you how you make a good movie out of it. You cast the guy from that new Reacher TV series. I forget his name, but he would make a really good Doom guy. He'd make a really good Doom Slayer. His face, when he has like a good shaved crew cut, looks like the face on the HUD in the original Doom. You know how you see his face in the bottom of the screen next to your health? Alan Ritchson, yeah. That's his face looks like that dude. That one grimacing at you from the health bar in the original Doom. And he's got the physique. Like, he looks like he'd be fucking towering in some Doom armor. Not to be confused with Alan Rickman. Alan Rickman would play a really good Satan. If it was Alan Ritchson versus Alan Rickman, Doomslayer versus Satan. You know what I mean, okay, two things. If you want to make a good Doom movie now, cast Alan Ritchson as the Doomslayer. The actual Doomslayer. As depicted in the Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal games. That style of story. That style of Doomslayer. He never has any dialogue. The storyline kicks off with the experimentations on Mars with the teleportation shit that opens portals to hell, and there are other Marine main characters that basically are carrying the plot for part of the first act as of all that shit going haywire, and demons killing everyone, and only a certain contingent of Marines being left over. The only chance left is to open the coffin. The base has a coffin that was dug up from one of the Mars Hell dig sites that contains the Doomslayer that everyone doesn't know what to do with, is scared of, but they keep it locked away in the base. And one of the Marines, the lead character Marine, let's say like female Marine, badass chick, something like Michelle Rodriguez type. She starts to clock that the demons are staying away from the storage area in the science bay where that coffin is kept. They seem to vibe with the fact that there's something there that scares them. And they're like, okay, whatever's in that thing, the demons don't want to go anywhere near it. So we got to open that thing. And a big naked Alan Ritchson comes out. And he's about one thing and one thing only. And that is ripping demons' heads off with his bare hands. And then the end of the first act is them letting him out, him killing a bunch of demons stark naked, rippling muscles and shit. Never says a word. And then Act 1 ends with maybe them getting to one of the other storage containers dug up from the same dig site that it contains the Doomslayer armor. And then he techs up. And then from then on, it's basically them following his lead as he just silently goes about his work. And the demons basically shit in their pants every time he shows up. It's similar to how I want them to do a Halo movie in that I kind of want Master Chief to keep the helmet on and don't say that much. He occasionally says something when he needs to answer a question or give an order, but like I feel like Chief should be all about that business and never take that helmet off. They went a bit too deep with the drama in that Amazon TV show. As soon as I see pictures of that guy that's meant to be Master Chief with the helmet off, like emoting, I'm like, that ain't Master Chief. Who the fuck's that? Some actor. Fuck this. Yeah, so anyway, that's my idea for a Doom movie. Also, at some point near the end, in the third act when he's in hell, he needs to get one of those Berserker power-ups. Remember in the original Doom where you get that power-up that basically makes you super-powered fists, and you go around basically punching everything to death, and in one punch, the things explode, like One Punch Man style? I want a sequence where he loses his guns, gets that power up in hell, and basically goes One Punch Man on like an entire like room of aliens or entire area of aliens just charging through, just eyes bloodshot red, screeching like a banshee, like a marauding Viking. I feel like they tried the fact that Doom never gets a good budget for these movies is the reason why they always change it so much to try and make it work as a movie they could actually feasibly make. And that's why it never feels like a Doom movie. All you need is a big enough budget to basically pull off a silent armored up Doomslayer basically wreaking havoc on demons. That's it. How you gonna take one of the most badass stoic protagonists and turn into a fuckboy? You talking about Halo? Yeah, I don't know. I heard there was a sex scene. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, keep that helmet on. Just have him on the job 24/7 so the humans have something to follow into battle or into action. The human beings surrounding Master Chief, the Marines that are following his lead, that's where you can have other main characters where your drama and your character arcs can be. Master Chief, and also think characters like Doomslayer, they need to be like Mad Max in Fury Road. They need to be this one unflappable, one-track mind, is only there for one reason only character that basically gets dropped into the plot. Like Mad Max is a perfect, he is what he is. He doesn't go through character arcs or change. He simply drops into other people's plots and causes chaos, which ultimately leads, the shake-up ultimately leads the plot and the character arcs of other people to their logical conclusions. He's the shake-up. You know what I mean? You don't actually, the perfect thing about Fury Road is establishing that as a thing for Mad Max. Because he was more the main character in the old films, but the thing that makes the most sense for Mad Max is what Fury Road did. Just let him be that silent, chaotic force that's always alone in the wasteland, surviving, trying to keep to his own business. But as soon as you drop him into someone else's plot, he fucks everything up. And then their plot ends up concluding for the better towards the end. But it is somebody else's movie. It's never Max's movie. He just happens to be there and cause the problems. In a similar way, I feel like Master Chief should be this stoic, one-track mind, there to do one job force that's always just on his way to doing what he needs to be doing, and he affects everyone else's storylines on the way there. He causes people to follow along and get on board with the plan. But he's a machine. He's essentially the gun that he holds in his hand. That's him. He's the tool. He is the gun, not a character holding a gun. He's just a weapon to be used or followed. Yeah, I don't know. They'll do another Halo at some point. They'll make a movie. I don't know. We'll see. They should get Neil Blomkamp back on board because he had some good ideas. So many people in Hollywood never want to adapt the source. They want to go their own twist on it. It's more complicated than that. It's more of a case of feasibility. That's really all it is. Like, people made shit Doom movies not because they wanted to change Doom or they don't like the Doom games and want to do their own twist. It's because they can't make Doom because they don't have the budget to make Doom. They were never given the chance to make Doom the way the game is. Most things that divulge from the path in the way like Doom has is because they never actually had the ability from day one to even come close to making what it should be. But they still got the chance. And if you get given the chance to make a Doom property and you're a gamer and a filmmaker, you're probably going to jump all over that. You're going to be like, okay, I'll do my best. I'll make the best movie I can with the resources I got. And you're not going to be able to do everything you want to do. And you're going to make, concessions here and there, and you're going to make something totally different. But, Amazon most likely had the budget. Well, that was a unique situation where, remember all those controversies about a lot of the showrunners, like, not actually caring? They actually said out loud that they didn't really care about the game. And they were just sort of doing their own thing with the drama and the storytelling. Like, that was one of those awkward situations where the creator actually came out and said they didn't give a shit, which doesn't normally happen. Yeah, The Witcher was another weird one where Henry Cavill seemed to butt heads with the writers over how close to stick to the source material. And I'm still curious to this day what the writers' reasons would be for the direction they took that show in. It makes me wonder if I've never read the Witcher books. I've only played the games. Like I've got the originals 1 and 2 on PC, and they're very good. But it makes me wonder if the books are even translatable into a TV show or movie in a one-for-one fashion. Because books can be written in ways that don't actually work as a film or a TV show. Because a book can do things or tell stories because of the medium and how it's read and imagined. It can unveil story and explore lore in a way that TV shows and movies can't. So sometimes it's an uphill battle because you can't actually just one for one translate a book. You have to adapt it somehow. You have to make it work episodically. And that could be very difficult. Like Lord of the Rings has a lot of changes from the source material, but what's his name? What's the New Zealand director's name? Peter Jackson. He's one of the most successful because despite the fact he changed a lot and there's a lot missing from it, he made it work in a way that felt like it was exactly from the books. I don't know what his magic was, but you remember him saying that they hated the source material or would frequently make fun of it? Yeah, see, that's sad to hear. Oh, hey, Jay. Almost didn't see you there. Yes, the Oodie's back. I think I watched the wrong Witcher series. I first seen them at the Hub. Link, sir, it didn't happen. Asking for a friend. That sounds amazing. To be honest, there is a lot of a hardcore sex in The Witcher. Both book, game, and TV show. It's just that kind of series. You watched Boy and the Heron? Oh, cool. I saw some controversy on Twitter with people roasting Americans over their opinions of Boy and the Heron. There were a bunch of people that were whining that they didn't think The Boy and the Heron made sense. They were like, oh, it's disjointed. The storytelling is disjointed and blah, blah, blah. And then a bunch of people standing up for it saying, look, it's a form of Asian storytelling. It's a 4-act structure version of Asian storytelling that has a dreamlike sense of logic to it that a lot of Korean, Chinese, and Japanese stories use in their script writing. And it's less about moment-to-moment cause and effect, conflict-driven logic or drama. Like, it doesn't need conflict, basically. And there was a massive fight. And I really enjoyed reading that, that Twitter thread. People complaining about screenplays and shit. Do things always need to make sense? Well, let me tell you the name of it real quick, so you know what I'm talking about in case you're interested. It's called Kisho Tenkatsu. Kisho Tenkatsu. Kisho Tenkatsu is a form of script writing and storytelling originating from Chinese, Korean, and Japanese screenwriting. It translates roughly to story with conflictless plot. The plot or meaning is presented much as pieces of a puzzle or as a riddle, with the solution only being realized at the end through some form of twist coming into the 4th act. So it's a 4-act structure instead of a 3-act structure, and it's essentially designed as a conflictless plot, where the plot elements can basically drift in and out of the storytelling without need for foreshadowing or pre-setup, and acting as sort of pieces of drama that lean into the themes or the ideas that are being attempted or being tried to convey by the storyteller, which all comes together at the end. Like, once the revelations at the end tie it together, you start to realize, oh, the theme or the moral of the story is this, and I can see how all those disparate things now connect together and form like the idea that the story's trying to convey. Whereas in Western storytelling, everything needs to be cause and effect and pre-established or foreshadowed in a perfectly cohesive knot, which is, valid. That's a pretty common way to write a story. It's just that I think Westerners lean entirely into that. If something is not pre-established, or if a character's appearance is not um, like, for example, this Kisho Tenkatsu form of screenwriting, a character can literally dropped in the third or fourth act, like past the halfway mark, can just appear, can be a complete weirdo. Their connection to the character or the storyline can be completely mysterious, and whatever happens in that scene between that person and that new character and the main character, and then they vanish and it's gone, and that's little slice of life is all it was. And it's like, who is that and why did they show up and now where they've gone and why have they never come back? Like, that kind of thing can happen as long as there's a reason for it in terms of the grander puzzle, the picture at the end, like the theme. Whereas in a Western storyline, you can't do that. Like, if someone shows up at the end to wreak havoc and basically wreck the plot and cause problems in the third act, the existence and of that person needs to be established earlier. So it's like, oh, this person showed up because they're the stepfather of the bride, and we found out in Act 1 that he's some problem guy that was in prison that was going to get out in 10 days' time, which perfectly lines up with the third act. That's 10 days later. And he always hated the dude she was about to marry. So it all comes together of like, oh, okay, that's who he is, and that's why he showed up, and that's why he's ruined everything. And we've pre-established that. We've heard about him in the first act, and we've heard about the reasons for why he would cause problems if he showed up. So we know what's going on when he shows up. That is very Western storytelling, and it's very conflict-driven. In Kisho Tenkatsu, you don't have to do that. Like, a pig with wings can show up in the third act, or the fourth act, that speaks English, and can basically sit down and have a conversation about philosophy with the main character, and then leave. And it doesn't actually matter who that pig with wings were, why they showed up, or whether they come back or not ever. It could just happen. Like, that's why they often speak about Kisho Tenkatsu screenwriting as being dreamlike logic, because the idea of dream logic is that things can just happen, and the meaning can be divulged later once you realize more pieces of the puzzle and can see how it fits together. But in the meantime, you don't need to know why. You don't need to understand why or what you're even looking at. But from an artistry or poetic perspective, it can just happen. Like, life just happens. It's about what you take from those moments. Foreshadowing gives the impression of things being written as it's happening. Well, it is good. Like, if you're writing from a Western perspective, foreshadowing is an important tool. Like, if it's a typical 3-act structure written plot, you do need to do those kinds of things. Otherwise, it's bad script writing. You can't have things just happen, because then they become Deus Ex Machina. It becomes a screenwriter going, well, I need this to happen, so I'm just going to make it happen now. That's not Kisho Tenkatsu. That's just lazy Western screenwriting. The thing is, it's equally as lazy to tie things together with foreshadowing or, Chekhov's gun type elements and stuff like that, but just doing it really lazy and obvious. Like, you can give away an entire plot by being lazy and uncreative and just generally, a bad screenwriter. Like, anyone who's ever seen a movie can watch your movie and go, I know exactly what's going to happen in the first 5 minutes. Like, because of you just doing these obvious things. Like, it's a craft. You gotta be more clever than that nowadays, but those things are still things that have to be acknowledged. I remember a screenwriting tutor talking about this once, and they were saying that coincidence is one of the enemies of screenwriting in general, because if an entire plot is based on coincidences, people just showing up when they need to, then it's bad screenwriting. You're just making stuff happen. It's Deus Ex Machina. It's the screenwriter pulling puppet strings. Like, everything needs to be cause and effected, but generally speaking, in real life, coincidences do happen. Random chance is a real thing. So his general rule of thumb was, in any story, you're allowed one major coincidence. And the best way that's often used in stories is, let's say the whole first act is you building up to a heist. And the one thing that could potentially ruin this heist, it's perfect. They've got everything covered. The one thing that could ruin this heist is if the main character's ex-wife just so happened to turn up at the bank on that same day at that same branch. in the middle of the heist. That's the only thing that can ruin the plan. So if that happened, that'd be a massive coincidence. Like what would be the chances of that? But if that does happen at the start of the heist, at the end of Act 1, that is a good inciting incident. That is a nice example of allowing one major coincidence, because it's the one coincidence that completely upends the plot and basically sets up the entire rest of the movie. Because then Act 2 and 3 is about recovering from that huge coincidental mishap, that fuck up. And now it's just you trying to survive. Act 2 and 3 is you trying to... all the main characters trying to survive the destroyed plan and trying to get away with... Like, they didn't get away with the bank robbery, now they're just trying to get away with their lives. As they all get picked off one by one throughout Act 2 and 3. And all you're hoping is that the main character and the love interest are the two that survive the end and somehow get out of the situation. That's a good example of allowing one coincidence. For Attack on Titan Season 2, one of the most creative drops of a plot twist. We find out a character is betraying them by dialogue that's happening in the background. Oh, did people hear it and not believe it? They thought it was a mistranslation? That is pretty funny, though. Background dialogue. That actually... There is a lot of good examples of that in lots of Western movies and storytelling as well. Like, you know when you hit a plot twist at the end, and then you look back and realize, wow, this actually was completely given away at the beginning of the movie in the first act, when we saw the character doing the thing on screen. Like, you saw them setting something up while having a generic conversation with someone else, and we just didn't think twice about what they were doing. And at the end, when you realize, you know, what the bomb goes off or whatever, and you realize, oh, they were setting up a bomb. We didn't realize that those wires they were connecting was them actually building the bomb. We knew it was that guy the entire time. We didn't question what he was building until at the end we realized that was a bomb, and oh shit, it just went off, and now everyone's like, oh fuck, it's him. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of good stories in Western films and TV that do tricks like that, where you think back and go, I was an idiot. If I just acknowledged what that character was doing, it would have been obvious. Anyway, that was a bit of a tangent. I'm sorry. I suppose you should watch this Dune trailer, huh? This man's been epically posing here for how long? His legs are probably sore by now. Can we go?
It's okay. I'm here. I'm here.
Zendaya?
Since you've had one of those nightmares.
That ain't Tom Holland, Zendaya, you cheating bitch.
It's only fragments.
That's Timothy Chalamet.
Nothing's clear. You've been fighting the Harkonnens for decades.
I used to think it was Harkonnen, but now this movie keeps saying Harkonnen, and it's bothering me.
Fighting them for centuries.
I swear this real-time strategy game I used to play, they used to say Harkonnen.
Great houses. Here.
So it's not my fault, okay?
What we do for the benefit of all.
Oh, hi, Jeannie.
Well, I'd very much like to be equal to you.
Maybe I'll show you the way.
Oh, Tom didn't like that shot.
Deal with this prophet.
There's a lot of Zendaya kissing Timothy Chalamet in this trailer.
He's psychotic.
That dude is the guy that played Elvis in the Baz Luhrmann movie. I barely even recognize him.
I see possible futures all at once. And in so many futures, our enemies prevail. But I do see a way. There is a narrow way through.
Ride the fucking sandworms, baby. Shai Halud. I mean, you would wreck your pants if you saw that coming for you. Just a bunch of elongated desert buttholes coming out of a sandstorm.
My allegiance is to you. Do you believe me?
Imagine getting murdered by a prolapse.
This is a form of
teeth.
power that our world has not yet seen. The ultimate power.
This soundtrack, though. No matter what, how you feel about the Dune reboot movies, the soundtrack goes off.
You will never lose me as long as you stay who you are.
Consider what you're about to do, Paul Atreides.
Oh shit, he's using his power. That was tingles right there.
Prophecy is how they enslave us!
Look at the size of them shite-haloods.
You are not prepared for
I don't feel like the leash. What do you call those? When you steer like a horse? It's not a leash. Fuck, what's it called? I don't feel like they would do anything. Like those two little strings that you're hanging onto around the neck of the shai-halud. How the fuck do you steer something that high, that massive? With those two little... You can't pull on that and have that have any effect on that worm. I feel like they're really just holding on, but they've got no actual control over which way that worm is going. It's just for show. That was a pretty powerful trailer. I'm still not huge on the new Dune stuff. Like, Denis Villeneuve's done a really good job. I'm just not like a massive frothing fanboy for it. I'm like, decent. Cool. You've made something of this. I mean, we wouldn't have stuff like Star Wars without Dune. Like, Dune massively inspired Star Wars. And you can see some of the connections to it as well. Except this new Dune's trying to go in a bit more gritty and less family-friendly like Star Wars was. Looks like a film. It definitely looks like a film. You can't accuse Denis Villeneuve of anything but being able to make something that looks like a film. I know that's a weird thing to say. Wait, it's weird to have Timothy announce Game of the Year? Apparently he's a YouTuber. What was his gamer tag again? He has a really funny gamer tag. Timothy Chalamet. Chalamet. Gamer tag. Yeah, we know he's a gamer. Come on. Does Timothy Chalamet believe in God? What the fuck, Google? Why is that the second most asked question of Timothy Chalamet on Google? Oh, here we go. Timothy Chalamet, Xbox 360 controller modder. That's what his YouTube channel was about. He used to mod Xbox 360 controllers. And he did videos about it. Yep. Celebrated the art of Xbox 360 controller modifications on a YouTube channel called Modded Controller 360. That was it. That's what I was looking for. He was known as Modded Controller 360. YouTuber of our time. I think it's kind of adorable, actually. Like, he's a Hollywood heartthrob now. Like, women go crazy for Timothy Chalamet. I can understand why when you look at, you know, changing tastes and the things that, what constitutes a sex symbol throughout the ages. It seems like a large amount of women, when it comes to what male stars they fawn over, are leaning more towards more effeminate men nowadays. Like, men that have like this very central balance of masculinity and femininity. The idea of like, you're a man, you're straight, but you're also like in tune with your emotions and sensitive side. You know, that perfect mix. And that looks, Timothy Chalamet has that look. Like, he's a dude, but he's pretty. Twitch recommended me a tit streamer. Oh, thanks, Tit. Thanks, Twitch. Why did they recommend me to... Oh, wait, they probably do, but I never actually look at the homepage. I pretty much go straight onto my stream and then leave. I don't have enough time to look at Twitch. Thanks, Tits. Asian Bunny. So, are you talking about this new meta of female streamers that are topless on stream but have the cutoff at the cleave? I thought that... Aren't they stamping that out now? Now that they've changed their mind yet again about their TOS. She ended that way tonight. Ah, okay. And I was this close to becoming a tit streamer myself. My next stream was going to be topless. That's a shame. My prediction for Dune Part 2, I think it's going to be a better movie than Dune Part 1, because Part 1 was too much setup. Some people found it too slow. I feel like a lot of the war between the Harkonnens and the Atreides are going to happen in Part 2. I think people are going to like it more. Which is a nice change of pace, because a lot of the times the second film is the worst of the two. People get excited about the first one, and the second one doesn't live up. You want them to keep going? Just turn it to Chatterbait? Well, we can't let that happen. Otherwise, you know, platforms get destroyed by allowing porn to take over. I'm not anti-porn. Like, I don't care myself, but like, I don't want it to destroy a platform that I use regularly either. Like, if Twitch loses, if Amazon loses the advertisers that it needs for Twitch to make its money, we might be fucked, because Twitch already loses them a lot of money. That they keep trying to do dodgy things to fix that users don't like. Like how they changed the 50-50 split to, what was it, 70-30? No, it was 70-30 to begin with. 70 to the player, to the Twitcher, 30 to Amazon, and then they changed it to 50-50, so we get less. Yeah, what Jeannie said, they need ad revenue. Was already dead. No, it's Twitch isn't dead. It has an attitude because it doesn't make the money it wants to be making compared to the other things that Amazon owns. And now it has to compete with YouTube and Kick. Although I wouldn't consider Kick real competition. Kick is kind of a flash in the pan. It's one of those, like, some stoolie went and made their own version of Twitch that's like the Wild West. It's like, no, we don't need rules over here. This is where the cool kids come. And then eventually they die because they can't actually, that model can't succeed. It can't last in the long term. Twitch is a hollowed out tooth waiting for the fallout? Well, it better not be. It's still the #1 streaming platform, even though it's got healthy competition now. YouTube would be bigger and better if it wasn't for the fact that their main thing is VOD. Is, you know, pre-uploaded video. And always will be that. YouTube's live streaming will always come second to that stuff. Which is why it's missing some features and conveniences that Twitch has. OnlyFans was going to crack down on sexual stuff. They were, but because they wanted to make more money, their fame got to a point where they're like, you know what, if we could advertise, we would make billions. And then they realized, wait, all our users are basically porn. 99.9% of users are porn. If we fuck with them, we have nothing. But that's different because that started out and gained its fame as a platform where the pornography was the thing driving it. So it's like Tumblr. Tumblr started out innocently, got hijacked for fan service porn, and then when they tried to stamp out the fan service porn, Tumblr died, and now nobody uses fucking Tumblr. It's basically like this animated carcass. Twitch is the only platform that does purely streaming content. Yeah, and even with their advertisers, they struggle to make the kind of money they want to make out of it. The profits that they seek. It's nothing like all... Amazon's got a lot of tendrils. And every other tendril that Amazon has makes more money than Twitch does. And I think they're hyper aware of that, and they keep trying to fix it. They keep trying to make more money from Twitch, and every time they make a change to make that happen, it makes it worse, and they have to backpedal. It's tricky business. Anyway, I'll grab a sham link. Why not? Bleh.
Cyberpunk 2077 is probably the only time I'll
tits.
ever get to hear Keanu Reeves tell me that I have
An impressive cock.
And after 80 hours in pre-alpha Night City, I think I finally played this game.
Keanu Reeves' character Johnny Silverhand tells your character you have an impressive cock? How does Keanu see your penis? What is the story context of Keanu Reeves seeing your penis? I need to know this. I'm too intrigued by this.
For the very first time, not just because the
Talk about
cars
his own
actually go
peen?
where I
Oh,
want
okay,
them
good.
to, but because watching the
I
soul of this indie
believe
rock
him.
hero forcibly possess the body of my character just to have geriatric
We're talking about a man who had a threesome with Anna de Armas, so I would believe it.
sex is best enjoyed at a frame rate that's not in the negatives. And while I still vomit at the sight of that horrible pop-in, I'd say that if you could only play one first-person action RPG this year, just don't let it be the other one.
Why not play both? If you're a gamer, you should be able to make the time, motherfucker. If you can afford them. I can't afford Cyberpunk. What is this video? Is this a review, or is this a guy just making a montage of cool Cyberpunk shit?
Stop! You violated the...
Robocop moment.
I bought this game so I could slice through the homeless, and in Night City, street kids who can't scratch two netties together pay back alley sex traffickers to rip open their spinal cord to put in sweet Wolverine claws. This is the kind of shit that
Awesome.
ruins boss battles. The fact that this isn't even a build anymore, it's just 100% cheese. And dude, I don't even care that this game isn't deep. I just spec'd into the edgelord anime tree, and now I one-shot those with a throwing knife that materializes into my hand out of the thin air. You can keep your substance. My style
Hell yeah.
is my substance.
The president's life, her safety, that's your top priority.
I'm guessing this game doesn't need any perk mods like what you were saying of Skyrim earlier, since the perks in this game are actually creative and OP.
Your presidential rescue op. Miserable failure.
Look at that line in that billboard in the background.
This game is alive. This thing is VFR without the V. And it's not just that people swear as much as I do, or that sexy number 314 takes
Oh,
place
damn.
inside a frickin' tank. It's that when I crash my car and swing my claws this
Wait. Quick question. You know how you can be male or female in this? Does that change the available sex scenes, or are they all accessible regardless of gender? Because if you actually get to see... I'm coming back to this frame. TOS, don't get mad at me. This is artistic nudity. Like, clearly this is a male on female sex scene. So, if you're a female character, I'm assuming you can't get this animation. They probably have a different... I don't think it changes anything. I've only been female. No, that's my question. If you're a female V and you activate this sex scene with this lady, well, what exactly do they do here? Like, is it the exact same and we just have to assume she's wearing a strap-on? A cyber strap-on? Oh, wait, yes. Oh my god, wait. Cyberpunk lesbians would be actually dope. Because, like, you don't need a strap-on in Cyberpunk. You could have that stuff surgically built into your body. You could be a female character in Cyberpunk and have, like, an appendage that actually, like, folds out of your body. Like, you could have, like, a mechanical penis that just kind of, like, goes when you need it to use in your lady friend. Maybe it folds out of your thigh like RoboCop. There's alternate sex scenes but can't confirm. Is this happening inside his car? I can't quite tell. Because this would be a very awkward space to scissor in. I don't exactly know where you'd put the other lady to get a proper leg wrap around. Can you be like Baldur's Gate 3 and have a Chica with a Dika? I feel like you can. Isn't that like part of the point of Cyberpunk, is that you have full control over that stuff? Because in the future, there aren't gender, trans, homosexuality issues like there are now. Like, everyone can just be anything they want. Because it's the future of literally everyone being anything they want. You can be a fucking praying mantis assassin. Like, we are way past people caring about what you got between your legs and what gender you are based on what you have between your legs. Like, you could have a dick growing out of your wrist in Cyberpunk if you can convince a surgeon to build that for you. I think that's the coolest thing about the cyberpunk genre concept, is that it's a vision of the future that I think is incredibly realistic in how little the things that we think matter now, well, not us, well, conservatives think matter now, are actually probably going to matter in the future, when we've surpassed what can be done with the human body and what we can be or how we see ourselves, that what we think is alarming or controversial now is going to be like pussy shit. Like, imagine in Cyberpunk going like, oh, you look like a chick, but you've got a dick. Oh, like in Cyberpunk, that'd be nothing. In Cyberpunk, there are people that don't have jaws. They just have a mechanical half face with laser eyes. When you got that shit, no one's caring about what you got in your crotch. Like, in fact, I bet sexuality in a cyberpunk future is a lot more, what's the word? I don't know whether to call it more complex or a lot less complex. Because people, I feel, will be a lot less... People will be more pansexual. I think that's the best way to explain it. I feel like the future is about pansexuality. Because anyone could be anything, and that's way out of genre. Like, you know that stupid trans joke that straight people make all the time where it's like, oh, I identify as an Apache helicopter. In a cyberpunk 3022 future, you literally can be an Apache helicopter. Like, you could have your legs replaced with those fucking those rail things that the helicopters land on, just those flat rails. You can literally have your ass removed and have a tail with a propeller on the end. And you can literally have the top half of your head removed with an actual foldable propeller that goes back into your body and down your spine. Like, that stops being a joke. That is actual. That's possible now. So at that point, no one's thinking about girl, boy anymore, or dick, pussy anymore. Like, the only way you'd have a relationship or have any kind of sexual interest in another human being is literally just emotional. Emotion's all that's left. Whether you actually feel for a person or are attracted to them is just based on, you know, base level shit. But not right now, it's a transphobic meme. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying. Right now, it is a transphobic meme. It's like it was one of the first transphobic memes, the second people started talking about identifying as things. But that's what I'm saying. It's kind of funny how the most default, most well-known transphobic meme is literally going to be a way of life in the year 3056. Like, the idea that the Apache helicopter thing is a joke is going to be like unheard of. It's just like, no, you can be that now. Do you want to be a volcano? We can replace your skin with stone, and we can design it so that there's a reservoir of lava in your stomach, and it can explode at the top of your head. You are now a volcano. Volcanoes and Apaches can fuck, and it doesn't matter what genitals they have. That's what I'm saying. That's my vision of the future. No one's going to care anymore. There's going to be no more straight or gay or trans. It's just anyone's going to be anything, and it's no longer going to matter, and no one's going to even think about it. It's people are only going to connect on emotional levels, whether you actually like a person for who they are. Doesn't matter whether their head can turn into a jet engine, or they have the eyes of a lizard, or whatever the fuck. I love how long we've just kept this paused on this like one random sex scene.
Number 314 takes place inside a frickin' tank. It's that when I crash my car and swing my claws, it feels right. Like taking my first step into Skyrim kind of right. Just give me more conversations that look like they belong in the trailer. Give me more draw distance, more ragdolling, more factions and Pan Ams. Do that, and this series will be everything I wanted it to be. So give me that sequel, Samurai.
I'm excited to play this someday. I almost wish I was the age again where I used to have a service job and was about to go to uni, where I used to buy every single new games collector's edition and play it like day one. That was like an era. I miss that era. But that's life. That's life, motherfucker. That YouTube's is super underrated. He's only got 600 subs. Negative. He has 890 subs. He's gone up since you last checked. Looks like he's succeeding. Slowly. See, that's another thing. Back in the day, when I used to be able to buy like every game day one and play it immediately, I actually would have had the time to edit my YouTube videos instead of having 4 to 5 terabytes of content of things that I want to make backed up with no time to actually do it all. Life sucks, dude. Hey, you have another link, Sham. Don't worry, I didn't forget.
I am Mighty Keith. And the award for curing every single possible human illness. Baldur's Gate 3! Hey! Thank you all, seriously. No, this is truly amazing. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Is the Game Awards trophy just a tiny little infinity gauntlet made of Lego? It's a Lego infinity gauntlet.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Bro, you're killing it. You're doing amazing. And the award for ending racism and world hunger goes to
Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3.
I can see where this joke is going. Spider-Man 2 is going to start getting real antsy.
Another one? Thank you. He can't be stopped. This guy can't be stopped, man. Good job.
He's trying to be a good
I'm out
sport
here
now, but he's going
cleaning
to
up,
get
man.
pissed.
This is crazy. Right? I mean, how many is that so far? Good God. And the award for Best Action Adventure goes to... Oh, guess this is my stop. Go get him, Tiger.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Baby.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, it's Zelda, right? Oh my God.
You know what makes this so much funnier? Is how many Sony fanboys are butthurt by Spider-Man not winning anything on Twitter. Like, I try not to get wrapped up in console wars type stuff, but there's some people are being real douchebags about it, and they kind of deserve the ire. But that's the problem with the hardcore fanboys on both sides, both the ponies and the Xbots. Like, if you become too extreme on either side of that fight, you kind of turn into an asshole. I'm sorry. Like, I spend most of my time on Xbox, but even I get a little bit cringe whenever I see an Xbot going off on some Sony property, and I'm like, dude, leave it alone. Just play your Xbox. Like, I'm technically supposed to be on your side, but, like, you're an asshole, and you make me hate both consoles. A lot of ignorance to turn-based RPGs. Yeah, that's the worst part of it, is that the prevailing argument seems to be that, like, Baldur's Gate is some nerd shit, and who even plays turn-based games anymore? Like, that kind of attitude. And it's like, bro, it's such a toxic way to go about this stuff. You can't just be happy for the fact that a game was, like, an industry, like, shifting event. Like, Baldur's Gate 3 made an impact on the industry with its level of quality, to the point where it had other developers complaining that they're set on an unrealistic bar of goodness. It's like, how dare you make us have to make good games to keep up? That's worthy of awards. Like, and Spider-Man 2 is just a good game. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just, it's not going to win over something that actually changed an industry. Had, like, that kind of effect. So, like, why are you whinging about, like, oh, turn-based is shit anyway? It's like, you sound like a child. I mean, look at Genie. Like, Genie is a Sony person. Genie's generally a PlayStation only person, but, like, you don't see Genie, like, tarring and feathering games based on, like, console exclusivity, or, you know, bitching about genres just, you know, redundantly because the thing that you wanted to win. Well, to be fair, Genie would be on the side of Baldur's Gate anyway, for obvious reasons, but still. No one that I've ever really spoken to in my chat has ever been, like, a hardcore console wars exclusive person, though. I've never really spoken to anyone that's like that. Yeah, you play what interests you and recognize when a game isn't for... Yeah, like... It's weird to me when people's opinions of what it constitutes a good or a bad game comes down to which machine it's on. Like, for a pony on Twitter, it's like the second a game is exclusive to Xbox, they'll look for any excuse to call the game shit. Like, right. There might not even be any gameplay footage of it out yet. They'll still go ham on it, and I just think that's the most toxic shit that gamers do nowadays. Don't rail on stuff without knowing what you're talking about just because you feel like it's in your agenda to stick to a side. Like, you know what I find wholesome? When I see Xbox players, for example, roasting Redfall. Xbots, like Xbox fanboys that are looking for any excuse to rag on Sony stuff. Like, when you can acknowledge that a game that's exclusive to your machine is shit. Like, I find that kind of wholesome. Like, I'm happy to see that. I don't want to rag on Redfall or anything. I haven't played it. It's just, you know, it's a thing in the gaming sphere. Everyone rags on Redfall. But, like, when you look at the console wars, the thing you expect to happen is for Xbox fanboys to go, oh, no, Redfall's great. Like, you Sony fanboys are just jealous at you, blah, blah, blah. Like, they'd look for any excuse to call it good and then basically strawman a bunch of Sony games that they think are shit. What do you mean? Redfall's a masterpiece? Well, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying, is that, like, an Xbox fanboy, I mean, I'm sure they're out there, but I did think that was a wholesome moment in gaming where the whole, like, agenda-based thing of, like, we have to stand up for our exclusives because it's our ammunition against the enemy. It didn't exist with that. People were just straight up like, oh, this is not good. Okay. You still have an Xbox 360? Because PS3 wasn't out and they had all those JRPGs. Yeah, just, I mean, a machine is a machine. There's no point in being a fanboy of a multi-million-dollar corporation. Sony and Microsoft, neither of them deserve our cult-like adulation. You know what I mean? Like, they're fine. Both those companies are billionaires. We don't need to suck either of their dicks. Like, I might spend most of my time on Xbox, but if there's a cool game coming out for PlayStation that I want, I gotta buy a PS5. Like, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's a machine with a corporate label on it. I'm giving this corporation more money, but I'm not the kind of person that needs to make a stand in order to not give giant corporations money. Whatever. They do their thing. They provide a product. If it's useful to me, I'll get it. I just, you know, don't sit on their dick. Like, they don't need that. There's no need for it. It was sad seeing all the Starfield hype be 9, 10 ratings. Now everyone agrees it's average game at best. Well, that's going a bit far. I wouldn't say something as broad as everyone agrees. I still see plenty of fans of it. And I'm the kind of person that probably wouldn't have a problem with it. I've played every Bethesda RPG, no matter how jank it is. And I've always enjoyed myself. And whenever I see... Like, I remember playing stuff like Morrowind and Oblivion and seeing some really scathing things being said about certain mechanics or technically fucked up things in the game. And none of those things ever bothered me. I'm in it for whatever they're able to dish out to me. It's like, yeah, that whole system is broken, but whatever, I'm still having fun. But, like, the thing I'll say about Starfield, though, is that it landed with more hype, and then it leveled out to being more divisive. There's still just as many people that love it as many people have basically gone backwards and said, you know what, it's actually pretty average. But unlike what I said about Redfall, there are a lot of Xbots that still defend it more so because they feel they have to as an anti-Sony thing and not because they seem to actually like the game. I will say that. It is still more of a 50-50 game, but it is a good example of like the kind of game that is often defended by Xbots that you don't even get the sense that most of them have even played the game. They just feel like they have to defend it. What did it come out against? Did it come out around the same time as Spider-Man 2? I can't remember. Whatever.
God, this is so amazing. I'd like to thank everybody. Get the hell out of here. No, seriously, sit down. We got to wrap this up. Hey, you got the next one, bro. I can.
They don't got the next one. Haven't heard any tribalism surrounding Blade. I think the most important thing about the Blade project is that it's not the same version of Arcane Studios as made Redfall. there's a couple of different divisions of Arcane. There's the division that made Dishonored and Deathloop, and they went on to Blade after Deathloop. And then there's a side division in another country that made Redfall. You mean Blade versus Spider-Man? I don't see why there'd be tribalism of Blade versus Spider-Man, though. They're both Marvel. Are you talking about because Spider-Man is Sony and Blade looks like it might be Xbox exclusive? I mean, okay, if it's that, then we might still see that. Oh, thanks, Lynchy. Lynchy 1998. Redfall, Arcane was Prey, and Wolfenstein Youngblood. Yeah, which are both mid games, essentially. I haven't played either of them, but from what I've heard, Youngblood was not one of the top tier Wolfenstein. People were a bit sus about that one. And Prey, apparently, people say Prey is decent, but it's not meant to be great or anything. You heard Prey is goated? I heard it was decent when it came out. People were like, oh, this is an interesting take on like a Bioshock style game. But I think people were also still railing from the fact that it wasn't the Prey reboot that we were supposed to get. Because the original Prey first-person shooter was like decent for its time. It had portals and stuff. I don't know if you remembered that. You played a native Indian character that gets sucked up by a UFO. And most of the gameplay is first-person shooting inside a UFO while like using portals to travel around between the floor and the ceiling and the walls and shit. And then the reboot was supposed to be a third-person open-world bounty hunter thing. Yeah, that's shams onto it. And there was actual like concept art and cool shit that they released to show how it was going to work. And it got completely binned. Like it got dumpstered. It doesn't exist anymore. And then we ended up getting a straight-up reboot of Prey that was like a Bioshock-style game. I don't know how else to describe it. I think people were still butthurt from losing the Bounty Hunter game, though, because it actually looked different. And I think it was meant to be this... I think it wasn't a full reboot. I think it was in the same universe. It was a sequel. And then the one we ended up getting was a reboot where they just used the same name again. It's just called Prey, which is my least favorite thing in gaming culture. Because now, how do I explain... Me and Jeannie had a confusing moment in a stream a while back where I was trying to talk about the original Prey, and Jeannie didn't know there was an original Prey. And I had to like describe it and then bring up gameplay footage of it, like on stream, just to get the chat on the same page as me, because both are just called Prey. So I'm like, what am I supposed to say? Prey 1998? And I can see why people, despite the fact that they've got the same name and the same publisher, I can see why people wouldn't know there was an original, because it's not even like the same... They're both first person, but it's not even really the same genre. Because the original Prey was basically like an ID game. It was basically Doom or Quake. It was a straight up first person shooter. Like level by level, blasting aliens, nothing else. And then the whole Bioshock model is like a whole other thing. I don't even know how you describe that. Like a story-driven, semi-open world, part RPG, cinematic thing. I don't even know what you'd call that genre. But then again, they didn't know what to call Half-Life either when that first came out. Because Half-Life changed the game when it came to first-person shooter design. There was nothing like it. There was no such thing as cinematic storytelling in a first-person shooter. Before that, it was always just level by level, blast everything. And then find the exit, load next level. It's like how MK9 was Mortal Kombat and the new reboot is Mortal Kombat 1. Yeah, I wish game developers would stop fucking around with that stuff. Tomb Raider pissed me off as well. How they rebooted Tomb Raider and just called it Tomb Raider. God of War pisses me off. Because the new God of Wars is basically like God of War 4. But it was just God of War. It's not even... God of War is actually worse. Because in Tomb Raider's case, it was actually a reboot. Like, the new Tomb Raider games, that was like the young Lara Croft. That was a whole new thing from the beginning. That they restarted the thing. That's a reboot. God of War is literally God of War 4. It actually picks up from the canon that ended with God of War 3. It's a reboot only in the sense of the game's genre and mechanics and engine and everything changing. Like, they made a whole new style of God of War game. And then just called it God of War again. But storyline-wise, it's a sequel. So that really shits me. I don't know why they couldn't just call it God of War 4. Or just start doing the semicolon thing. You know how like they did God of War Ragnarok? They should have called it God of War Baby Daddy Kratos Adventures. I don't know. Okay, that's what it is from now on. God of War Baby Daddy Kratos Adventures. That's officially how I'm going to refer to that game. Yeah, see, Rayman Origins and Rayman Legends, they weren't really reboots. They were just more Rayman games with a new graphic style. They didn't treat it like a sequel or a reboot or they just made another Rayman game with a new name, which is how gaming used to always work. Look at Mario, for example. Mario doesn't sequelize well, it does, but let me get to that. Mario doesn't generally sequelize or reboot. They just make a new Mario game. It doesn't matter how different it is. It's just more Mario. The only time they do sequels is when they literally go Super Mario Odyssey 2. You know, it's just more Odyssey. It's just more storyline picking up from the Odyssey thing. But then... No, sorry, it wasn't Odyssey. What was the space one? Odyssey was the new one. Sunshine... Galaxies? Galaxy? What the fuck was the Galaxy one? They want to avoid doing a tagline because of Ascension? Yeah, Ascension should have been... Wasn't that a prequel? That was something that takes place before 3. I think. I think it was Galaxy. Galaxy had a Galaxy 2. And that makes sense. Like, you have a character, you have a universe. Nothing needs to be continuous. Nothing needs to be connected. Nothing needs to make sense. There needs to be no multiversal lore that explains when events are happening in one game versus another. It's just Mario. He's in space now. He's in Dinosaur Land now. He's on a tropical adventure hosing graffiti off the wall with a fucking water gun. Like, you can just do stuff and just give it a new name. And Mario Sunshine, go for it. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, though. Like, okay, now that we've rebooted Tomb Raider and we've started the storyline from the beginning, she's a young girl in university, she gets involved in a survival situation, has to learn how to be the Tomb Raider. That trilogy taught her how to be Tomb Raider. From Tomb Raider to Rise of the Tomb Raider to Shadow of the Tomb Raider, that trilogy is her arc of becoming the Lara Croft we knew from the old games, you know, the bad bitch. So now that that's concluded, we can now go and just make Lara Croft games. We don't need to reboot it. We don't need to fit the sequels together in a way that makes the storyline continuous and sensical. We can basically just go Tomb Raider, the case of Tutankhamun's lost mummy dick. And we don't need to know when it happens in Lara's life. We don't need old Lara. We don't need young Lara. It's just Lara Croft. She's somewhere in her late 20s to early 30s forever. And this is just the story of how she went to Egypt one time and had to find Tutankhamun's lost mummy dick before the Nazis did, because it releases a cum plague or something. I don't know what... I'm making the plot up as I go along, obviously. But do you know what I mean? Because in the next Tomb Raider game is Lara Croft and the fate of Atlantis. And it all takes place underwater and in open air underground tombs where there's no water. You know, you go underwater, you come up in caves, and there's your dry land. And you're looking for like underwater gold-plated pyramids of the old Atlanteans. That just doesn't matter when that happens. See, Lara Croft, you can completely Mario-fy the way they make their games. Just things happen in her life. It doesn't matter when and how old she is. And you can make Lara Croft games like that for the rest of your life. Never have to be an official sequel or reboot. It's just another adventure. Same with Kratos. We didn't have to play shenanigans with God of War 1 through 3, Ascension, Ghost of Sparta, Chains of Olympus, reboot God of War, Ragnarok, like whatever. Get it to some kind of status quo where Kratos just exists in some fashion, and then just make semicolon separately named games of other things that Kratos did once. Just give him adventures to go on. The game takes place on the Citadel of Crofts. What the fuck? So, are you suggesting a game with a middle-aged Lara Croft where she goes on an adventure and finds a bunch of Lara Croft clones living in a citadel of nothing but Lara Crofts? Is this just your Lara Croft harem fanfiction, Sham? Oh, it was Rick and Morty. Oh, you mean the Citadel of Ricks? Okay, yeah, I get you. I thought this was your Croft fanfiction. Remember the scene in Futurama? The death by Snoo Snoo scene? That's part of your fanfiction. Adventurer Sham gets captured by the Lara Croft tribe and sentenced to death by Snoo Snoo. Fucked to death by a harem of Lara Crofts. Good plot. I'll take it. It's awesome. I keep pausing this, man. I'm sorry.
Feel it in my bones. Yes, sir. Hey, I'm about to catch up. You know what I'm saying? 7 nominations, bro. I'm coming. Okay, we're gonna run this thing. You know what I'm saying? Got it, man. Hey, number 1 and number 2, baby. Absolutely. And, who's won? And the award for best performance goes to. Oh, best performance? Come on, like.
It's not Yuri.
No offense or anything.
It's Neil.
That's Yuri Lowenthal, right? That's Peter Parker. That's Ben 10. Stop playing. Sasuke Uchiha.
Does he voice Ben 10? I didn't know that.
Let's go ahead and get this award, baby. Neil Newman, the vampire everyone tries to have sex with in Baldur's Gate 3. Oh my God, no way. This is such a shock. I had no idea this was gonna happen. What in the world is going on? I have so many of these things, man. I don't even know what to do with them at this point. You're
Although
killing it,
technically
bro.
Neil,
Seriously. Hey, save some for the rest of
Neil
us,
gets
huh?
that trophy.
I'm serious. I'm serious.
Oh, Spider-Man, are you gonna win any awards, bro?
What? Who said that? Best narrative goes to, I mean, surely with such a gripping tale of good versus misguided and the interpersonal dynamics of Peter and his friend. Alan Wake 2! I know Uncle Ben ain't died for this. It's a detective story.
Oh my God,
A detective story over Peter and the gang?
Why is Alan
My
Wake
writing
so
had
shook?
become reality. In my story, Spider-Man was nominated for 7 awards, but didn't win a single one. The insecurities, eating him alive.
Alan
He
Wake's
couldn't
dramatic
cope
as
with
fuck, man.
Okay, no, that's not happening. Hey, buddy, everyone here knows you're a good game. All right, don't worry. It's just an award show, right? This is just a bunch of vanity symbols, man. You don't have to worry about it. Baldur's Gate, here's another award just for the hell of it. Oh my God, get out of here.
Just for the hell of
You
it.
win Game of the Year as well. You get them all. Just get them all the awards. Oh my God. All right, that's it. That's the end of our show. If no one got any awards,
this is insane.
Give him a participation award.
And I ain't win a single award. How is that possible? How could it get any worse than this? Let me in. Let me in. Let me in.
I forgot about Hogwarts Legacy.
Boy, that's just crazy.
Actually, technically, Hogwarts Legacy and Starfield wouldn't be on the same level there, because Starfield actually did get a nomination. It's Hogwarts Legacy that's stuck outside the house. Starfield's inside the house, but it's up the back somewhere with its one nom. I can't believe I didn't even think of that, though. Shouldn't have got a nomination. I can't think of what you'd put in its place, though, in the RPG category. But I can't imagine many other categories where you would put it either. Was it a pity nomination? I mean, it is a pretty huge RPG release. Like, I wasn't expecting it not to get a nomination. I thought that was a given. Like, I'd be surprised if it didn't get a nom. Sooner the people shut up about that game, the better. What, Hogwarts? It's weird that they did, though. Like, earlier in the year, I thought that Hogwarts Legacy, because of the size of it, it would at least get like some noms come the end of the year. But I'm actually kind of shook now to realize that it didn't get anything. It's completely left out in the cold. And people genuinely liked it. Controversies aside, as a game, wasn't that good of a game. I mean, it wasn't anything that can compete with like Baldur's Gate or Tears of the Kingdom, but maybe even Spider-Man 2. But it had things going on with, like it had stuff going on about like with it. Like it had its fans. Most people bought it to own my people. I wouldn't say most people, but there is an unhealthily large amount of people that would have done that. More so than any other game. But I wouldn't say most. I think that's... To suggest the majority, I think, is going too far. A lot of people are genuinely huge Harry Potter fans. Like, I know I have quite a few like friends going way back that grew up on Harry Potter. Like, that was their childhoods. And they will lap up anything Harry Potter related you offer them. In fact, one girl I knew recently went to a Harry Potter Yuletide ball in Sydney. That was like a full Christmas themed like Harry Potter environment where you could go ice skate and everything, and everyone's dressed up in the outfits, and it was like a huge deal. It took over the entire mall. You dress up in your house, your Hufflepuff or your Slytherin or your whatever. To be fair, I ain't ever cared about Harry Potter. Yeah, I'm too old to have grown up on it. Like, I was old enough that I wasn't a kid when the books and the first movies came out. That's the sweet spot for people like being like huge, like Harry Potter being your life, essentially. I was already an adult. So I saw the first movie in the theater. I was like, yeah, that's a pretty decent family film. Cool. That wasn't a waste of money. I enjoyed my time. Then didn't see another one until they were all out, and my mum, who was a big fan of them, she gave me the full Blu-ray box set as a Christmas gift because she didn't understand why I'd never watched the rest of them. So me and my girlfriend at the time basically had a marathon of watching the entire Blu-ray box set so I could catch up. And it was a decent time. Like, I don't have a problem with Harry Potter. As far as big budget, big deal family films go, like, it's cool. I'm not huge into magic stuff, though, so there's a lot of things that I laugh at or I take issue with throughout the various movies that I kind of mock a little bit, that I find a bit silly, but, like, for the most part, like, it wasn't a waste of time. It is interesting how the tone changes, though. It starts out so cute and wholesome, and then as the movies go on, they start getting kind of dark and adult, which, when you're watching them back-to-back, having never seen them before, it's a very surreal experience to witness that arc of darkness and self-seriousness. By the end, it gets a bit too dramatic, if you ask me. I don't know why, but I never cared much about Potter or Lord of the Rings. See, I was down with Lord of the Rings just because, like, when I was a teenager, I read the book. I read Hobbit, and then I read the full Lord of the Rings all the way through. So by the time the first movie, Fellowship of the Ring, came out in the cinemas, I was, like, prepped. I'd already read all the stuff, so I knew what it was supposed to be like. And I was in position to basically be impressed by how well it was adapted. It was pretty good. I was also the right age for The Matrix. I was like late teens, young adult when The Matrix dropped, and it basically changed the landscape of films. They didn't give away what The Matrix was about. The ads were incredibly sus. Like, there were the teasers for The Matrix did not give away any of that movie. It was just weird shit. And it was like the perfect marketing campaign because it was interesting, but you didn't know what was happening. They would just basically show a snippet of him dodging those bullets in slow motion, like doing the back arch thing. And then it would cut, and it would go, the text on screen would be, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. And that would be the whole trailer. And you have no idea what you just looked at. But it was like 2 seconds of visual effects that were like nothing you've ever seen before. And then you go see the movie and it blows your mind. Like, I was there for that ground zero. Like, you just had to have been there. Reminds me of the Alien teaser. Oh, yeah, with the egg and the voice. Yeah, there was a period of time, this is before The Matrix and even before Alien, but there's a period of time from the early 80s to the early 90s where the trailers used to do that more. There was a horror movie, I forget which horror movie it was, but it was basically a black void, and there was a baby crib in the middle of the screen, and it had that scary like voiceover, like, you know, you don't know what true terror is, that kind of shit. And the camera was just slowly pushing in on the baby's crib, and then eventually it gets to it, and you see this horrible, disgusting demon baby face in the darkness, and you hear it shriek, and then that's it. That cuts there, and the whole trailer's done. And I remember being mortified by that as a kid. Like, that fucking trailer traumatized me. And I wish I could remember what movie that was. Wait, let me just type it in. Baby crib horror movie trailer? No, it's still new shit. It's Alive. 1974. Oh my god. I think I found it. Hold up. Oh my god, yes. 25-second trailer. No, I wasn't alive when this first came out. I just remember seeing this when I was a kid. And I was like, this trailer actually scared the shit out of me.
The Davises have had a baby, but they're not sending out any announcements. Most new parents are a little scared when they have a baby. The Davises are terrified. You see, there's only one thing wrong with the Davis baby. It's alive. It's alive. Don't see it alone. Please. Rated PG.
Okay. For some reason, I remembered it like you see its face. I think it's because you do in the movie. But, like, when I was younger, I saw that trailer, and that fucked me up, man. It was so fucking horrifying. There's something about the writing of that dialogue as well. There's something wrong with the Davis baby. It's alive. It's alive. It's alive. And it's like, dude, that's fucking horrifying. I don't know what is so bad about this baby being alive, but him repeating that over and over again, I'm like, nah, man. Michael Jackson's Yellow Eyes. Oh, from Thriller? Hell yeah. Thriller was dope. Wait.
My name is Schlatt.
My name is what? Schlatt, okay. Thought he said schlong for a second.
My name is Schlatt, and there's no doubt that AI is taking over the world. It's a great tool for untalented people who want to pretend like they have talent. I mean, in a couple of clicks, you can bring anything to life in a worse way than a human can. At least that's how I used to feel about it. Because recently something's going on, and it's kind of terrifying me. Let me take you back in time, okay? About 6 months ago, these cover songs started popping up out of nowhere. You got like Kanye West singing "Hey There, Delilah" by the Plain White T's. You got Freddie Mercury singing "Thriller," and that's funny.
I want to hear the
that,
Kanye
right?
something
like
that used to know cover.
To hear your favorite artists in a completely new setting. Hell, there was even that ghostwriter dude who made his own song and then put Drake and The Weeknd on it, and then probably got doxxed and swatted and fucking thrown into prison by every big record label. But that blew up. Everyone was talking about it. Dude got like 10 million views on the song in a day. But soon after that, something changed. Something changed. And I knew something changed because it stopped being people's favorite artists. It stopped being Kanye West. It stopped being fucking Freddie Mercury. It started being SpongeBob and Squidward and Mr. Krabs and me. And it
awesome,
pains me
though.
to say this, but they're really fucking good. Start spreading the news.
That is pretty good.
I'm leaving today.
I like it.
I want to
Be a part of it.
Look, I have a lot to say about this, and an even bigger surprise for you at the end. But because this video is going to get copyright claimed by like every company on the planet, please allow me to fulfill a contractual obligation. Today's video is sponsored by Opera GX, baby.
Hey,
Opera
that's what I
GX is a
use.
browser made
We're watching this in
specifically
Opera
for you,
GX.
You little gamer. If you videos on. Experiment, shall we? Let's go
There
on
we
to
go.
YouTube. Oh, sorry.
Fixed it.
That's the Twitch art section now. And let's search up AI cover. Now let's filter it. All videos from the last year. And we're going to sort by view
Can we
count.
filter
It
by
makes no fucking
SpongeBob?
sense. There's Plankton. There's the Minecraft villager.
Plankton
we got
doing
Obama.
begging.
We
That's
got
hilarious.
Squidward. We got Biden and Trump again. And then there's me. I can't
People
even
seem to
sing
like
this one, guys.
Jay
I can't
Schlatten
even
songs.
sing this one. Why? First of all, why is Hitler there? Second of all, why the fuck am I there? Why did you people get access to this incredible new tool with fucking limitless possibilities and decide to put me on it?
That
These
they did it because they
covers of
can.
me are like their
If you're
own
a
genre
YouTube
now.
commentator
They
or
all
podcaster,
have
there are
so
thousands of
many
hours of
views.
your
There's a
voice
playlist
that can be
with
used to train AI.
150 of them. How is it possible? Femboy Friday. Man, this week was exhausting.
Amazing.
But at least it's finally Friday. Wait, what was so special about Friday? Then I could have sworn there was something. Oh yeah, bitches Femboy Friday, Femboys by my side. They be looking so kawaii. Okay, that one's pretty cool. These covers are
That was pretty cool.
consistently some of the most viewed AI covers on the entire fucking.
I want to hear the rest of
I'm getting
Femboy
texts
Friday.
from people I haven't spoken to in years, telling me that I have a beautiful singing voice. Like, this is fucking absurd. This is absurd. And then I got one that genuinely terrified me. You want to hear a sentence that hasn't been uttered in years? Let's talk about Gangnam Style. Me singing Gangnam Style. In a lot of
Oh
these
my God.
covers, the voice is bad. You know, like there's times where my voice will just trail off in the middle of a song.
I think
or,
the
like,
scariest thing
it's
about
weird, you know, and you can
the
tell
AI
something's
voice
off,
stuff
but this
is that
Gangnam
people can
Style one,
train AI in your
can't.
voice and then use it to like
you
say really
actually
racist
can't
shit.
tell. I am going to sing you a song.
Like you'd find videos of yourself dropping the N-bomb and shit that you never said.
Dude, I'm gonna let it play because this video got claimed already. But what the fuck? How? I'm getting the pitch right. I'm hitting every note. Dare I say, this is actually an enjoyable listen. And there's other good ones too. There's playlists of them. Anytime I'm on a Frank Sinatra song, it sounds good. It feels like it fits. People are listening to me sing over Colleen Bollinger's apology. This is scary, man.
You know what's the saddest thing about it? Because he has a decent voice that can, you know, feasibly reach the heights that it has in these AI songs, because it's training in the AI and it's in his voice. So if the AI can make his voice sound good in a song, technically you can too, if you know, just practice and take a couple of swings at it. The fact that there are videos of his voice being used to do covers of songs that are like 1 to 2 million views, if he had just done it himself, he would be getting like 2 million views a video. Like if he had just made a video where he himself just covers Gangnam Style, just sings it in front of his mic, in front of his computer, or Beggin', or Femboy Friday, or whatever the fuck. Like those could have been his views. So it's kind of like the butthurt part of it is like, it makes you realize just like if you had basically just done a concept first, if you'd thought of doing it first, you would have some mad successful videos on your hands. And now the AI is getting all that money.
It's scary. It is. Because think about how none of this stuff existed only a year ago. Or like a couple of years ago. There was no fucking ChatGPT. There was no accurate image generation. No Gangnam Style. None of it. AI's coming for us, man. And me and Mr. Krabs are the first victims. That's gonna take all you. It's gonna take your job too. Well, like, did this stem from like you didn't think I could do it? You know, we have to put Schlatt in a situation where he'll never excel. You think I can't fucking sing all this shit? Well, I'm not okay. I'm not singing ballin'. But you think I can't do Bo Burnham? You think I can't do fucking Frank Sinatra?
Do it.
Oh,
get some of those views.
What's this? What's playing right now? Is that?
And now.
Oh shit.
the end is near,
He did it.
and so I face the final curtain.
Wait, is that
That's
actually
right.
him?
I recorded my own version of My Way. Fuck you for trying to replace me.
Damn,
You can
dude,
listen
that
right now.
sounds-
It's up on YouTube. I was gonna do a whole fucking album. of
That
this
actually
shit.
sounds like
But then I
Sinatra. That is
realized,
dead
oh,
on.
It's taken me hours to hit a single high note, so I only did a song. But it's out. I'm actually.
That's true, though.
kind
If you're
of
not used
proud
to
of it.
singing, even though
I think it
technically
sounds
you
good,
can
dare I say, it's not
reach
amazing by any
those
stretch
heights,
of the imagination.
you
but
kind of have to
I
try it
think
over and
it's
over again to
better
get the
than
right
the
one.
AI, and that was the
right
entire
take.
goal to begin with.
That's why people who are actual singers, that's where the skill lies. You can just sing things perfectly in one take. Anyone else, even though your voice can technically do it, you're gonna have to do like 25 takes before you get the one that actually fits. God damn, how is he so good at this? Oh god damn it, I just realized YouTube is about to just fuck me up for watching this video. I should have thought of that. Oh, there's gonna be claims. Far out. VODs. Elon's Musky Crack. Damn, that's a good name. And yes, he probably does have a very musky crack. I believe that. I've seen those photos of him with on vacation on the yacht with that pale skin and that chubby bod of his. He's not a good-looking man. You noticed their name as you read it? It's a good one. Hey, did you see that that Has Been Hotel pilot? The one, the cartoon about the hotel in hell. It's getting a series for real on Amazon Prime. They'd released the trailer for season 1. Yeah, here it is. R-rated animated musical comedy set in hell. Hell yeah. Pun. I wasn't intending that to be a pun. I'm sorry. What is it about? I've actually seen a trailer for the pilot a little while back, but I never actually watched the pilot. Has Been Hotel follows Charlie Morningstar, the princess of hell, as she pursues her seemingly impossible goal of rehabilitating demons to peacefully reduce overpopulation. It's actually a pretty good concept. Also, good commentary on the world as it is now, where most people, the majority of people, are going to hell. To show and people like it. Yeah, I remember watching clips and trailers of the original pilot, but never getting around to seeing the actual thing. But now it's actually been picked up. We'll watch it.
Well, hello there, you wayward sinner. Do you like blood, violence, and depravity of a sexual nature?
Yes.
Oh, Daddy,
What's happening?
Do you really expect me to memorize this whole script?
Of course you
Oh, they're
do.
making
That's
porn.
why you're in hell. What would you say if I told you there was a place to stay that had none of that? Welcome to the Has Been Hotel. Your last desperate attempt at salvation
What?
starts
This?
here.
I might be calling myself out here.
What do you think?
I'm sorry, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
But is it just me, or is the main character in this really attractive?
To convince heaven the people of hell can be redeemed.
Hi, mister.
Look how gorgeous she is. She's adorable.
You ever wanted something that was so clear in your mind that you could taste it?
You're gonna help sinners?
Fucking hilarious!
It's a feeling like a rumbling in
What's
your
with the
gut.
blush on her
Just hope
cheeks?
What I'm trying to do here will work.
Are you fucking high?
Here, hold this.
The clown blush. It disappeared for a frame then. I saw it. The blush dots vanished.
We got 24 hours before the extermination begins. Let's get to work.
And although I kind of feel unsteady, now I need to be ready for this.
They're gonna fucking die. They're gonna die.
You can't die if you're in hell though, right? Because you're already dead. So you can kill and mutilate and everything just stays alive. Oh, they got a cast from Broadway. That's pretty decent. They got real voices. Keith David as well.
It's time I remind everyone why I'm here.
Is that Satan?
I really hope that I'm ready for this.
Nice.
I'm a bad man who never
Good job,
got
Vivian.
enough hugs. Where's an innocent kid I can sell crack to? Who wrote this?
It's great, right? Keep going.
She's very attractive. I don't know why I'm crushing on this cartoon so hard. She's a cootie patootie. Also, did you notice that the boroughs of hell are laid out like a pentagram? Wait. Ooh. Was that some girl on girl? Wait. Where did I see that? There's Satan. I'm guessing. There. Oh. Maybe the main character is a lesbian demoness. Ooh. 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 Where was that? There it is. Wait. There. Bam. Straight up pentagram suburbs. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I love the concept, and I love musicals too, so it's all good. She's pretty. I think it's makeup. I think because she considers herself like a proprietor of a hotel, and there's a bit of showbiz involved, like, you know, like a Basil Fawlty kind of approach, that she like does more garish makeup when she's on the job, with the fake blush, but they're a bit too strong. Look at her cootie patootie. Day of the Dead style. I feel like it might be too late. Like, how do you rehabilitate characters that are already in hell? Like, I mean, you know, whatever. It's a good concept. Let them be. I want to watch that. I don't know any of the names aside from Keith David, but I'm guessing most of them are off Broadway. Like I was saying before. Emmy-nominated Andrew Underberg. Platinum-certified artist Sam Haft. So they've got actual names. And this was envisioned by like one person. Where's her name? There. Vivian Medrano. She came up with it, pitched it on YouTube, and now she's getting an Amazon Prime series with a cast made up of people on Broadway. That's a success story right there. You gotta feel good about that. Dope. Okay. All right. Let's keep it animated. Kung Fu Panda 4 has got a trailer. How about that? I think I've seen them all, but I can't remember because I think I started to get a little bored. I don't mind Kung Fu Panda, but I felt like it already outstayed its welcome, and I don't know how it already got a number 4. Whatever, just give Jack Black a paycheck. Whatever keeps Jack paid. You've only seen the first 2. I'm pretty sure I've seen all 3, but I just don't remember anything in number 2. And all I remember of number 3 is the team that had Jackie Chan as like the praying mantis and fucking Angelina Jolie as the tiger, and you know, like all of them. No, Seth Rogen was the praying mantis. Jackie Chan was like the monkey or something. You remember the second one being hype? Was the second one the peacock, voiced by what's his name? They've had good villains. The villains have always been pretty tight. And I think the third movie was... It was that white tiger guy in the first one, peacock in the second one. I think the third one was some kind of crane. I don't know, whatever. Let's watch the trailer for number 4. Just do it. These all blend together too much, man.
To take the next step.
I just lost interest.
I'm not going to be the dragon warrior anymore?
You will advance to spiritual leader of the Valley of Peace.
Inner peace.
Is that a manta ray?
Keep your surf off my turf! Dinner, please. Dinner with peas in a sesame soy glaze. This is not working at all.
Ooh.
Thailand. Big fan.
Well, there's the bad guy from the first movie.
Once I possess the kung fu of every master villain,
Oh, interesting.
no one will dare question my
Sorry, I
power.
freaked out when I heard Seven Nation Army then.
Dragon Warrior.
Who's that?
The most powerful shape-shifting sorceress, the Chameleon.
How do I find this?
Hey, Chameleon's a cool villain. She's gonna steal people's martial
I'm
arts
gonna lead you right to
mojo.
her front door.
I just want to hear more of this Seven Nation remix.
Then we'll just have to get an army.
Hilarious.
of our
Back to music.
What is this place?
own. The best crooks and criminals live here.
You're a wanted criminal?
You sound surprised. Is it surprising?
Now you kids be careful of those fireworks.
Violence makes our tummies tingle.
Okay, you guys stole that from the Mario movie. Little children that are super like bleak and violent sounding.
Warrior, it's who I am. Skadoosh. What do I know about being a spiritual leader?
What is it you're holding? A cookie? You were chosen to become something more than you already are.
Isn't that already the plot of all the Kung Fu Pandas?
How should we do this?
He's still,
Quick and
there's still
painless?
new layers to him being a chosen one.
Or slow and painful.
Yeah, they're definitely just doing the Luma, the baby Luma from Mario Brothers.
Chameleon.
We're not so different, you and I.
So Aquafina is a little fox.
Stand back. I'm gonna kick my butt.
Oh my god. It's alright. Oh god. Now I feel self-conscious. Can't believe they got me with a fart joke. Oh, that's embarrassing. It was a stupid joke as well. It wasn't even clever. It was just a little poot. Why'd I laugh at that? I'm not giving the movie points for that. I'm not. I refuse. Every movie seems like a rehash of his goofiness and clumsiness becoming something he has to overcome. It really is the same plot every time, but somehow the movies still do fine regardless. And I do remember what you were I do remember what you were talking about in the second film. Doesn't he learn Tai Chi? Like one of the big character arcs of the second film was him. Basically, it's not just him unbecoming clumsiness; it's him surpassing clumsiness with the concept of Tai Chi, being able to move like water, being so smooth with it that you can basically redirect the energy of a cannonball and send it flying back. Which, by the time he's done that, the third and fourth movie shouldn't have existed, because now that he's not only the chosen one and gotten over his clumsiness in the first movie, the second one he surpasses it by becoming good enough to do Tai Chi and redirect energy flow. So at this point, there's nothing left. There's no character arc left for Poe. Oh yeah, the panda family. That's right. It seems like the thing that they're really leaning on with the last movie, with this movie, is the next phase of his life, he has to walk away from the Dragon Warrior stuff and become like Shifu, I guess. He has to pass it down and take a step back. So he's probably going to be training the Aquafina, the fox. But also, they've got a chameleon nemesis that's going to steal the kung fu powers from the main bosses of the past three films. So the final boss of this movie is going to have the martial arts ability of every villain from every previous movie, which makes it even more of like a recap. I mean, it sounds formidable, but at the same time, it's like it's the ultimate in recap storytelling. I don't know. There's some interesting things going on in there, but it doesn't change my mind about Kung Fu Panda being kind of just okay. I've just, like, lost interest generally. If it came on and I didn't have to pay for it, and I would probably watch it, but I'm not, like, super excited or anything. Whatever. Whatever. It's my United States or whatever. Oh. They released the first proper trailer for Mr. and Mrs. Smith, the reboot. Sorry, I've got a lolly in my mouth still. And it's very sour. Any other route they could go with it would be super serious. It's only marketable it's a family film. That's what I mean. It's done what it can do. They have to move on already. They're just like retreading water now. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by this. I was intrigued when they revealed there was going to be a reboot of Mr. and Mrs. Smith with Childish Gambino. What's his name? Donald Glover. I forget who the female lead is. I've completely forgotten. But I did not know it was a TV show. It says season 1. This is the first I've heard of this. I thought this was a movie. I did not know they were going episodic with it. Which I guess is good, in a way. Because we don't need another Mr. and Mrs. Smith movie, but a TV show has a different pace and vibe, so that could be interesting. Childish Gambino is Mr. Smith? Yes, basically Donald Glover is the new Brad Pitt. He's a more comedic actor with a much smaller body type. So I'm not sure if immediately off the bat I buy him as a super spy. And whoever the actress was, I guess, turned out to be super forgettable because I don't even remember who it was. But the one thing I'm intrigued by is the fact that it's a TV show. I think that's enough of a difference to do something different with it, to differentiate it from the movie, you know what I mean? Otherwise, it's the same old shit. We don't want that. Oh, she's Asian?
So,
I mean, he looks cool.
this your first time in New York?
Should we be asking each other that?
So she doesn't look like a spy either.
Have you ever killed anyone?
Maybe that's the point.
No. Not really.
Really?
No.
Like a good spy wouldn't look like a spy. You wouldn't look like someone that you'd expect to be an international man of mystery. Like if you saw Henry Cavill... Okay, sorry, I'm going to pause this for a second. If you saw Henry Cavill or a Brad Pitt, you'd be like, hey, that guy could be a super spy. But if you really were a super spy, you wouldn't want the super spy to be a person that would make people say that. You'd want it to be someone that you wouldn't give a shit about. Which I think is what raises the realistic... I mean, I'm not going to say realism because it's a bit stupid, but... Remember the movie Spy with Jason Statham and Melissa McCarthy? Melissa McCarthy, completely unironically, is a great choice for a spy. Because when you see Melissa McCarthy walking around in public in her, like, you know, baggy dress or whatever, goofing around, she looks like someone's mum or some kind of Karen that's basically going down to Whole Foods to buy, you know, vegetables for her fam. No one would ever suspect the Melissa McCarthy. You'd be looking at the Angelina Jolie and you'd be going, she could be a super spy. She could be Lara Croft. Whereas, you know, the person who's actually hacking your system is Melissa McCarthy off to the side with her trolley full of Whole Foods vegetables. It's actually genius. So I like her casting for it now. Because she looks like a normal Asian chick I'd see walking around the streets of Sydney. It's like Mall Cop, you never suspect Kevin James. I would never suspect Kevin James of being a super spy. I would suspect him of being a mall cop because that's exactly what all mall cops look like. Let's just say some chubby dude that couldn't make it in the real police force and is in a position where they have literally no power except to ask people to politely stop, but then can't even arrest them if they don't listen. They have to call the real police at that point.
I should be clear, I'm not in this for the romance.
About the love he brings to me.
What is it that you two do?
This seems different.
We're computer software engineers.
This seems different in a good way. Oh my god, Paul Dano? The Riddler's here?
How's the intimacy between the two of you?
Hot.
I'm scared.
I like this. It's selling me.
What do you think happens if we fail?
Our marriage?
Our mission.
And he'll be there.
No, I'm impressed. That took me by surprise. You know why this succeeds? It's not an over-the-top, sexy action Hollywood action movie that the Brad Pitt Jolie movie was. This actually looks like a more grounded, serious, realistic take on what actually it might be like for two married spies to have to deal with their marriage and also their job at the same time. Because, like, that looked like a drama. There was no silly over-the-top action shit going on there. Like, there are scenes in that which actually made the action look not sexy, but, like, unfortunate. Is it his first lead role ever? That's crazy. I feel like he should have had other lead roles by now. Do you know what I mean, though? Like, the scenes in that suggested action or, like, any kind of spy violence, it depicted it like it was a bad thing, not a sexy thing that we're there to see, like, as a fun, over-the-top, expensive action movie. Like, there's a scene where that scene where they're covered in blood, they actually look a little bit depressed and traumatized by it. It wasn't playing it up as comedy, even though I still chuckled. The scene where they're, like, racing away in the car from something, and what's that actor's name that was in the first Transformers? He played a government agent. You know what I'm talking about? He's in a bunch of oh, John Turturro. There's a shot in that trailer of John Turturro in the back of the car, and he's hiding in the back seat as they're racing away from something. And he looks genuinely frightened, and he says, I think all he says is, "I'm scared."
I'm scared.
There. Like, this is not being played for comedy. And this is not being played for, look how cool and fun the action is. It actually seems like it's going to play up how dangerous their jobs are. And the drama of that. And how it's actually not a cool thing. And how it's going to, like, strain their marriage. I love this. This has every chance. As far as reboots go, this is a very rare thing to happen. But this has every chance of being better than the Brad Pitt Jolie movie. And they've got an entire season worth of TV series to stretch it out and make it work, to really explore it. And the comments are good. The first comment, Donald's turtlenecks deserve a supporting actor credit. I did count at least 3 turtlenecks. Both white, black, and grey. I like seeing Donald Glover in more serious roles. I feel like he's going to kill it. Agreed. I cannot believe he's never had a lead role till now. That's bizarre. That's disgusting. I think part of my interest in this is also because I didn't actually have any... I had no optimism about this at all. I'd written it off like just a trashy, let's just remake whatever we can get our hands on. They've done a good job here. Good job. You do need to evolve content. That's a problem that a lot of reboots have. They just remake the thing, but it ends up being the worst version of the first one. A reboot should evolve a property. You need to somehow do it differently to make the actual doing of it worthwhile. Look at The Lion King. The only thing that was different about The Lion King was the art style used. They did CGI, realistic-looking lions. Only difference. Wasn't enough. The fact that the rest of the movie was basically a carbon copy of the original Lion King, all it did was highlight how inferior the new Lion King was in comparison. If you're going to do it, do something different with it. Surprise us. Evolve it. Perfect it. Reboot something that's shit. Don't take things that are great, that people love, that are classics. Reboot something that sucked and didn't work. And then change it enough to actually make it work. Fix it. Those are the best reboots. Best of both worlds. Yeah, see, the thing that I am excited about with the Mr. and Mrs. Smith is the tonally different part of it. The fact that the tone is completely flipped. It's not fun, sexy Hollywood action. It's, no, this is like a real job with real violence that is not good for them. And they know this, and they're struggling with it. Like, that's awesome. That's a great take. Yeah, the original was, I guess what you'd call like a sexy Hollywood fantasy. It was an excuse to see Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie be sexy and cool together. Nothing more. It was basically fat material. And it's good fat material. Like, it's a fine popcorn action flick, but there's no real substance to it. It is what it is. This actually looks like it has substance. That's what's got me G'd up for that. The problem is the meta surrounding people talking about reboots is unfortunately the opposite of what I just talked about. Spy double-crossing was a fun mechanic. Yeah, I mean, that's the best thing it had going for it, was they're both spies, they both don't realize it, and when they do, shit hits the fan, they fight each other, they fuck, and then they team up. All, you know, fun shits and giggles. Interestingly enough, you'll notice that in that trailer we just saw for the Donald Glover version, there is no suggestion of any plot point of them not knowing that they're spies and turning on each other. The entire trailer suggests that they both know that they're spies from the beginning, and they're trying to make that kind of relationship work from the start. That's a pretty big shakeup. That's worthy of a reboot. I'll accept this. Here's a good example. Snow White. The discourse of a Snow White on the internet, on Twitter, is very negative. It's very toxic. And it's largely wrapped around all the things that sound different about it. Every time we hear something new about Snow White that's something different from the original Snow White cartoon, it's more ammunition for people online to basically tar and feather and roast it, which I think is the wrong attitude, because these things have to be different. There's no point in rebooting it if you're not going to do something with it. So when I hear something about Snow White that's not like the original cartoon, I'm intrigued. I'm like, okay, in my head, I'm building some kind of expectation of what it's actually going to be like instead. And that's what fascinates me. I don't want to watch the original Snow White word for word, moment for moment, beat for beat, just in live action instead of cartoon, because that's boring. I've seen the original Snow White cartoon. I know how that movie goes. And to be honest, it sucks. Original Snow White is the worst Disney movie out of all of them. It's the one that pioneered the new era of Disney animation with the rotoscoped human movement and stuff. And that is what gave us the better movies, like Little Mermaid, like Beauty and the Beast, like Aladdin, etc. Keep adding on to that. Those wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Snow White as the experimental first one out of the gate. And it's good that it exists for the sake of that experiment, of getting that animation style correct, so we can get better movies. But Snow White itself, from a story perspective, it's a piece of shit movie. It's like, it's not good. It sucks. The main character, the titular main character, has no agency in the entire film. She does fucking nothing except for run around and get pushed around by every other character and then dies halfway through. And then some other random piece of shit shows up at the end that decides to stick its tongue in a corpse and then magically brings her back to life, even though that's not established as a mechanic. No one knew that kissing her body was going to bring her back to life, but it does anyway. and we don't question why the prince saw a dead chick and thought to, like, make out with it? And who the fuck is the prince? Some person that's not even a person in the plot? He just shows up at the end of the movie and sees a dead chick? Like, who the fuck is this? He's not a character. Snow White gets thrown out of home by the queen for being jealous. She has no idea what's going on. She just gets thrown out of the home, doesn't know why. Runs around in the forest singing to animals because she doesn't know what else to fucking do with herself. Because, you know, she's very one note. Gets picked up by a bunch of dudes. They look after her. She hangs out singing to animals. And then the queen's like, fuck, she's still around? Alright, bet. Shows up, kills her. Kills the dead shit. Takes a poison apple off the most sinister looking lady that has ever existed. And then spends the second half of the movie dead. I'm not even there. Snow White sucks. So, this is what pisses me off about the internet. Everyone's hating on this new Snow White and calling it woke or whatever for the ways it's changing its plot, or for whatever Rachel Ziegler said in some interview and all this stuff. Every single one of these examples that these people use as reasons for why they think this movie is shit and that's worth dogpiling on makes the movie sound better than the original Snow White. Because the original, people seem to forget the original Snow White is fucking nonsense. And if you're going to make new Snow White, your challenge is to make the shit movie actually good, which means you have to change a lot. Please, for the love of God, change it as much as possible. Because I don't want to see no original Snow White in live action. I want to see some new hotness. So when Rachel Ziegler gives the interview where she's like, oh yeah, they changed it all up and the prince is not even an important character, doesn't even need to be there, and like she has more agency and all blah 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 blah. Everyone's like, oh look at, like, she should be cancelled. What a woke bitch, and what a, you know, scumbag for coming out and tarring and feathering such a classic. How dare she get cast as Snow White? She should be fired. It's like, she is talking the real shit right now. You thought the original was quite tame? The original what? Snow White? I mean, the original's a whole bunch of nothing. It's tame is an understatement. I don't get it. Like, everything that Rachel Ziegler has said that people roast her for is her spitting facts and fire, as far as I'm concerned. And you know what else is crazy about it? It's not even her opinions. She is an actress that's on the red carpet selling someone else's movie. She got hired as an actress. She didn't write the script. She didn't direct the film. She got told what to do, and then she relates what the film's all about and what the attitudes of the filmmakers are on the red carpet to sell it. So she's getting tarred and feathered for what's essentially the attitudes of the production company and the directors and the writers. And everyone's putting the blame on her for what they hate about, what they think they hate about this new Snow White, because no one's fucking seen it. I don't get it. No, because she's a bit sassy, the way she talks about it on the red carpet. Good. We like sassy chicks. Where you want some boring personality-less chick that only does what the mans tell her, and then stands in the background and only speaks when spoken to. Fuck that shit. Sometimes you gotta just ignore that stuff. Here's the problem. I can ignore that stuff. Rachel Ziegler can't ignore that stuff. I have to sit here. I live on the internet. I see everything that happens. I'm on Twitter all the time. I'm on everything all the time. I have to sit here and feel bad for people like her because their life is being made miserable by a million men on the internet calling her a bitch and a cunt and a piece of shit for basically just telling the internet, the world, the interviewer, what the film she got hired to be in is about. And maybe she was kind of happy and sassy about it when she was talking about it, you know, keeping high spirits. And then people say that's an example of why she's a obnoxious bitch, is that attitude. And it's like, no, she's just being chipper. She's been having a little bit of sass. But like, it's hard to ignore that stuff because the people that are being affected by it can't ignore it. So it pisses me off. And it's because I'm already a person that's constantly pissed off by the level of toxicity that I have to constantly see on the internet around the things that I love. Movies, video games, you know, some small level of politics, whatever. I constantly see things that I'm like, this literally makes my eyeball twitch. Like, I want to punch someone in the jaw. Because there's some real stupid cunts out there that have to constantly like drag people through the mud for just trying their hardest to do the right thing or do good work. But they'll label something some dumb shit like woke or whatever because of some really basic element that isn't even important, because they're just looking for things to attach their agendas to, and it just drives me crazy. What did you give to me, Sham? What's this link? Sorry, I've had this up on screen, but I've been ranting. The greatest worst Zelda game ever created. Cheers of the Kingdom. Thanks to Manscaped for sponsoring today's video. Have you heard of Manscaped, Sham? They're a pubic hair shaving company. I know about Manscaped because I listen to Kevin Smith's podcasts and YouTube videos. And him and Mark Bernardin regularly get sponsored by Manscaped. Also Blue Chew. Kevin Smith gets a lot of sponsorship from a company called Blue Chew, which is basically a form of gum that helps you with erectile dysfunction. Kevin Smith peddles boner pills on his podcast. It's great. I so related that hard, though. Like, if a boner pill company came to me and wanted me to sponsor their shit, I would so be all over that. That's so funny to me. And they'd probably send you free samples as well. You can bet your ass I would take a free sample just alone in my house just to see what it would be like. And then end up with a boner for like the next 12 hours that I can't do anything about. I'm going to have to stream with it pushing up my desk. But like, please just don't ask me to lower the camera because I can't get rid of it. You remember Auntie Donna clowning on Manscaped? The shit was so funny. Yeah, you hear Manscaped a lot nowadays. They seem to get around. Manscaped, Blue Chew, and Diet Smoke is another one I've seen a lot. Have you heard of Diet Smoke? They did 3 fake Manscaped ads in a row. You know what'd be actually funny is if they actually are sponsored by Manscaped, but their fake ads that they do as comedy are just like their actual sponsorship. Yeah, Diet Smoke is like gummies that contain THC, like the nicotine vape when it's used as a flavored stick. I mean, they probably have more products than that, but the product I often see sponsored on other people's like YouTubes and podcasts and stuff, you might be right. The thing that you just said might be part of their product line, but their main product that I see like them talk about in the sponsorships all the time is like, it's basically like a gummy or a mint or a stick of gum or whatever, but it contains like the same shit that's in marijuana, so you basically get high out of just chewing a lolly. It's an edible. So, like, I don't know why I didn't just use the term edible. That would have been a lot easier. But I've seen that. I've seen that a lot. I probably wouldn't sponsor that one. I would definitely sponsor the Manscaped, and I would sponsor the boner pills, because I would use Manscaped kind of products because I love staying nice and neat down there. And I find the boner pill thing just too funny. I would love to sponsor something like that. But I wouldn't sponsor the Diet Smoke stuff. I would say no to that if it was up to me. Because I don't take stuff like that. So I feel like that's the kind of thing where I feel like it would be hypocritical to use it as a sponsor just to make money when it's not something that I would ever use. I'm not a big fan of that idea of sponsoring things that you would never yourself touch. I think that's weird. You have to be able to stand by the things that you allow yourself to sponsor. That's what I'm saying. You're being a menace in your Skyrim playthrough? Pickpocketing everyone in their sleep? Ordinator has a pickpocketing skill where if you want to plant a coin on someone, you do 100% extra damage and crit against them. Perfect for one-shot bow kills. I would like to do a Skyrim stream series one day. But if I did it, I will do the VR version, since that's the version that most people seem to have least experience with. So at least you get something different out of it. Ultima looks fucking crazy. I can't wait to see what the next Elder Scrolls will look like, because they've already announced that it's underway. Like, how are they going to surpass on Skyrim? It's going to have to look beastly. Your PC might be able to run it. Maybe. I haven't really run into anything yet that my PC struggled with. But it's not exactly the newest PC anymore, so I'd be curious to see how far I can push it. Cyberpunk will be a good test. If I can get Cyberpunk on PC one day, I would like to run it through its paces and see how high on the specs I can get away with. I feel like out of anything, Cyberpunk might be the one where I'll have to pull it back a bit, because I've yet to find a game where I've needed to do that out of everything I've played. With the exception of some games that are just poorly designed to the point where they fuck with your computer. Do you remember Visage? I don't know if you were around for Visage, Sham. Visage is the first-person horror game that I played for 2 streams last year at some point. You might have missed those ones. I can't remember who was around for that. I think at least Minx might have stopped by, because she loves those kind of games. And I do think I recall her clipping me twice, embarrassing myself. You do remember Visage? Yeah, Visage was an interesting... I could play Visage on max specs, but Visage had some other problem where it would literally, for some reason, it would shut off my video card and then crash the whole computer. And I had to make some very specific change in the settings. It wasn't a effects, it wasn't a visuals quality setting, it was something else, but there was something I read in a forum that was like, if you change this, the memory dumping problem that causes the video card to kill itself might not occur, and then we got away with playing the whole thing fine. But that was weird. I've never seen that happen before. Occasionally you do have games that like fuck with your PC. There has been at least one other game that fucked with my PC, but not in the same way, where it like shuts the whole thing off. I can't remember what it was, though. I'll have to think about that.
When it comes to video games, Zelda and I have always gotten together like
Look
Sonic
at Mr.
and
Green
autism.
Screen fucking green screen tracking over here.
Just something magical about this series that's resonated with me and millions
With
of
the
other
shadow as well?
neurodivergents only for the...
Oh, go off, editor.
Oh, sick, thanks. Only for it to become one of the most important franchises in like the history of video games.
Can I just point out as an editor that this guy's actually doing the most right now. A lot of the things we're seeing right now are multiple layers of not easy to accomplish. He's green screened himself out at the angle required for the shot, so it's been pre-planned. He's motion tracked into the shot, which means he's using After Effects camera tracking to layer himself in and have him actually stick with the level of zoom and perspective and motion to the spot. He's created a fake shadow, which means he's taking the green screen plate of himself and he's turning that into a mask comp to fake the editing of that shadow and then layering it at the right angle based on the other shadows around him for the direction the sun's in. And he's rotoscoping things moving in front of him. See this bit here? Every single frame of this, he has to rotoscope this Goron out along the line of his body. Every single frame of this. Look, he fucked up right there. Where my mouse is, where I'm circling. He's got a little bit of his shoulder sticking over the Goron, but then in the next one... Okay. Pretty good, though. Like, you literally have to draw this line around this Goron every single frame. Until this part's easy because he's just fully covered. But then once he gets the other side, you have to redraw the rotoscope line to reveal him again. Right here, where his feet... There he comes. The fuck, man? Dude. And he's doing multiple shots of this too, in a row. Hold up.
Oh, sick, thanks. Only for it to become one of the most important franchises in like the history of video games. Seriously, get a piss sample from any of your favorite titles and you're guaranteed...
Yeah, dude, like, every single one of these shots, he's given himself a hard job. Like, you got a rotoscope around this vendor right here to make this escapist web window appear behind it in the distance. The guy photoshopped the shadow too. Yeah, that's what I was just saying, Lemmy. The shadow in this shot specifically, I was telling Sham about just a second ago. You have to take this. I've done this before. You have to take the comp of this green screen of him, and you have to basically do like a mask. You have to do a mask comp to create the shadow out of this, and then do it at the right angle for the sun. It gets you off. It's not actually. It's the opposite. Whenever I see stuff like this, it makes me sweat, because as someone who's done a lot of difficult editing stuff for my job, like, I have literally spent like 2 months rotoscoping in a music video. And when I see stuff like that in other people's videos, it makes me go pale and start sweating, because I can see the amount of work required and it stresses me out.
Games. Seriously, get a piss sample from any of your favorite titles and you're guaranteed to find Zelda ancestry somewhere within its DNA. Whether that's you locking onto shit, seeing a day-or-night cycle, or being in an open world, that all goes back to Zelda. This series is everywhere, and it's so beloved that its own logo became like a whole-ass dog whistle between gamers to identify each other, and it still is to this day. And if you're still somehow not convinced, this one game alone in the franchise...
Dude. You know what else I just noticed? Look at this edge work on his green screen. He's actually put like a soft glow around his edge to like simulate the light on his body in this scene standing next to Link. There's a soft light glow around his body, around the edge. It's because he's silhouetted against the sky. Like, you get a bit of light bleed off him. You appreciate the little drop shadow he has in some shots, like the ones with Zelda's tat photos. Yeah, there's another... God damn, stutter. He has an unnecessary amount of detail with elements you don't expect to have detail. Do you reckon he does this himself, or do you reckon he has an editor? Let's see. Credits. Outro music, title card. Link to thumbnail. Last minute Fred Durst hat model. I'm not seeing an editor. I think he did it himself. Puts more detail in one shot than Bethesda put in the entirety of Starfield. He definitely puts in more effort than is required from a YouTube commentator. There's plenty that don't put in that amount of effort and get more views.
The franchise practically spawned the video essay.
I think he edits
Zelda
it.
isn't even a video.
Any YouTuber that has editors that puts their stuff together for them, they always link them in the description.
Video game. Zelda is video games. However, despite its massive fan base,
like if you look at Call Me Kevin, if you look at Markiplier, if you look at Jacksepticeye, they've all got editors in their description. That's how they manage to put out so much content, because they focus more on filming it while someone else in the background gets it done.
after Zelda's introduction into the third dimension, the franchise would really struggle to meet Nintendo's internalized sales metrics, to the point where they were this close to putting the entire series on ice. Mainly because Nintendo just can't get out of their own way when it comes to business decisions, and I made a whole video on this over here. But 20 years after Ocarina of Time's release, we would witness this franchise drop its most successful and ambitious
I feel like every gamer that
ever,
does YouTube essays has now made a video about how
generating
Nintendo are kind of assholes
in revenue.
When it comes to how they treat their fans.
That's like $1 million. Breath of the Wild reviewed phenomenally well and would grow a cult following that would rival those of the people who like orbit Elon Musk reply tweets with like AI. It's fucking weird. This game was hailed as the second coming of Michael Jackson, and for good reason. However, people started to notice that there was something kind of off about this game. And if you had anything to say in the matter, you could go ahead, come right up here. Yeah, mic's on. At the time, to say anything negative about this game was considered blasphemy. But just because you make something unspeakable, it doesn't make opinions go away. They just go underground where they can fester and echo, and that's exactly what happened
perspective shifting
here.
a little bit, but it's fine.
A lot of it started to make sense. People started grumbling about the dungeons in the game, kind of sucking
Kadakuris?
dick. People were frustrated with the aggressive weapon degradation, the lack of substantial cities, bosses, things to explore,
this is manly
rewards,
reviews.
and all the other same things we've heard 1,000 times before in every other YouTube video. I have seen dead horses.
Oh,
beat
it's somebody
more
else
than
that does the same kind of videos?
But fuck it, one more swing can't hurt, because you're gonna hear me say it all again. But then all of a sudden, the fastest 6 years of our lives fly by, and Nintendo's already teasing us with Tears of the Kingdom, the new big-ass Zelda game coming to console, although it's rumored to have the same exact world from Breath of the Wild, and for a game franchise that fundamentally relies on adventuring and exploring, isn't really checking off that whole, like, adventuring and exploring box. Worse yet, the whole new Zazzy edition of Sky Islands isn't really helping the whole, trust me bro, it's not DLC allegations, which at this point are spreading like grass fire. And worse yet, the last game to have Sky Islands kind of fucked those up.
When did he
too,
make
so
this?
People are
Was it
rightfully
before or
asking
after
each other,
this game came out?
what the fuck is this game? See, to some people,
It
they
is
saw
nuts
Tears
and
of the
bolts.
Kingdom and thought it was either
I
a
love nuts and
sequel to
bolts.
Breath of the Wild or just a DLC expansion. It's actually
You're
neither
looking
of
for a
those
legitimate
things.
review,
In
you're not gonna
reality,
get it from
this game
Kadakus.
has completely
Well, those
and
are the better
utterly
kind of
replaced
videos.
one of the
It's
greatest
better when
selling
people fuck
Nintendo
around and
games
just
of
make
all time, while
jokes
somehow
out of
making
things
the
rather
original
than
feel like an
serious
early
reviews.
access rough draft with
Because
more
they don't really
wiggle
need
lines and their
serious
own
reviews.
scripts.
Like, we're gonna play what we're
Granted,
gonna play
it's far from
regardless.
perfect. Trust me, you're gonna see me lose my shit in a minute. But this thing is almost everything
Oh
Breath
my
of the
God.
Wild should have been, complete with some of the most impressive gameplay mechanics I've seen in the last 10 years of gaming, while somehow running off the hardware of like an iPhone 6.
I need
How
a-
does it do this?
I need
What does it
chips.
fix? What does it definitely not fix? Is it truly as bad as all these other YouTubers are saying, or are they all just smoking crack? To answer these
Sorry for
questions,
making
we're gonna have to
crinkly
give this
sounds.
thing a little bit of... The year is 2017. Nintendo's finally released their highly anticipated first open world Zelda game since like the Precambrian era, and you can even take it on the go. At the very same time, I was about to go on my first ever international tour with my band. So don't shut up about that enough. Where I'd be living out of a bus for the next 2 months with nothing to do. I needed this thing in my life and would chase after it like a white girl during an Adderall shortage, okay? I must have spent the amount of money of like a third world country's GDP to get my hands on a freshly scalped Switch and a copy of Breath of the Wild. I get on the road, I boot it up.
I still haven't
and about
opened my
30
Switch, by
hours
the
of
way.
gameplay later, I come to the conclusion that
It's in the cupboard. I've
I'm
yet
not
to
having
open the
fucking
box
fun.
even once.
What is wrong
we should
with
do it on
me?
stream
I'm over here
someday.
questioning my entire
Do an
identity.
unboxing
Like, I
of
can
the
quote,
Switch.
like, every Zelda dubstep rap and Smosh video to date. Do I even enjoy Zelda games anymore? Did something change within me from like the 6 years between Skyward Sword and Breath of the Wild that made me some like miserable, jaded asshole who no longer enjoys fun? Nah. I just don't like my shit breaking 24/7.
Not really a console guy. I'm an everything guy.
To me, the entire game felt a
I like to have
mile
everything.
wide, but an inch deep, making me feel like a bit of a dumbass for coming into this thing with my scuba gear. Don't get me wrong, it's still a phenomenal game on many levels. Hell, the combat alone smokes like fucking anything in the series. But at the time, I didn't feel that grand adventure. I felt directionless
MP4.
and apathetic. Anytime I found cool shit in the wilderness, it would always break on me, only to be replaced with twigs and pot lids, disincentivizing me from even
wonder if I've ever
enjoying the
seen one of
game's
his
great
videos before
combat.
and just didn't
But
realize.
what's worse than all of that, I still can't remember a single room from any of the
The
dungeons.
Kadakuris
I
guy.
can't remember a single shrine out of the 120 that were
I
in
spent
the
a lot of
game.
time on
And worst
YouTube,
of
so
all,
I wouldn't be
I
surprised
still
if I've
don't even
accidentally come
remember
across
the
this
plot
video
of the
before and
game.
just didn't realize who he was.
Aside from that one cutscene of Zelda's ass.
Her butt.
Nailed that one. No Zelda game has done this to me, and never before have I felt such a strong compulsion to want to check my phone throughout the entirety of this game. And it turns
Why
out
is this whole
a lot
phone
of core
Scooby-Doo
Zelda
toilet?
fans felt the same exact way. Why is that, you ask? Because at the heart of
Pandering-
it, Breath of the
pandering
Wild
to
is the
YouTube.
exact opposite of the core Zelda approach
YouTube
that we've
fans.
all grown familiar with over the last
Very
30
distinct
years.
editing style.
Trading its more linear epic
Cool.
journeys and intimate locales for a much more minimalistic yet freely expansive world. Weirdly enough, I actually replayed the game on the Switch, where I just turned off the weapon degradation and stamina, and I had a blast playing it on like a 36-hour drive on a much later tour. Because I don't shut up about those enough. Point being, I went into this game with good faith intentions, and it's just not what I and many other Zelda fans wanted out of the game. I bring this up to say, as a neutral party on Breath of the Wild, you can trust me when I say that Tears of the Kingdom, it's actually fucking gas! This thing is basically Breath of the Wild pack-a-punched in almost all of the right ways. Weapon degradation actually
he's
makes
actually
sense
positive
now. The
about
new
it?
building mechanics could be a full
I thought he was
price
gonna
game
roast it.
in and of itself. The reused world feels brand new to me because I've apparently forgotten all of it. This time around, the game actually has a story, and it's by far one of
actually
the
was
best
convinced he
in
was
the
about to
entire
roast this
series.
game.
Making me wonder, why the fuck
Plot twist.
isn't any of this shit in Breath of the Wild? That said, it's not perfect. There are just some fucking stupid ass decisions they made in this game that completely kneecap it from being a true 10 out of 10. But before we can get into the game itself, it is my genuine pleasure to announce the sponsorship of this video.
Manscaped.
I've been trying to get it for about 1.5 years now, which is Manscaped.
Manscaped.
The fuck is that logo? If you've been around the channel, then you know that I only take sponsored ad reads if I like the product and use it personally.
Yeah, I do Manscaped.
Or they just bribe me. But for the longest time, I remember hearing Manscaped thrown around through every YouTube ad and podcast bit, wondering if it's...
Okay, from now on, I'm going to need YouTubers to prove to me that they're all about the product. I want this man to drop his pants and show me that manscaping. I want to see the most neatly trimmed bush. I want to see the most immaculately manscaped cock and balls. I want that shit to be immaculately filmed. Like Denis Villeneuve film. The cresting veins. The hair follicles backlit with a golden light like it's dawn. Beads of sweat dripping off the shaft. Live demo. Go ham on it to show it won't cut your nuts off. That might go poorly. It's not a good look for the product if it actually did cut your nuts off because you were going ham.
Yeah, you know, like, that good. It's that good. I have used...
Here's a concept. If I ever get sponsored by Manscaped Sham, what if my sponsored ad read segment is me, like with a giant pair of balls that I've built out of paper mache with little hairs on it, and then I'll actually get the Manscaped shaver, and on camera, I'll just shave the giant paper mache nutsack that I built. Show you how it works. You think TOS would be okay with that? It's not going to be realistic balls, because I'm not that good at home, like, arts and crafts. In fact, I don't even know how I'd build that. That's a lot of paper mache to make a giant nutsack.
Exactly 3 different body trimmers, the same 3 that everyone steals from Walmart, and every time I wrap up down there, it always leaves me looking like I'm on my period. At least until I tried the Lawnmower 4.0. Actually, hold up, slight correction, I've taken so long in this video that they've managed to come out with the Lawnmower 5.0, which is somehow even better than the 4.0. This thing is insane. You can just straight up...
I'm not surprised he took this long in the video.
It's fucking great.
There's so much editing going on.
I tried to cut myself with this thing. I put the small scar they had in there, I took it point blank to my ship. It would not slice it. This thing was able to shave parts of me that...
He literally just said what you said, Sham. He actually tried to cut himself in the nutsack with the thing, and he couldn't pull it off. Is that your ad read? Mark Banana. No, it's Mark Banana's ad read.
I didn't even know I had.
Auntie Donna.
God, there's 2 of them. Now, Manscaped can be this giant PDF of all their talking points and their technology with their...
Oh, that reminds me. Did you see when I tagged you in that Auntie Donna post in the Discord? Hopefully I tagged the right Sham. I tagged the most recent one, because you have 2 accounts on there. I think you got locked out of your old one, or something like that. You might not have got the notification if I tagged the wrong Sham. But I'm pretty sure I did the right one, because it was the most recent one you've used Discord with, after the other one you couldn't access for some reason.
Ceramic coating, nanofiber, you don't care. For all I care,
anyway,
this
there's
thing
an
runs off
Auntie
of
Donna
soul
section
gems,
in
because
the
I swear to
Discord.
God, this thing is black magic.
You might not
It's
have
got
seen
a
it.
flashlight, it's waterproof, it's got a travel lock, good battery life. Get this, all right? It's got a wireless charger.
Cool.
Aside from like a Sonicare, I cannot think of a better investment than one of these things for your personal hygiene. If you click the link below and use my code MANLY, not only are they going to give you 20% off
Manly?
and free shipping, they're also throwing in a bunch of extra doodads and bullshit too, like this leather traveling case, a t-shirt, and like a fucking gun.
Underpants?
Thank you so much to Manscaped for actually sponsoring the video. I've been reaching out to you guys for years now. I am forever a lifelong fan, and I think you will be too. So with that said,
oh, is
back
this how a
onto
lot
the
of
video.
YouTubers get
Going
their
back to Tears
sponsorships?
of
They
the
actually
Kingdom.
reach
Unlike
out.
the first game, which just sort of had you
try
get
to get
up and
them,
go,
that have
this
just
time
come to
around
you.
it slows down the pace, where you're exploring the caves beneath Hyrule Castle with Zelda and a metric shit ton of hearts, while she just kind of rattles off exposition at a very Nintendo pace.
We'll keep going, with it coming up from beneath Hyrule Castle.
That's how you know a
Today, Junior?
In
a
any other game,
Nintendo
I'd
opening
normally
is going to be
enjoy this if
bullshit.
she didn't sound like she was
When you've already got all your
constantly on
equipment
the
and
verge of
hearts,
tears
you just know you're about to
of
lose
the
it all.
Kingdom. You continue spelunking
Metroid
around
style.
here with Zelda before you accidentally bump into and subsequently resurrect the game's newest and by far most badass villain, Dehydrated Ganon. Where the Master Sword
Sick.
completely snaps, Link loses an arm, and Zelda almost falls to her death before save scumming some prehistoric autosave.
Huh.
It would have to be one of the shortest refractory periods.
Don't think I didn't just see that. The hint at the bottom of the screen. Hint, Zelda's into butt stuff. I already knew that. I've seen that video on the hub. There's an animation of her being into that stuff, if you know what I mean.
It would have to be one of the shortest refractory periods in Zelda history. Ganon's just back again and more powerful than ever. He busts a nut so hard it sends half of Hyrule into the sky, causing chaos across the lands and spawning in a bunch of new Sky Islands. Some undisclosed time later, you wake up on the first of the Sky Islands only to find the game's pulled a Metroid on you, not only leaving you with the busted Master Sword,
hey, you referenced Metroid just like I did.
But you now have a bright new shiny green prosthetic right arm, which is going to be the source of all your powers. It's been gifted to us by this long-dead ancient goat bro named Raru, who's going to loosely guide us through the game's tutorial.
It was I that spoke to you earlier. That arm originally.
There's no way I could play this game without saying his name like Scooby-Doo every time.
Now give it back.
I'm sorry.
And right off the bat, I'm stoked they're finally adding in new species to this franchise instead of just recycling the same old fish, air, and rock people all over again. They even added in some new minorities this time around.
Ew.
Nice job. I always thought this game was at its best when it was adding in new fantasy-type characters like Twilight Princess and
hot bitches.
And the first thing I noticed just taking my first step off the Sky Island here is just how fucking good this game looks. Oh my god. Like, listen, I love shitting on
Nintendo are very
more than
good
anyone else here
at making graphics look good
Like,
despite the limitation of the hardware. Just through
despite
pure
only like
artistry.
2 frames per second, but you know.
Art design counts for a lot.
Man, look at this. Look at this sunset.
Nick, this and a Capri Sun, bro.
Now, upon visiting your very first shrine, you're granted with the game's major selling point, which are the glue mechanics. And look, I'll be honest, we all saw the advertisements for the new Ultra Hand mechanic, and I started to get a little bit nervous. Because within seconds of this game's release, everyone on the internet had seemed to already figure out how to make beings to surpass Metal Gear, whether that's slot machines, robots, autonomous mechs, that all have like freaking
it was more like they were making dicks.
Attacks. I love it. Meanwhile, I'm over here throughout the entirety of the game, still to this day trying to figure out which end of the fans suck or blow. I feel like I'm doing both. See, I personally am not a massive fan of the whole open world crafty game genre.
I am.
Aside from Minecraft. And I was
not a
worried
massive
that I'd be
fan,
missing
but
out
I
on a
dig
larger
it.
part of the experience of the game by not having an
I vibe.
engineering degree in thingamabobs and
fuck with
doodads. Not that I don't. It's pretty good at the blocks.
Nice green
but
screen,
the
bro.
crazy thing is, you don't need any of it. It is shockingly amazing just how intuitive the building mechanics are in this game, while still not sacrificing any of the complexity of the later puzzles.
You just play
And if you're
Jenga.
not convinced, you can break this game with just 2 fans and a steering stick, and what me and my friends like to call shit bike. God bless shit bike, man. This thing's gonna save you hours of just tedious bullshit, like all the pre-gaming to get to the dungeons. Oh my god, it's so... I'm gonna have myself. Anyways, once you've killed about 5 hours building random doodads and figuring out just how many ways you can fuck up building a boat, you'll eventually make your way to shrine number 2. It's here you'll find the game's second biggest mix-up here called the fuse mechanic, allowing Link to weld anything in his environment to whatever base weapon or shield he's holding. And I mean literally anything.
I think the
whether
fuse
that's a
mechanic is pretty
boulder,
funny, though.
Tree trunk, severed heads, limbs,
The fact that you can just make
dodge
stupid
joint,
shit.
fucking anything you want. This has to be one of the smartest decisions in this game because it completely fixes the one issue everyone had in Breath of the Wild, which is the weapons had the same durability as the glass bones from that one dude from SpongeBob.
Oh, no. No.
As a result, players were disincentivized to engage in the game's combat just because you wouldn't want to burn the good gear you had on you. There's even enemies in that game that you couldn't kill if you didn't have enough weapon ammo stored up on you because it would all shatter before you even get the thing to half health. And I understand some arguments say it's a balancing mechanic so you don't get too much good stuff early on. Here's the thing. I literally fucking cheated in the game and I turned off weapon degradation. I straight up had way more fun playing the game.
That's
on that
dangerous,
version.
man.
Not only did this allow me to engage in fights guilt-free,
I wouldn't be talking about
I
that
also
on
get excited
YouTube.
when I'd
Nintendo
find
was
new
watching.
gear and upgrades because I actually get
They don't
to
like
keep
hearing
it.
about mods and
I'd still
piracy.
get my ass kicked in fights. But Tears of the Kingdom solves this problem by letting you build baller-ass weapons out of the
gonna
garbage
get this
around
video
you.
shut
What's even
down.
better, though, is that all the enemies drop monster parts like drill bits and hammers that are on their head, which directly correspond to the difficulty of the enemy, meaning the harder things you kill, the better shit you get to make better weapons, which is like that's how you do it. You were
That's called
finally
a video game,
incentivizing
yeah.
combat. Why the fuck Wasn't this in Breath of the Wild? Not only does this make the weapon degradation actually make sense, it's
Good
actually
song
a fun
choice.
mechanic now because whenever your stuff breaks, you have an opportunity
I
to
love
just
this song.
build something cool in its place. And the game lets you be creative with whatever you want to make, whether that's whips, scythes, flames, swords, fucking transmissions. Like, the most crazy
Journey
thing to
with
me though
me
is that
into
despite
the
this thing
mind
being
of a
so
maniac.
well thought out, they completely
Since I came
blundered
out
when
the
it came to
nutsack.
fusing anything to your shield. If you attach any
Murderous
zonite part that has a
mindset.
function like a fire hydrant or a
See
flamethrower
the
to
devil
a shield,
in the
even a
mirror.
fucking flashlight, the shield will disintegrate in like 5 seconds. 'cause
like
it's like
lava?
using up too much power. I don't know. It's just
I
crazy.
got a
to me.
problem
Like, how did you
solver,
guys
and its
not
name is
think this through?
Revolver.
It shouldn't take some idiot YouTuber who can't even spell calendar.
Sorry,
half the time
I only
to
care
point out
about
the obvious flaws
natural
in your
born
game.
killers
Yeah,
now.
like here's an
He's
example.
distracted
Why
me
do
from
the
the video.
shields still disintegrate whenever you snowboard on them down a hill?
Dang, man, that's some ghetto ride you got rolling though.
That's just a pure unfun mechanic. No one likes that. An iron shield that can tank claymore bushes should be able to last longer than an actual snowboard. Anyways, while you're on the starting
Natural
island, you'll
born
eventually make your
Zelda?
way
Hell
to
yeah.
the third shrine where you unlock the ability
to make a
just
whole video of
straight
just
up
that.
phase through ceilings above you, which is a super handy mechanic that just lets you save time by not having to backtrack out of things like caves and buildings and just lets you pop up on the roof. I will applaud Nintendo for adding in a lot of time-saving abilities to make traversing the reused overworld less inconvenient. Yet paradoxically, Nintendo still left in they choose to put in some time-wasty, annoying-ass bullshit that adds zero gameplay value at all. Please, for the love of God, tell me why I still can't climb anything whenever it's raining out. How the fuck does this make the game more fun? Like, no one liked that. I still remember the first time I screamed at this game when I
He missed an editing opportunity there. When he said nobody liked that, he should have cut to a shot from a Fallout game with the nobody liked that pop up. I'm backseat editing right now. I'm
was in
sorry.
the middle of this side quest where I had to take this one chick, bring her out 50 feet to talk to this other guy in a tree. I go to talk to her to ask her to follow me. At the time, it was raining out. When I asked her, she said, "Nah, f that shit, it's raining."
Well, that's realistic.
Tight. No, that's cool. That's actually really, that's sick. I love that. I'm just gonna go fuck myself. I know that may sound like a nitpick, but trust me, there are so many little things like this in this game that'll just drive you nuts. Again,
Here's the thing. I'm kind of immune to those irritations. Like, if you can't go on a side quest or you can't climb something because it's raining, and realistically that makes sense. Like the person doesn't want to leave because it's raining out or the surfaces are wet. That impedes gameplay, and that's why he's pissed. But I'm kind of a sucker for my gameplay getting impeded by immersive, realistic details. I love it when like RPGs or open world games with like realistic elements, they have fuckery like that, because it's like, oh man, I can't do the thing, but ooh, that's a very immersive, realistic like element, the reasoning behind it, and I kind of dig that. I'll go sleep in my tent and come back later. I'm the kind of person that Death Stranding was made for. I love that bullshit so much. It's like that rant I had the other night about Mass Effect, how I loved how realistic in the first game, all the processes you went through to leave the ship, hand over command to the previous guy, go through the dual door, what do they call that? Depressurization, and then having to actually go to the lift on the dock to get to the space station. And then in the next few games, they made it all easy. That you just load into the mall from space with a loading screen. None of the realistic, boring aspects were in the game anymore. And I'm like, man, I'm all about those realistic, boring aspects. That's me in a nutshell. Give me that shit. Starfield is realistic? Thank God. Don't worry, I'll get there eventually. Starfield, this game, Cyberpunk, all on my list. I will do them eventually.
thank God for emulation, because I modded the f out of this game to get rid of like all that stuff. Anyways, once you wrap all that up, we're treated to one final arm upgrade here, which allows us to recall any object in the game back in time, kind of like a live undo button, and it's absolutely not broken at all. Just go right to the next part. And despite some of my frustrations with certain aspects of the game mechanics, it is insane just how natural and intuitive they've made them feel within this pre-existing game world. Seriously, I cannot imagine even touching Breath of the Wild without any of these new mechanics, which is even more of an impressive testament to their intuitive design, given just how much the controls in this game suck Lionel dick. I don't think Nintendo truly realizes how awesome they make pirating
I ate
their
too many of
games,
these
because
salt and
now
good chips.
I
My
can map my
tummy's starting
sprint
to
button to
rumble.
one that actually makes sense instead of it being 180 degrees away from my
I may
jump
have just
button,
given myself diarrhea.
which is why, for some fucking reason, the game's tutorial literally tells you to frame animation cancel your way out of throwing your sword by interrupting the trigger press by holding up on the D-pad to bring up this clunky ass menu to select the thing you want to replace it with. I should not be getting skill checked by this game's menus. Also, on that note, who thought it was a good idea to have to individually
Skill
attach
checked by
items
the
to every
menus.
single individual arrow every time you take a shot? Especially when that menu to equip said item is like
Everything.
that.
Every single thing you own.
Why isn't it this side? Oh, God.
See, that does suck.
Who? Granted, I'm not that bent out of
HUD
shape about
mechanics
this whole
being
thing 'cause I
annoying,
installed
that
about
is
1,000
pretty
mods
shitty.
in this game for things that they should have fixed in the first place.
Dude,
again,
X-nay.
I shouldn't
Do
have
not
to
talk
do
about
that.
that stuff.
You guys had like 6 years after Breath
When
of the Wild
Nintendo
to like
finds this video,
incorporate
they're
a little
gonna-
player feedback,
Ugh.
and it's not even like you were crunching for some massive deadline.
I'm scared for
you
this
all had
man.
enough time to shade Link's balls. But you can't put in like audio sliders. You can't even change like the text, whatever. Getting back to the game world, with all the abilities finally unlocked, we've graduated the tutorial island where Link throws his hands up on a hot stove, proving he's ready, only before one final cutscene where the Master Sword is recalled back in time for repairs, and we're finally ready to freely explore the game world.
It's a dragon. It's how Skyrim opens.
You must find me.
Yeah.
Is that the dragon?
back to Japanese. I am a firm believer that one of the most important hallmarks in any open world adventure game is its ability to give you that feeling of,
Ooh.
what the fuck is that?
The
I
shadow
wanna go
was
find
moving.
out, only to get distracted by 1,000 other things along the way. And staring out into this game's beautiful horizon does exactly that. I'm serious.
It's so
Stand up
weird
on,
hearing the
pick whatever
Skyrim
direction you
theme
want,
song
and you
over
will find
Zelda.
something in the distance that'll pique your interest. Despite myself playing the game twice in the same map world, I still was running out of map pins after just seeing cool stuff in the distance that I wanted to check out. Granted, I'm sure the sense of discovering this game goes twice as hard if you have a friend with a baseball bat and a good backswing after playing Breath of the Wild. But even then, they've added tons of new additions and some new additions to the game world, and a lot of the key areas from the last game have been switched up to justify you making a revisit. Since it is reusing the same world as Breath of the
Oh my
Wild,
God, he
they at
built a
least give you a
warthog.
smorgasbord of options of getting around the whole thing.
That's
To
cool.
the point where I almost feel kind of bad for
Harley
horses.
motorcycle.
These things are fucking useless, especially since Nintendo made the brilliant move to not let them warp with you, yet I can just build a flying ship bike wherever I am. I know it sounds dumb, but like it's
You
kind of a
can't
bummer because there's like
fast
cool
travel with your
horsey
horse?
shit I wanted to do in this game. Zelda and horses is like a baller combination.
That sucks.
Especially now with all the new customization options where you can customize the tack on your horse with like the new saddles, new bridles, like the manes, the colors, the names, and there's a ton of cool horses out there that are actually like cool things to find and discover. I remember genuinely getting excited when I found like the horse god in some random ass lake, and I was like, awesome, I got this awesome new horse.
Nice.
I will never fucking use it, which is something that could have been just completely fixed if you could just warp with your horse. You see what I mean? Like this dumb stuff, like why didn't they just think this one through? So basically 10 times out of 10, I
Yeah,
would just
what-
take
that
my
doesn't
ship
make
bike with
sense.
me, because not only
There's
is
no
it
reason
faster
why
than,
your
like,
horse can't
any
walk
other
with you.
means of transport, but can also make you fly, skipping all of the arduous climbing you do in the game, and can take you to this game's newest location, which are the sky.
Is that how he spells it?
Looking into the
Okay.
clouds, these things practically spell adventure with all the unique shapes and sizes. I was stoked to go explore them to see like what type of crazy
It's so
extra
disturbing to
optional
see the
dungeons you would
glue
find out there
holding
in the
the
wild.
vehicle together.
But go explore on them and it
Just
feels like
massive
these things
wads
spell
of
a fucking
glue.
disappointment, because those big ass monoliths you saw in the distance, those aren't optional dungeons, those are a handful of reused minigames. And not only that, more than 70% of the islands here are copy pasted all over the map. Don't get me wrong, there's still some really cool spots. I enjoyed seeing the views, fighting the bosses. I enjoyed the Death Stars. The new low gravity areas were super cool. But
There's
I found
Death
myself just getting
Stars?
progressively less excited as I visited the
Tears of
same
the Kingdom
island
has Death
over and
Stars now?
over, fighting the same boss for like the 50th time, only to come to the conclusion that by far the best and biggest Sky Island in the game is the starting tutorial. That's f***ing gay. You guys made Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. There is no excuse for having better shit here in the sky. The biggest issue here is that 90% of the islands all share
Mario
the same
Galaxy was
exact
good.
puzzle dynamics where you just have to hop from one platform to the other and get from point A to point B. And once you figure out how to build a few ghetto-ass flying machines, the whole thing just turns into tedium. The challenge of getting from point A to point B stops being fun when I already
You
have
flying
the
that
solution
entire square?
20 hours ago.
That entire
the
giant
fun of a
cube?
puzzle comes from getting to the solution, not just implementing it. In fact, just implementing the solution once you have it can be one of the most boring parts of it, because you already have it solved. It's just a matter of doing the busy work to get there. But the weirder thing is, Nintendo is so hyper fixated
All the way
on
over
the
at that
Sky
tree.
Islands for its marketing, but it was dead
He never
silent
gets
about
lazy
the
about his
biggest
editing.
addition
We'll
to
give
the
him
map
that.
of the game, which are the depths. If you look at the map, you'll notice all of these little red sphincters lining the world below. Jump down them and you'll arrive in a completely alien, pitch black underground that's the size of the entire game itself. Unlike the upstairs where you can easily spot landmarks in the distance and plot your direction, down here you're completely at the mercy of just lobbing glow sticks on the ground, assuming there even is one. This shit feels like adventure now. I swear, if the terrain itself doesn't kill you, there's by far the hardest enemies of the game down here that are more than glad to push your shit in. Get hit by any of them and they'll permanently uninstall any of the hearts you have on you until you get to the overworld or get to a shrine. But at the same time, you're surrounded by the best loot and weapons of the game.
I didn't know about
making it
that.
Such a great risk-reward
The fact that they
mechanic
break your heart
justify
containers.
all the tension. Well, it's by far the hardest part of the game.
It's like
There's
the
a
Dark
morbid
Souls
curiosity
section
to
of,
all of it as you
Tears of the
find
Kingdom.
giant mines to plunder, Yiga strongholds to storm, complete with their own machines and bosses. My Yiga. The depths are an incredible addition to the game and are a blast to explore. Again, for about 10 hours until you realize that most of it's just all the same. The world map is literally the same thing from above, just inverted. The light routes are all at the same spot as the shrines, and worst of all, the biomes never change depending on where you are. Exploring the points of interest are a blast, but outside of that, 80% of this is just filler and reskins, and the charm starts to wear off. Why on earth they didn't bother to change the vibe of the biome depending on what part of the depths you're in is a befuddling decision, because it makes the whole thing just feel like filler.
Yeah, that would
And
be a
after I felt like I was
large
burning out of all the
area
cool
that
things to see down
looks
here,
very much the
I
same.
eventually
If
did
it's the
a
size of the
majority my
entire
exploring
overworld map,
here on the
and it never looks any different, that would get a little bit
When it comes to the overworld,
dull.
here's the thing. I can absolutely shit on this game's lack of like substantial side quest rewards, time-wasty bullshit, the absurd amount of grindy side quests.
Link, in order to save Hyrule, you must fetch me 7 catalytic converters.
What?
But no matter how dedicated I was to any one objective, I'd constantly get sidetracked by 1,000 different things, whether that's actually fun side quests, or fighting hydras and other badass enemies, visiting the cooler sky islands, exploring the depths, and most of all, just googling the location of badass armor sets, which I apparently can't upgrade because that would both be cool and fun. While it's not the most condensed action per square meter world, you will guaranteed get distracted by something fun no matter which direction you pick. For example, I was making my way towards I don't remember. Well, after detouring to fight some enemies, I happened to find this fruity trumpet player stuck in a hole where I had to float him and his
Constantly makes
wagon
it look
out
good
of
and
it.
then
It was a
look
fun
awful.
distraction I could have easily
It is a little
missed that
bipolar.
spiced up my journey despite him constantly moaning in my ear.
Oh, hell no.
Ew.
This guy just came.
But keep talking to him a little bit further and you realize he's one of the key characters that helps you unlock the fairies that upgrade your threads. So guess where I'm off to now? And while I'm on my way, I might as well hit up the stables and talk to the people there with red exclamation points above their head and see what points of interest they're gonna point me toward and all the quests that are there. And now I've completely forgotten what I was even doing in the first place. And no matter how much I shit in this game, that's pretty cool, man. That's fun. That's good game design in my book. Alright? And even when you do have to participate in the insane amount of grindy bullshit hunting, you can circumvent almost all of it through just item duping, where you take whatever's in your hand and multiply it as many times as you want. Originally an old speedrunning strat created by some guy from Nazareth. I don't blame anyone for wanting to exploit item inventories or rupees because the economy in this game
So,
is downright
it's
broken.
easy to item
and all those little
duplicate?
battery upgrades
That sounds
are a
game-breaking,
grind
though.
fest that make crafting iron daggers seem efficient. But no matter how many hours of legitimate or illegitimate fun you've had in this game, if you want to make actual progress in it, we're going to have to eventually tackle the main quest.
Wait, what's wrong with the main quest?
Right after you're released from the tutorial island, you're technically free to do whatever you want, although we still don't have our paraglider. So to get that, we're gonna have to kick off the main quest by visiting an old friend of ours called Pura. Lord, we must stay focused. After
pretty.
reuniting briefly, she instructs us that we have to meet with some captain of the guard so we can figure out our next steps. And speaking of steps, get ready to take a fucking lot of them, because now we have to go.
Jesus. Is that Ganon's castle? Oh, you probably have to go there early just to establish the stakes and what you need to accomplish to come back and actually beat the game.
All the way to the top of the mountain just to talk to this guy who, after seeing Zelda show up and disappear, basically just tells you to go back down to the original person that sends you up there to talk to him. The only reason I'm bringing this up is because the game takes this formula and repeats it about 1,000 times. But before we leave here to go save Zelda, we're instructed that, just like in Breath of the Wild, we have to go save the 4 corners of the map.
Can't you
again. Where this
fast
time
travel
around,
back?
The Rito people left their AC on for too long, the Water Tribe had their plumbing burst, the blue-collar miners are all hooked on ketamine again, and the Sand Women are fucking learning to drive or something. I forget. Now, I don't even mind that they're reusing the Breath of the Wild formula, but what really
What are the
feels like a
sand
spit
people
in the
called
face
again?
is the
They
sheer amount of shameless
Garuda?
padding they used to drag it out to just painful degrees.
remember that.
Visit any of the 4 areas and
One
it's
of them's
the
called
same
Garuda.
shit over again. It really is just like Link playing telephone with 20 different people that all just want you to talk to different people so you can go back to talk to the original person you talked to actually just get to the dungeon. But once you and the Chosen Sage get clearance, you now have to make this arduously painful journey every single time you want to get to a dungeon. It's repeated at least 4 times in the game and offers practically nothing new in terms of gameplay.
Isn't the point of adventurous games like
at the very
this
end of that one place are pretty fun.
about the journey,
Nice
though?
job. And every single time, the sage is going to have this
Like,
epiphany
what
moment
makes
where the
your
old sage
successes
just sort of
satisfying
communicates them to
is
go to the dungeon, and
the
they act like you haven't
distances
seen this
and
done
the arduous
3
time
times
spent
before already.
getting there. You know, like in real life.
Reach for the officer's weapon.
And it gets even worse. By the time you get your way to the end of the dungeon, it rewards you with the same exact cutscene, no matter what dungeon you're in. Genuinely, copy-pasted, same exact cutscene.
Oh, wow.
0 additional lore. No backstory on the specific sage you're talking to, no explanation on how they got their unique power or any form of character building. I should never feel the desire to skip the cutscene at the very end of a major dungeon.
I'd like nothing more than to smash the Demon King.
That's a little gay. Hold on.
The reason this bums me out so much is that if you pull back the layers of the padding here, underneath it all is probably one of the greatest stories ever told in a Zelda game that isn't a hentai.
Wait, how many Zelda hentais are there?
The whole story of the game is told through these flashbacks that are
What does he
scattered
know?
all around Hyrule. And
Where
these
can I get the
cutscenes
links?
are some of the most hype shit I have seen in the
For a
series.
friend.
Seriously, the voice acting is probably one of the best things to happen to this franchise. Ganon actually feels like a scary motherfucker this time around.
Upon these lands long, long ago, they must have seemed to be gods.
Sounds
But
normal.
I've drowned a Zora, I've stoned a Goron, and I'm about to drop a hard R on your entire kingdom.
Oh.
This shit ain't
fake.
nothing to me, man. I'll kill you, you stupid piece of shit.
This game actually has plot twists, and they're
That was the real,
good. The whole act of pulling the
that was the
Master
real
Sword in
voice
this game
acting
was
for a
done in
second.
such a clever way, it'll just completely take your breath away. And this is hands down, no contest, the best Ganon fight in the entire series. I will die on that hill. I can't put it on the screen because of YouTube's policy against homicide, because Nintendo fucking killed it on this one. Assuming you didn't watch the geoglyphs out of order, because for some retarded reason, you can go from watching cutscene number 1 to accidentally finding cutscene number 10, spoiling the absolute piss out of everything. It happened to me, it happened to about everyone else I know who played the game, and it sucks. For a game that dumbs down the main quest to an insulting degree to make sure you don't miss any crucial story point out of order in each of the 4 quadrants, how do they not let... How did this one slip through the cracks? I don't know why they didn't make it where you just find each story cutscene and just unlock the next one as you go, which could have been so easily
Yeah,
fixed
it doesn't
by
matter
having
which one
each
you go to, you
geoglyph
just unlock the next on the
unlock
list.
the next sequence in
Yeah.
the order of cutscenes.
Makes
They are
more
literally
sense.
numbered for a reason. You see what I'm saying here? With every new brilliant addition, they will just drop the ball on some of the most obvious shit. Like, why do I have to deal with my sprint running out when I'm not in the middle of combat? Why don't the horses warp with the player? Why is Nintendo taking over 30 seconds of unskippable text to tell me what a fucking headshot is? Why do I still have no ability to change the weather and just get held hostage by the rain? How did the bow item sorting make it out of beta? How did you make the new hero abilities suck so much worse than the last game? And worse than all of this combined? How, after 6 years, can I still not pet the fucking dogs?
Aw.
That is inexcusable.
The dog was even
Put all
acting
those
like it was
quality
expecting
control
it, and
issues
they don't let
aside,
you do it.
What about the most integral aspect to every
about
Zelda
blue
game
balls.
that's ever existed? I've been saving this can of worms until the very end because it's about time we talked about the
what?
I don't know if you remember, but Breath of the Wild was pretty much universally spit roasted for having some of the most watered down dungeons in the franchise. They were all just an amalgamation of 5 or 6 mini puzzles glued together in a random order that all shared the same coat of paint and the same copy-paste boss. But nearing the launch of Tears of the Kingdom, rumors were spreading around that they were actually redoubling efforts to bolster them in Tears of the Kingdom. So what did they do? They listened. They actually listened.
Oh, okay, good, they're good.
They went back
Alright,
to their
sweet.
drawing board, they heard all the criticism, they spent about 20 minutes improving them, and we wound up with these 4 pieces of shit.
Oh,
Granted, I'm
damn
being
it.
hyperbolic,
I
they're
got
way better
bamboozled
than
again.
the ones in Breath of the Wild. This time around, they actually have their own textures unique to each dungeon, but setting the bar at not dog shit it doesn't mean you're good. While yes, they are a major step up from its predecessors, and I applaud their efforts, they're still bottlenecked by their stubborn open world design of being nothing more than just a handful of independent puzzles. Here's the thing, in a game that's so open-ended and non-linear almost to a fault, implementing a linear dungeon would have added such a refreshing addition to give some structure to your adventure. It's called contrast. It's the reason you don't eat Skittles
Shows
right
the
before drinking
contrast
Monster, because then
tool
all of a
in,
sudden you're gonna start
Photoshop.
tasting all the ingredients with over 8
Okay.
syllables. But in Tears of the Kingdom, instead of having one coherent dungeon that evolves as you venture through it, as you try to understand how all the rooms work together, here you're just getting a couple of fractured, one-dimensional chores that don't add any complexity outside of just flipping on a fucking light switch. Play any other dungeon from a Zelda game, and there's a reason you'll have a unique, memorable experience because you're forced to understand the layout. Take, for example, the Skyward Sword Sandship versus the Tears of the Kingdom Skyship. In TOTK, you just solve individual challenges in any order to get your way. But in Skyward Sword, not only are you dealing with individual challenges from room to room, but you're also having to critically take stock of its blueprints, phasing between different time periods while also having to keep track of your location relative to the different floors you're on. The sheer shape of these dungeons play a larger role in how you figure them all out. Yeah, when I get to the Water Temple in Tears of the Kingdom, all I see are a bunch of floating little platforms that have no relevance to each other at all. Because that's what they fucking are! I'm not saying they're the worst things ever. In fact, for the first time in Zelda
when I'm
history,
looking at the layout of that skyship in Skyward Sword, I'm like, I know I beat that whole game, which means I did that entire ship.
This bloopy dude was
I don't remember any of it.
Kolgarov fucking ripped. Despite these dungeons feeling better than the ones that were in Breath of the
point of
Wild,
us
they
even
still
playing
felt
games
somehow
if we don't
worse
remember the
than
things we
the
did?
fake dungeons in Super Smash
All
Bros.
that effort
Melee. Because they still just felt like 4 or 5 shrines tacked together. Speaking of which, shrines are back again, and we can already take a big sigh of relief for Breath of the Wild. Oh, I should take that out. Because they're a major upgrade from the last game, with far more interesting puzzles that can all be tackled a million different ways. But just like in Breath of the Wild, their aesthetics never change, and it kind of gets me wondering, given
You can
the
tell
game's
you would
lack
hate the
of
dungeons in
temples
other
and
Zelda
dungeons,
games as someone who hated puzzles.
Are there
I mean, I
still
love them.
120 of them?
Zelda dungeons
Not
are
only
great,
does this make
but
them less special whenever you
it's
find
just
them, because there's just
frustrating
so
to
many
me
of
when
them
I
across
see
the map,
an older
but now
Zelda
you've
game
taken
like
resources
Skyward Sword,
away from the actual developers,
and I realize
for making
that
optional dungeons and
just
temples.
don't have enough
Some of
memories
the
of that
best
game
moments
to
from
make
games
it
like Elden Ring or Skyrim came from finding hidden temples
feel like
and
it was
optional
worth going through
labyrinths
the
that you
effort
could
to
have
beat it.
easily pass by if you didn't keep an eye out for them. There was so much potential
Fuck,
here
we
to sneak
forget a
away
lot of
some
stuff we do in
classic
gaming.
Zelda-sized dungeons to reward going that extra mile. I understand why there'd be less of them in the first game, considering they had to make the whole world, but there's
I have played
zero
many
fucking
games since then,
excuse
but
this
that's the
time
thing,
around.
it's
Just
like,
pawn off 50 of those shrines
I would
for
like to
any
remember the
dungeon
things
that's
that I
half
do.
as cool as any of the creative ones from Twilight Princess. While there are some great
That's putting me in the
shrines
whole life is
Sky Islands that
meaningless
do go
kind of
the extra
mode.
mile,
I'm getting
they're few and
nihilistic
far
now.
between, leaving the player with just a few maze labyrinths.
I can't
that were
remember these
basically
grand
ported over
adventures
from
that
Breath
go
of the
on, then
Wild,
what's the
all
point of
same
going on them?
solutions. Those don't count. Fortunately, the game is still carried by its phenomenal gameplay, and it's amazing just how many fun hours you can sink into this game despite all of its shortcomings, which is no small list. Some of my best memories from this year came from me just kicking it with the Discord bros while we were all playing Tears of the Kingdom at the same time. And I'm gonna say something crazy, alright? I think this game would have been twice as fun had they put in multiplayer. I can't believe I'm saying that as a Zelda fan, but
Co-op-
after playing a hacked version of
Co-op
Ocarina
Breath of the
Time with
Wild
the same guys,
actually
don't
sounds
jump
pretty
on
dope.
that thing.
I don't listen to anyone. Whoops.
Oh my god, it would be so fun. And it's not like they can't do it. They managed to do it in Animal Crossing, and I'm sure there's some random fucker out there who will make a mod for it. It probably already exists. And that's not even the craziest thing I'm gonna say about this game. Because as I was putting in hour after hour into this thing, I kept noticing
Played more games in a year than I've played in the last
there
three
was something
console
missing from
generations.
this game that's been in every other Zelda game.
Yeah, we looked
and it
at that.
was kind of driving me nuts. It's the vibes.
We looked at it on the
Vibes are
New
off.
Year's stream
And in a Zelda game, that is
last
a
year,
sin.
at how many
And I
games
think
I played
the
that
biggest
year, and it
contributor
was
to
something
this,
like
in
100.
my personal opinion, is the
Wasn't it like
music.
114 games? Can't remember. Something crazy.
The music in this game is good. I like it. It's nice. It's subtle. I love the little all the little rinky-dink piano moments, all the little Chinese-ass sounding villages, all sound pretty.
Chinese-ass sounding
They're
villages.
objectively good. But that shit ain't Zelda. This is all music that would equally as well fit into any indie game about discovering your bisexuality or something.
I played
'Cause
that
when
game.
you think Zelda, you think of adventure in
That was,
bold, capitalized impact.
Into the
fun.
Woods or
It is
something like that?
epic to the most unironic degree.
That was on
So
stream.
fuck your pots, fuck your grass, grab a stick, grab your shit, because we're going out into the middle of the cul-de-sac to have an adventure. This is a game series that's not about minimalism. It's not about rinky-dink shit. It's a game that makes grown-ass businessmen feel like fourth graders going adventuring in their neighbor's backyard. This is a game about exploring and saving new worlds, experiencing gut-wrenching sorrow, and having the courage to withstand it all. And if you don't believe me, go and play any other fucking Zelda game that's ever been made. There's a reason every YouTuber in 2016 made that the importance of music in video games Because that shit's important. It colors the lens
Shows
you use
Doom.
to view the game. It changes your perspective.
Doom's
It takes
soundtrack
any
did
emotion
elevate
you
it,
could
though.
experience in a game and turns it up
It
to
made,
11.
like, the
When I
soundtrack,
play
like, a big
video
part
game,
of the
I want to
gameplay.
feel that shit. I want to come
In a
out
non-rhythm
changed
game sense.
person. And I'm not even saying Tears of the Kingdom doesn't have that. It has some great moments, of course. But any of these other games just mog the soundtrack in this game, especially since it's reusing 90% of it. And I can't even remember the remaining 10%. Making it even harder for me to enjoy the newer additions to the TOTK soundtrack because I can only remember a handful of them. And that's the villages, the stables, and that one Rito remix that reminded me of the game that had 30 times the amount of bangers in it, and it ran on a fucking cube. Which just reminds me of the soundtrack this game could have easily
cube.
had. Now hold on, maybe you're thinking, oh, this is just nostalgia talking because he grew up with all the Zelda games, so clearly he likes that music more. Alright, well get this. Literally right after I wrapped up Tears of the Kingdom, a friend of mine started streaming Link's Awakening, a game I've never played. I haven't even seen any like footage from this thing. He starts playing it, and within 10 seconds, I'm hearing a song that sounds more Zelda than anything I have heard in this game. This sounds like Zelda! So I think I'm coming at this from a pretty unbiased
I like how
perspective.
claymation-y
The reason
that
I'm
game
losing
looks.
my mind about this is that Nintendo is literally owner
I would
of
like
the
to play
most
that.
successful franchise in capitalism. This is a franchise known for making better albums for just consoles changing save data than most billboard topping
Oh my God.
artists. Yet
This
they
goes
can't
off.
afford a couple nickels it would cost them to just commission any of the thousands
Yeah,
of
seriously,
amazing
some of the
video game
the
composers they
Nintendo
had
consoles had
ready
some
to just make
banging
a whole new
menu
soundtrack
music.
that would have blown everyone's socks off. There's no excuse for this. Even the game doesn't seem to respect its own soundtrack, because when you're going through the dungeon and the music's scaling with each area you unlock, if you even make eye contact with any of the
Why the hell
opposite
is that
around you, the
staircase
music just
exploding
completely
with
drops out
Vegemite?
to be replaced with like some generic
the
let's
hell?
tussle music, completely stepping on the vibe of this whole area. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's getting sick of the good music anyway. The last time they ever did this was in Twilight Princess, where they just
mean, the music
fucked up
still
one of
sounds
the
fine.
best and most emotional scenes in the
He's making a
entire
mountain out of
series
a molehill
for
here.
the same reason. Like literally, an unskippable ad would have been better here.
Tired of the interrupting enemy music? For just $5.
I cannot believe they would make that same mistake twice. It just makes me feel like they don't care about the game that much. I know you may be just thinking, oh, he's just hating on the entire soundtrack. Not at all. There's some brilliant themes in this game. Colgera's alone is enough to justify all the other lackluster boss themes. The music they used for the trailers and the dungeons were all A+ tier, but that accounts for about 1%
I love how
of
his
all the
green
time you're playing
screen
this game and listening
cutout
to the soundtrack.
rotated with Link.
Maybe I am blowing things out of proportion here.
When he
'cause
changed,
no matter how
um,
much I bitch and moan about this game,
when he changed
there's
axes.
still an incredible experience for just about anyone
I
who
don't know
wants
why
to
that
pick
made
it
me-
up. There's no
I find
Zelda
that so
game that's
funny.
launched without controversy, but at the same time, I've never played a Zelda game that I haven't enjoyed. With all that said, if this video tickled your asshole, I've
Keeps
got
on bringing
three
up
others
the
just
pirating
like it that
modding
are
thing that he
arguably
did
even better than this
with
one.
his
If you want to be
PC,
a
and I'm
producer on
like,
a video yourself and get your name up on the
please
wall,
stop
I've got
teasing
a Patreon
Nintendo.
for that too.
Their
And
legal team
bonus,
are
I'm actually
itching.
coming out with a whole new series where I'm uploading exclusive content to Patreon and YouTube members. That's going to be coming out really shortly. I'm really excited to launch that. It's been a blast, guys. Sorry for taking so long. I've got another video already in the works that's going to be coming out on the
Dishonored. You made a video about Dishonored as well. Dishonored is good. I never played the sequel though. Or did I? No, I don't think I did. Although it took me longer to beat the first Dishonored than I thought it would. It's actually got a lot more content than you expect. But also I was playing it very slow because I played Dishonored as a 100% ghost playthrough. So I did get through the entirety of the first Dishonored 100% stealth. Every mission. In fact, people say that the violence and the combat and the crazy assassination kills and fatalities you can do are pretty awesome and brutal. I haven't seen any of them. Because I stealthed, because I ghosted the whole game, I've never actually seen what it looks like to kill someone in that game. I didn't kill a single person. So I missed out on like half the game's mechanics. Interestingly. I bet there's some Dishonored fans out there that hate me for that. Because that's like their favorite part. What's the game? Dishonored. I haven't played the sequel, but I spent my time with the first. And I think I spent longer on it than I needed to because of the fact that I was just ghosting the whole game. It makes you have to play it much slower. Because if every time I got spotted, I basically reloaded. Never got into a fight. But yeah, if you do get into fights and you get to see the fatalities and the assassinations, apparently it's like mad brutal. But I missed out on that part. That's how I like to play stealth games. Yeah, it's what I do. I mean, Dishonored is a good one to go for it in. It's just it tends to irritate the Dishonored purists because you can play the game full violence or full stealth, or a combination of both as the context of the situation allows, which is the more normal way to do it, I think. You try to be stealth, but then if shit kicks off, you get violent. It is kind of it's a very good choice of a game to play if you like to 100% ghost entire games, because it's the kind of game that lets you get through the whole thing any way you want. So if you want to go for a full no one ever saw me or caught me ever playthrough, you can do it. Or if you just like violence, the game's combat system is brutal, and I keep hearing good things about it, even though I've never seen any of it. But that's what people get mad at me about. It's like, you haven't seen half the game because you didn't ever get into an action scene. I'm like, oh, this is what I did. Guess I'm just too good. He says while reaching for the save scum button. How about some Beverly Hills Cop, Sham? How do you feel about Beverly Hills Cop? They've made another one. This would be number 4? Yeah. Beverly Hills Cop, where I got to part 3. There was a trilogy. 3 was kind of goofy, though. Never watched the trailer. It's Netflix this time. Netflix has brought it back to life. It's now called Beverly Hills Cop Axel F. Alright. I don't know how to feel about this. Eddie Murphy's fallen off and has been off the reservation for quite a long time now. So, I don't know, dude. We'll see. Give it a chance. All it has to do is have the theme. Just give me the theme song.
Still on these streets.
If they don't drop the Beverly Hills theme, that's a mad fail. Was that Kevin Bacon?
Doesn't get
I think Kevin Bacon's the villain. That's awesome. Oh, it's a remix. Alright. I'm in now.
Knock your ass out there, okay? I'm gonna be fine. They love me in Beverly Hills. Detective Foley, you ever read your own files? Shootouts, storm the peace, a lot. Please tell me you didn't get arrested again.
At this point, I don't care if Eddie Murphy's a bad actor or if he's not funny anymore. As long as we hear that theme.
Every day.
How old is he? He's over 60.
With the job if you're doing it right. Yeah, babe. Axel.
I'm gonna download the song.
Pissed off so far. I haven't pissed off anybody. Yeah. 50,
Hey, everyone's
50,
back.
50, 50. Is it that high? So far.
Wow.
I wonder who did the mix. That's such a classic movie theme. No matter what you think of the Beverly Hills Cop movies, you can't get past that theme. Don't think he stopped being funny. He wanted to do more serious roles. No, but there have been movies, like comedic movies he's done in the last couple of years that what's the best way to put this? They tend to be more family friendly and they're not funny. They're very disappointing. I don't know, he just stopped giving a shit. People are just like, hey, you want to be in this family friendly movie about a teddy bear or whatever? And he's like, yeah, sure. And then phones it in. A little bit extra cash, I guess, whatever. Not like old school Eddie Murphy. Then again, in the middle of his career, when he was still hitting pretty hard, he did start to put out stinkers then as well. You know, when in the middle of like all the Norbits and the Nutty Professors and all that, he started to get very 50-50 with the quality of his movies. He's got to make money somehow. I would just like to see good old Eddie Murphy again. Like actually giving a shit about being funny. And not just phoning in family films where he's acting like he's being funny, but it's not funny. Daddy Daycare was a classic. I don't even think I saw Daddy Daycare. I definitely saw Norbit, and that sucked. Nutty Professor 2. The first one I was like, yeah, okay. But Nutty Professor 2 was like, okay, no. It's gone too far. Pluto Nash was pretty terrible. That's probably one of the worst ones. That movie makes no sense. Ultimate kids movie at the time with Daddy Daycare. I'm pretty sure I haven't seen it because no memories of it are coming up in my brain at all. I'm drawing a blank here. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Is there any information about the music in the description? Nope. I want to find a download of that remix and just download that, even if I never see that movie. That was awesome. Hey, can we just check how old Eddie Murphy is real quick? Eddie to the Murph. There he is. 62 years old. I was right. I said over 60. 62 is pretty damn close. There's Norbit. Movie sucks. I liked him as Donkey in Shrek. A bunch of people that I know that are big fans of Coming to America, they watched Coming to America 2 on Netflix, and apparently they didn't like that. I think it got okay reviews, but nobody that I know in real life that is a fan of the original liked that sequel for some reason. I never watched it though, so I'm not sure why. Is this the Krusty Krab? What, my chat room? Yeah, sure. Sham is Squidward. Go to him if you want a burger. It's looking good for 60. He looks the same. He looks exactly the same, regardless of his age. It's crazy. Eddie Murphy ain't cracking at all. I know black don't crack is a common saying, but like he is the blackest of don't crackest I've ever seen. Hasn't it? Yeah. Will Smith's has looked pretty damn good for his age too, but there's a bit of pepper in there's a bit of pepper on him. So you can see a little bit on Will. Neither is Oprah. Yeah, but Oprah is also a billionaire, so even if she did age, she could probably like genetically engineer it out of her. She is very rich. You remember Tower Heist being fun? I actually have heard some people say they kind of like Tower Heist, but it also got torn apart in the reviews a little bit. So I think that was one that was not a good movie, but audiences kind of had a more positive reaction to it. Yeah, Eddie Murphy and Ben Stiller. I kind of avoided that one for some reason. I just wasn't interested. I saw the trailer and back in the day, and I was like, I'm not feeling this right now. She can suck the youth out of an intern like all rich people. Yeah, interns go missing. As at the same time as like 500 grand disappears from her bank account. She just paid some fucking necromancer. That's probably what happened. Wait, before I click on your link, Sham, I'm noticing that 6 hours ago, Marvel Studios dropped an Echo teaser called Rampage that goes for 60 seconds. I'm very intrigued by what this is. Is this a trailer? Get ready for one killer drop. Like music? All 5 episodes of Marvel Studios Echo arrive January 9th. Oh, that's right. They're dropping the whole show in one package. You don't have to watch it week by week. Ballsy move.
Exclusively on Hulu and Disney Plus.
Kingpin thanks you for your loyalty.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Yeah.
On January 9th.
Yeah, fuck him up.
All 5 episodes.
God, this is awesome. Ooh.
Killer drama. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, eat shit, eat shit, eat shit.
Don't miss Marvel's most intense series yet.
Sure is. Wow, it's so bloody.
Games. If you want a war,
damn, dude.
You'll have it.
Echo goes so hard.
All episodes streaming January 9th at 6 p.m. PT.
It's
Check your
crazy
Disney
that
Plus profile to TVMA to stream.
this is like the most R-rated thing that Disney has allowed Marvel to be so far, and it's Echo. Probably because it is Echo. Like, there's no expectations on the character, so they're allowed to do whatever they want. So I think this is gonna kill. This is gonna be great. Love the old school narration. Did you see the original Echo trailer? The first one that came out? I watched it on stream. It was a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month. Good trailer. Better than that even. The proper trailer, it goes off hard. Everyone's so tired of all the family-friendly crap. I mean, they are, but I don't really know why they're so miffed about it all. Like, I've never had a problem with whether something's R-rated or family-friendly. It really just comes down to the show itself. My problem is most of the comic book material that goes the other way and tries to be mad edgy is cringe. So when something's family-friendly but still good, I'm like, yeah, all right, sweet. At least it's good, as opposed to the fact that every, like, edgelord R-rated comic book movie is, like, some childish bullshit. It's like a 14-year-old who learned to say fuck for the first time, and they're just constantly saying fuck because they think it makes them cool. That's what too many R-rated superhero movies turn into. I understand wanting mature themes, but Disney cancels shows that handle it amazingly. Well, they had an interesting thing going on Netflix for a while, but that was a victim of the entire landscape changing. The contract ran out and Disney was doing its own streaming service, so that was a unique scenario. And on Disney Plus itself, it never actually went that hard. They've been keeping it PG to M. This is the first time we're going in the R direction. So this is the water testing one. If Echo does well, I feel like we're going to get a Punisher out of this. Because once they know that they can make some money out of a higher rating and more violence, then the most natural thing to do is to bring back Punisher. Yeah. And I kind of hope it does succeed. If the first trailer for Echo's anything to go by, I feel like it's looking pretty tight. The Kingpin mincemeats that guy in that alleyway. When you see his hand covered in blood, Jesus Christ. Disney has kids material that handle complex topics. But, I mean, even their main shows do often handle complex topics. It just depends on what people are whinging about. It's always something different. Sometimes people look for excuses to complain as well. It really depends on, different from project to project. Some I thought were a little bit too, the arguments against were a little bit too forced. And some of the shows are more fair. For example, Moon Knight. Moon Knight has a slightly higher rating than a lot of the other Marvel Disney stuff, but it's still not R-rated. It's got some blood and violence, but like it's still not going as far as Echo's doing. Like soft M rating. But there's some complex themes in that. I mean, when it delves into his backstory and you find out that, like, as a kid, he accidentally led his brother to his death by drowning in that cave. And then the mother blamed him as a child for his brother's death and would constantly, like, abuse him. To the point where we got that one scene where, like, you see how, as a child, him actually do what's it called? The schizophrenic thing for the first time, where he changes personalities just in time to save himself for his mother coming in and beating him with a belt. That's pretty heavy shit, man. And that was a still family level rated show. One of the constant things in Marvel, Kingpin is shaped like an Amazon package. Kingpin's great. I love how formidable they make, what's that actor's name again? Fuck, what is his name? God damn it. Vince D'Onofrio. Like, he's not, in real life, he was never really, like, that big a dude, but somehow they make him, like, the chunkiest boy. An absolute monster in these shows. Dissociative, oh yeah, DID. Yeah, I lost that in my brain for a second. But yeah, they've done some pretty intense stuff. I liked seeing some of Hawkeye's PTSD in that show too. They kept it light, but like when they go to the Broadway show, the Avengers Broadway show, and it gets to a point where the sound drops out and you can see he's staring just constantly directly at the actress playing Black Widow, and he has to go to the bathroom. And it's like those little PTSD touches of having to look at examples of his friend that he watched die. That was pretty tight. It was pretty good. Bluey has covered more mature themes in Disney. You have an obsession with Bluey, though. I think you want to fuck Bluey. Wait. Wait, did I... Is this the same link? No pun intended? No, it's not. I copied the wrong thing. This video is not available anymore. What?
On my first...
Tillman Films. There's a whole world in Night City tucked away between buildings and beneath freeway passes, and I went to find it. Interesting. Copyright song.
On my first playthrough of Cyberpunk 2077,
I didn't say I didn't like Bluey.
I drove everywhere.
I just think you guys oversell Bluey a little bit. Remember, I was the one planning to play the game on my stream. And I still will.
Or just down the block in Watson. I was usually getting there on between 2 and 4 wheels. With my entire roster.
Just realized that that district was called Japantown.
Why not, right? I generally like driving in games. And the cars in Cyberpunk are the perfect blend of retro 80s and futuristic design language. They kind of handle like shit.
It's kind of a nice, easy listening track though.
I'd much rather slide around every corner anyway. From behind the windshield or bumper, Night City looks a lot like other North American cities. Huge multi-lane boulevards.
The funny thing is, when I play games like this, I'm kind of a road rules follower. Not always when it comes to red lights, but I don't really hoon like a crazy person.
Moving forward inch by inch. There are 0 bike lanes or bikers. Apparently an extinct species in NC, along with all the birds and dogs.
I thought we just saw some bikers in one of the first shots he showed.
Pedestrians have to scamper across wide intersections to avoid being
suck at
run
driving in
down by
games.
cars turning right on
I'm
red.
okay.
Add to that the occasional car wreck or gunfight spilling over onto the sidewalk.
Damn,
It's
dude.
not looking great for Night City's urbanist credentials. That's what I thought, until I reinstalled the game after the recent 2.0 update.
Oh, he was building up to the...
approach this playthrough a little differently.
What the update changed.
The cars with machine guns are fun and all, but I was going to get out of my metal box and onto the streets. Instead of calling
So there were no
my
cars with
car
machine
to
guns
take me a
before the
block
patch?
away, I would walk. I'd take my time, look around, and see if there was a side of Night City that could only be found at walking speed. It turns out there's an incredible amount of public space reserved for people instead of cars in Night City. From stairways that shorten walking distances between blocks.
This dude seems like a bit
to
of a
side
fan.
Streets that are narrow and slow traffic, parks and plazas winding through the concrete jungle, places for people to sit, eat.
I reckon I could make a chill
There's food
video
vendors,
essay kind of YouTube video out of
convenience stores,
Outer Wilds if
and
I wanted to, in this
so
style.
many vending machines on every block in the denser parts of town.
I'm so into Outer Wilds.
Japantown would probably get a 100 out of 100 on its walk score for a couple reasons. The verticality of Night City ends up being its biggest boon to
Look at that
walkability too.
ad on the right, bottoms up.
There are night markets buried deep below grade, offering a refuge from the traffic above. There's also pedestrian plazas sitting high above.
If it wasn't for the dystopia, I would love to live
just high
here.
enough to feel removed from the gridlock.
I would love to live here, even with the dystopia.
In the tight spaces between
I'm down.
buildings, there are these moody, relaxing spots
I'm gonna get
to
like
hang out
limbs replaced
in
and
between
shit.
shifts at the murder factory.
I want to get a chip in my brain that removes the need for sleep. That's one of my favorite ideas,
because
my
I
cyberpunk ideas I've ever had.
Time to explore on foot. Of course, the entire city isn't like this. Rancho Coronado seems to be the last holdout of suburban sprawl in the city.
Hey, that place actually looks normal.
With its out of place, single
Except for
family
that.
homes and grassy lawns. On the other side, even if Kabuki is technically walkable and free of cars, it's still a shanty town that doesn't seem particularly pleasant to live in.
Oh shit. What? Why? Okay, he did just walk into someone's house, that's fair.
Night City is a fusion of traditional North American car
The player was at
culture
fault there.
and Japanese density. And there are some interesting
I want to play Doom in my
details that
brain.
make it into this mix.
See, now you're thinking. Now you're
Like
thinking with
these
portals.
yellow tactile paving blocks.
There's a lot we could
lining
do in a
the sidewalk
cyberpunk
in the most walkable parts of
future
town.
that we can't do now.
The type you'd see at intersections.
I want to
in the
replace my skin
US
with carbon fiber
and
weave.
all along the sidewalks in Tokyo. They're called Tenji blocks or Braille blocks, and they were invented by a Japanese man named Saiichi Miyake.
Yeah, we know
in
about this.
1965,
Why is this part of your essay?
After he saw a blind man with a cane almost get hit by a car near his home. The textured blocks allow the visually impaired to read the pavement with their feet or a cane.
Yeah, I'm pretty
making
sure
it
everyone knows
easier
about this.
to navigate the
This has been a thing
streets
for a
and
while.
crossings of
We have
a
this in
dense
Australia.
city. And that's the type of thing.
You want to get
that
bottom
only
surgery and get a
city
robot
who
vag?
cares about its people.
Wait, you want a
will
robot
put the
vag
effort into implementing.
on yourself? For your
Tenji
bros to fuck?
Curb cuts. Oh,
I mean,
no
that's
curb cuts,
nice of you.
Well,
it's
there's
not like
at
you get
least a
anything out of it
myriad
though.
of pedestrian overpasses to avoid automobiles altogether. Even the metro system has pretty decent coverage. I wish we could use it in game.
Well, I'm MTF, so. Oh yeah, that's true.
Night City is
I
relatively welcoming to you if you're.
I
walking
completely
everywhere.
forgot about the rest of your username.
It may be a little stinky,
Just a ray of trans
loud
sunshine.
and dangerous, but hey,
That makes more sense now.
if it means I get to have a cyberpunk 7-Eleven on every block, then I'd say it's worth it. Of course, this opinion
I mean,
is
yeah,
coming from someone born and raised in Southern California.
The trans community in particular would benefit greatly from a cyberpunk future and how malleable the human body is in this kind of environment. Like, you can get those kind of changes done easily. And, like, pretty effectively on the black market for not that much money, probably, as well.
One of the least walkable regions in the entire world. So, what do I know?
America doesn't have a lot of tactile
Let me know
walkways.
in the
It's pretty
comments
common in
if you
Australia,
noticed
though.
Any other urbanist details in Night City? Or if you have any feedback on my editing and writing style. This is my first video, at least the first one I actually finished and published. But I hope to create more content like this.
Yeah, it's pretty
using
chill.
games as a lens
He's got a
to
chill
think
way of
about
doing
wider
it.
topics
But
I'm
he's only
interested in.
1.8k
for
subscribers.
watching.
He's still pretty small. So is this literally his first video? Holy shit, it was. Except he seems to be only making cyberpunk videos right now. I'd be curious to come back and see what he does that's about something else. I'd want to see what he does, what kind of video he makes out of a different game entirely. Love the idea of getting a bootleg vag. Oh, you can get a bootleg anything in Cyberpunk. The word bootleg just is cool. I don't know what it is about it. It's like rebellious sounding. Vagina is a name brand. You joke, but in a Cyberpunk future, body parts probably are branded, major corporation branded. Like, Samsung releases their new version of Samsung Pussy. Samsung Pussy 2.0. Get that Samsung Pussy. And they're all competitive brands and shit. Like LG. LG is how you get a cheaper pussy with the same quality as Samsung and Sony. Now with defense spikes. Man, even regular, like, birth women would want the spikes. That is a good defense mechanism against rape. I feel like nature should evolve women to just have some kind of defense built in like that. Because there are animals in the animal species that have like various interesting self-defense mechanisms that evolve as part of their anatomy. Spiky vaginas. Like the I heard stories about Vietnamese women back in like the Vietnam War, basically getting like these razor blades like inserted into their vaginas that kind of stick outwards, so that if anyone tries to take them against their will, if you go in, you can't pull it back out without getting shredded, because it's on the way out that the blades are aimed. So you're basically slicing it up the more you try to pull it out. Yeah, that's fucked up, but at the same time, it's like, well, it's in response to getting raped by American soldiers from overseas who think they can do anything while they're over there because it's a war zone. So anyone that cops that trap kind of deserve to cop it. Ow for the women. Well, I don't really know how it works because, you know, it's one of those things you hear about, like one of those urban legends you hear about, where it's like, I don't really know how the physics of that works. Like, how do you design the thing that you put in to not hurt the woman, though? I'm sure there's a way to do it that makes sense. Echidna vaginas. There you go. Sham knows exactly about self-defense vaginas in the animal kingdom. He just has that knowledge for some reason. I found out the hard way. I tried to fuck an echidna. Got what you deserved, Sham. How could you? That poor echidna. How about Ryan Reynolds? You could flavor your discharge. Yum. You tried to pet it. You tried to pet the echidna's vagina? And you discovered its vagina spike trap? Sham, you're not really helping your case here. Mine would be blue raspberry. I guess that's an option. Wouldn't be my favorite. What would I want to go for? Tropical pineapple. Get yourself a lady friend that can switch to tropical pineapple. What else would be good? Maybe some kind of caramel? Not salted caramel, but just like straight up caramel. That's not bad. I've had that in a lube before. I had a lube collection, I think it was from Honey Birdette, that it came with 3. There was cookies and cream, caramel, and I think strawberries and cream. I think those are the 3. You can have a blue tongue when you... It's that powerful. I mean, that's a pretty fun novelty, though. Like when people go out drinking, come back with blue tongues. Yeah, I had a lube collection of those 3 flavors, and they were actually pretty good. You could splatter that somewhere, and then it's just like, ooh, caramel. Ooh, cookies and cream. That was a lot of fun. Used it up too quickly, though. They didn't come in the biggest flasks. They were about this size. Damn Honey Birdette charging too much for too little. At least it's quality, though. You're paying for what you get. Yeah. There's a Ryan Reynolds trailer out, and I know it's a Ryan Reynolds movie because this trailer is actually uploaded to Ryan Reynolds' YouTube channel. And he does like to put up his own shit. Get ready for a heartwarming all-family film from the director of A Quiet Place, the star of Deadpool, and the studio that... Oh! Okay. So the studio that brought you Annihilation, isn't that Netflix? I can't remember. So it's the director of The Quiet Place. Wasn't that Mr. Fantastic? Oh, what's his name? Why am I forgetting? When does your pushy taste like Apple Jacks? Applejack. Jim from The Office. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Why is his name not in the description? Shit. John Krasinski. There you go. That's interesting because John Krasinski wrote and directed Quiet Place 1 and 2 and then just jumped over to a family-friendly movie for Ryan Reynolds. A star vehicle. It sounds like Ryan might be producing this himself. Just as a family movie with him in the lead. You saw both. You love them. I saw the first one. And it was a well-directed film. With a script that irritated the shit out of me. That was one of those movies where like I would yell at the movie occasionally. And like it gave me the shits. But I liked it. It was like, it's a good movie. It's just, I have a few biases about the setup. Which I probably should have predicted as a non-kid liking person. Ryan Reynolds is so hot, so can't blame him. Do you mean in terms of picking up this job? Like if Ryan Reynolds comes to you and says, I want you to direct my starring vehicle, you just be like, yes, Ryan, I will do this. Let me sample your cock. First one had too many jump scares. Like fake out ones. Yeah, fake out jump scares are kind of lame. I couldn't ever get past the fact that they were having a baby in that you have to be quiet or you die apocalypse. Like, it really drove me crazy. Throughout that whole movie, I was like, but why are you having a fucking baby? Are you stupid? And then the kids would do dumb stuff, and I'm like, you already have so many kids. And they already do so many stupid things that almost get you killed. And then you're having a baby. In a future scenario where you can't make a single bit of sound. They had a whole plan for the baby and everything. Yeah, they did. Which you have to because you're kind of fucked. Because having a baby in a future where you can't even make a squeak of sound, which means A, you're going to scream when that baby comes out. B, that baby's going to scream when it comes out. That's not a good, it's not good. And they had a mad plan to try to make it work. But I'm like, you know what would have been a better plan? Don't have babies. You don't need more kids. You had 3 of them, and you lost one because they were stupid little shit. And you still have 2 stupid little shits that also still do stupid shit to almost get you killed. And now you're going to have to make this mad plan to have another one. It's, oh my god. Second one concludes the story whilst having some flashbacks. I would like to see the second one, because they are well-made movies. John Krasinski knows what he's doing. He's a pretty good director, surprisingly. Samsung penis. Hey, as long as it's not an LG. If it's an LG penis, I walk. Sometimes you just nut in your wife during the apocalypse. No, you don't. I barely do that in the non-apocalypse when I have a girlfriend, because I don't even want a baby in normal life, regardless in if you have a baby, you will die apocalypse. Like, what the fuck? It would be pretty funny, though, if the monster busted on you giving birth and it was so grossed out, it just leaves. It's like, oh god, I saw it crowning. Oh, it looked at me. I think I don't like a baby. The second one has a guy from Peaky Blinders and does a great show. Yeah, Oppenheimer. Fucking great actor. The whole premise is repopulating. Yeah, once you've solved the problem, nobody do any nutting in anybody until you've solved the super sound alien problem. Then we can maybe... By the end of that movie, they find a way to defeat them with that pitch of audio that fucks their heads up. It's like, that's all you had to wait for. Work your way to that kind of solution, and then we think about repopulating later. Because what they were doing was specifically designed to get you killed. Like, it was the dumbest thing. Like, if John Krasinski's character was someone in that future scenario where you can't make a sound or aliens will kill you, and he accidentally blasted one off in his wife and went, oopsie, oh, I couldn't help myself, it's just such good puss. Like, that man deserved to die. Which he does at the end, so I guess it all pans out exactly the way it should. Wouldn't sex make noise? That's all I'm saying. I mean, as well, exactly what you're saying. I mean, human beings will still try to find ways to get off, but you can do it silently. The slapping is the hardest part. You know, like the alien's going to hear that. You don't actually have to make any noise though. Like, I've done it plenty of times when I can zip. I can make zero sound. Sometimes you let out like the odd throaty grunt, but barely audible. Did it show Jim looking for solutions probably over the course of 5 years? Well, he was on it, but he should have stuck to looking solutions and maybe nutted less. Did the aliens watch? It's just funny to me thinking of them. Well, I guess they can't really watch, can they? Because they're sound-based aliens, so they only operate on hearing. They don't have vision, so they can't really watch. Probably boned in the soundproof room. Yeah, I bet you that the soundproof room existed before the alien invasion. John Krasinski built it so they can bone and not have their other kids hear them. It was their the way of getting away from their kids, having a good time. God forbid you snore. All the people that snore are already dead. Basically, there's a lot of things that it's like, if you're the kind of person who is like this or does this, I get like, if you're the kind of person who's a snorer, you don't have a chance. You're gone. Yeah, those people are long dead. They just listen like, oh dear God. Yeah. I wonder if the aliens have the capacity to understand human mating. Like, if they heard it occurring, in the alien's brain, does it have the ability to go, I think they're fucking? Like, do they have that kind of intellectual capacity to know what they're listening to and actually think about it and communicate it? Or are they just like animals that just run on instinct? Sneeze, you're dead. Yeah, people with allergies are going to have a hard time at a particular time of the year. Come spring, you're pretty much dead. There's a lot of people that'd be dead and wouldn't have a chance, unfortunately. That's sad. Oh. Before we get too distracted, we should probably stop talking about A Quiet Place and watch the Ryan Reynolds, John Krasinski movie. Alien hears it, like 4 hours? I mean, if you're putting in 4 hours of work, that's pretty decent. There's too many two-pump chumps out here nutting in their girl after 15 minutes and then moving on with their lives. Put in the efforts, boys. Oh, look, it's Ryan. In daddy mode. What if Ryan Reynolds is tiptoeing through your bedroom and you woke up and there's also a monster?
Well, looky. She is the perfect fit, I promise.
Oh, it's live action Monsters, Inc.
She was about to.
What are you doing? Don't do this. No.
Okay. Oh my God.
Oh God.
Wow, that thing looks really realistic. That was good CG.
This is just so exciting.
What is happening?
Well, that's a perfectly understandable.
That's why you're a bottom.
I'm an if. Get it? Imaginary friend. Our kids.
Couldn't you just call it imaginary friend? We don't need it to be an acronym.
You could save all of us.
These things are really good CG.
And don't say if.
They actually look real.
Let him say it, or I think his head may actually explode.
The lighting on the fur, top level.
Thank you.
You ready for this?
That purple monster's kind of annoying. I'm not gonna lie.
There's no telling who's behind that door today.
I like the Betty Boop looking one though.
We have to help them.
Yes, we do.
Get the banana. Okay. This is very wholesome.
I'm not gonna ask you again. Put some pants on. You're freaking everyone out.
I like the banana. What child has a banana in a headband as their imaginary friend? Okay, Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, we saw him. John Krasinski, I guess, is doing the voice of one of the monsters, as well as being the director. Aquafina is in everything. There's Matt Damon. Jon Stewart, awesome. Sam Rockwell. Richard Jenkins. Maya Rudolph and Emily Blunt. Emily Blunt's in it because it's her husband. It's directing. I know Emily Blunt doesn't need an excuse to be in a movie. Like, she is a pretty massive actress in her own right. But she does seem to, like, pop up in John Krasinski's stuff, like, pretty effortlessly. But I suppose if you don't give your wife at least a cameo in your movie, then you're going to have words when you get home later that night. And Steve Carell. I almost forgot to read Steve Carell, because daddy. Oh, Aquafina was also the voice of the fox in Kung Fu Panda 4 that we watched earlier tonight. You'd prefer to see a short scene to properly gauge the film's writing and acting. Yeah, it's... The thing about this trailer is it's selling that it's a wholesome family movie, like, but in a very generic, like, it's just that genre way. Like, there's nothing about it that stands out, except for the fact that the CG is pretty high level.
Starting to see why I live alone.
Pratfall.
What kind of a kid creates an invisible if?
Invisible friend.
Don't look him in the eye.
Which one?
I don't like how she's looking at me.
Thanks
Oh.
for doing this. It really means a whole lot.
Oh no. Okay, it's kind of cute. I did find the marshmallow, the s'more kind of funny. Ryan Reynolds' deadpan contrasts well. Ryan Reynolds does dry humor very well. Sarcastic humor. He's a pro at that stuff. I feel like this is going to be very... The humor in movies like this tends to be very mid-level, I guess we'll say. Like, you don't actually have to be that creative or that hitting with comedy when it's a family film. Like, it only has to be mildly amusing for kids to be, like, entertained. So, I'm not saying he's going to phone it in, but I don't think it's going to be the kind of script that focuses on the comedy so much as it is the heart of the whole thing. I love Free Guy, and he was super optimistic in that. Yeah, it was a bit against type. I actually still haven't seen Free Guy. I would like to see that movie. Has to be fun. I think it's going to be a fun movie. It's just, the question is how generic is it going to be? It's not too hard to be fun and wholesome when you're making a kid's film, but some of them are just so by the numbers that by the time you finish watching it, you just kind of forget the whole movie, like days later. Because it knows that all it has to be is a movie that's good enough to put on the DVD and keep the kids busy for an afternoon. But it has a good chance of being entertaining because, I mean, they've got a whole bunch of CG imaginary friends, and I guess a lot of antics will come out of that. And the CG on them is great. Like, holy shit. This shot? Not him. Wait, switch camera. When they revealed this Betty Boo thing, that is crisp. I know I'm covering it slightly with my picture-in-picture window. But, like, that looks real. That looks like a person wearing an outfit on set. Perfectly lit. They must have had... They had a pretty decent... They would have had ILM or Weta on this fucking project. And they would have had mad CG supervisors on set making sure to get the lighting data with those reflective balls and stuff. Because this is on point. Looks like real hair. Yeah, that's what I was saying about the monster. Like, I don't think the monster's that interesting. Like, this purple monster seems to be, like, the most boring,
Imaginary
obnoxious character.
friend.
But, his fur is pretty legit. Yeah, like the hair. That looks like you could actually touch it and stroke it. You hate how he looks like Grimace meets My Singing Monsters. You know, there's probably a market for somebody to make a live-action My Singing Monsters movie as a surreal Dr. Seuss-esque musical. I think that'd be really cool, actually. Like, I'm super down for that. The eye reflection and Betty Boop, Jesus. Yeah, yeah, the more you look at it, the more you look at any of these CG characters in this, especially her, the more it looks like something that was actually there on the set that you could touch. They did a good job with that. It's really down to the script, really. I know John Krasinski is a good director, so I don't think the directing's going to be a problem. The CG's on point. Ryan is a good lead. It's all down to the script on this one. Be a great episode of What If. Which? Bloop. My Singing Monsters. Why would that be in What If? That's not even connected to Marvel. That is such a random idea, Sham. Just make it its own standalone movie. What's wrong with that? I like musicals. I'll watch a full musical based on that property. Easy. I mean, I like the style of music that they create out of all those monster sounds as well in that game. Like, it's unique. It has a flavor to it. Has a vibe. Just get Disney to buy them. I don't know why you want to add it to the Marvel cinematic universe. That's such a random idea. That'd be like if someone was like, hey, they're making a live action God of War movie. We're going to get they're casting Kratos right now. And it's going to be set in the Marvel Cinematic Universe because Disney bought fucking Sony or whatever. So we're going to get to see Captain America teaming up with Kratos against Loki. Wait. Oh, shit. If they brought that into Marvel Cinematic Universe, Loki is Kratos' son, which is Thor's brother, which means Thor is also Kratos' son? Oh, shit. I think we just broke the multiverse. Kratos in the Cat in the Hat universe. I mean, we all do want to see the Cat in the Hat eviscerated. Specifically the Mike Myers live action version, because fuck that movie. That was weird. It's probably worth watching as a shit movie. Like, if you're having a shit movie night, where you just want to laugh at something with your friends, I reckon Cat in the Hat would work. It's just so weird. And has so much, like, inappropriate for kids humor in a kid's movie that it's like, it's bizarre. It's surreal. Cat in the Hat was great. That is a negative. That is a falsehood. You are spreading misinformation in the chat, Sham. How dare you? How dare you tell lies on the internet? A lot of it is just wrong. Yeah, I've seen some. I haven't seen it in a long time, but I saw some clips on YouTube in the last few months from it. And I was like, holy shit, that's it. I don't remember that in the movie, but that's fucked up. There's a hoe joke he makes with an actual hoe, like the gardening implement, where it's like, what the hell you doing, y'all? Live action was the perfect amount of adult humor in a kid's movie. No, that's what I'm saying. There are things that have the perfect amount of secret adult humor underwriting a kid's film to keep the parents amused. That movie is a good example of a movie that crossed the line. That movie went over that line. It is not a good amount. It is overkill. They went too far with that one. Pretty sure there's one joke that was essentially like him making a reference to cum shots. He never says the word, but there was something I remember being like fucked up. I remember liking it as a kid. Kids don't understand it anyways. I mean, yeah, kids will like, if you took a shit on the kitchen floor and painted it blue, pink, green, yellow in like candy colors and sprinkled it with little, little glitter and ones and hundreds and thousands candy speckles, you can make your kids sit down and watch that for like 4 hours. They'll watch your painted shit if you make them. They'll have a great time. Your 6-year-old sister understood it and got uncomfortable. No, I'm not surprised either. But like, He-Man is always my go-to example. Like, I was a big He-Man fan as a kid. I watched the cartoon on TV while playing with the toys, mimicking what they were doing, and I had Castle Grayskull, like the set and everything. When you watch that now, it's so bad. The animation is so cheap. The plots are just excuses to make characters move around. Like, oh no, Skeletor is doing the thing with the thing. Let's go over there. By the power of Grayskull. And then he like punches or throws him against a wall. The end. Like, that show sucks, man, and that's coming from a He-Man fan. That's why I really enjoyed that that new Netflix show, the one that was with the showrunner Kevin Smith. Actually had a plot, actually had character arcs and things happening. I was like, sweet, I can be a He-Man fan again, because I can't watch those old ones. It just reminds me of how stupid I was as a child. Kids understand more than you think. It's true though. Kids can be pretty stupid, but they can also surprise you with what they can actually pick up on. It really comes down to the kid though. Most kids are dumb as bricks, and then you get some surprisingly smart ones here and there sprinkled in. But yeah, like Cat in the Hat was just one that was kind of like weird and cringy. There's just parts of that movie where I'm like, this is trying so hard to be funny, to the point where they're pushing the edginess of the jokes in that adult way that doesn't feel like they're trying to hide jokes for adults like Pixar does. It feels like they're just trying too hard to be funny, and it's coming off as like really weird. And I'm just kind of sitting there gritting my teeth like, I don't know how I feel about this movie. Please, Mike, go back to doing cool shit that we love. I mean, Shrek is fine, but I don't see Shrek as Mike Myers. Shrek is Shrek. Like Mike Myers disappears into the Shrek role. I want Austin Powers back. I want to know. I want to see what movie studios, directors, writers, Mike himself would do with Mike Myers today. Not with Mike Myers, Austin Powers. That was Golden Age Mike. Shrek separated from Mike Myers. Yeah, I can't imagine what an Austin Powers movie like would be like now, because Austin Powers movies have they still have some of that pop culture edginess in terms of like it goes between just really puerile, immature jokes and some kind of edgy pop culture cancelable stuff. It kind of shifts seamlessly between the two. So I wonder if they'd make an Austin Powers now, if it would be nuded and not as funny anymore, or if they'd still go for it. It's kind of like Tropic Thunder. You couldn't make Tropic Thunder now because there's too much crazy shit in Tropic Thunder. But it's a classic, and it made some very good points with its satire for its time. Is that the raid animation they just played? Sorry, my laptop just gave it away. I can't see that shit when it happens like you guys can. Oh, it was too. Zapton Wolf. Hey, Zapton. You just caught us in the middle of ranting about how fucking weird the Mike Myers Cat in the Hat movie was back in the day. I don't even know how we got onto that topic. Oh, it's because we were watching that Ryan Reynolds trailer. I forgot. It's still up on screen. Yay. Where's that doll again? There it is. If you were gonna put some money down on how long it was gonna take for Rule 34 of this thing to come out after this movie drops, how long do you think it's gonna take them? I say we see it within a week. When does this come out? There's no date. There is no date in this entire trailer for the release of... Why? No, there it is. 2024. Vaguely next year. Alright. Fair. That's a classic. See, I would call The Grinch with Jim Carrey a classic. Cat in the Hat was trying to do the Grinch Jim Carrey thing, and they tried too hard, and the movie was really fucking weird. And a little bit too edgy for its own good. That's kind of where I'd place that. But yeah, Sham's on your side. Sham seems to love it. It already exists, I bet you. The thing is, I don't know what to type in to confirm or deny. I don't know what that creature's called. I don't think they ever say her name in the trailer. Where is she? Where's she at? Hang on. Black. Did they say her name?
Hi.
Why does she sound like a dude doing a chick's voice? What the hell was that?
Hi. Hi.
She sounds like John Mulaney. Why does she sound like Mulaney? What the fuck? Looks like live action Cat in the Hat has an absurd amount of strange adult humor, but that's what makes it unique. Absurd is a good word to use. I think it just has too much, and it doesn't feel like they're trying to hide jokes for the adults. It feels like they're just trying too hard to be funny, and then coming off as cringe. That's kind of what my attitude towards the movie was. What's the movie called? It's called If. It just dropped recently on Ryan Reynolds' YouTube channel. It stars him, but it's directed by John Krasinski of The Office and Mr. Fantastic and Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness fame. Looks like the time thingy from Loki. Oh, you're talking about Miss Minutes? Yeah, I mean, well, the character design is coming from the same era of animation, of how they used to do, like, cute female characters back in the black and white Mickey Mouse era. So, similar vibe. Metahuman was great. Like, when he started doing the cooking show. I mean, that's pretty Cat in the Hat-esque. The Cat in the Hat is like that. How would you describe the Cat in the Hat? He's kind of like Mr. Mxyzptlk from DC. He's like this weird entity that can just magically do or be anything, anytime he wants. Like some freakish chaos demon. Also like Neil Patrick Harris in the recent Doctor Who special. The Toy Maker. The Cat in the Hat's basically the Toy Maker. Yeah, Miss Minutes. The most recent series of Loki, though, she gets very scary in that show. You know how, like, when they're crunching all those people down in that cube? Which was shockingly violent for a Disney Plus show. And Miss Minutes in the background is just, like, smiling like a freak. Like an absolute little psychopath. Also, when she starts hitting on Victor Timely, and she starts suggesting that she... yeah, the obsessive girlfriend thing. Oh my god, Miss Minutes turning into like penis stalker on Victor Timely was actually horrifying. Like I was worried. I was worried for Victor Timely. I'm like, bro, you got to get out of here. You're about to get raped by a clock. I mean, maybe that would be kind of dope. I don't know. I've never made love to a clock before. I feel like there'd be too many gears and springs. Yeah, okay, never mind. I think I'd run. I'm not risking that. I love my scary women. Fair. You're taking the dominatrix way of looking at Miss Minutes. OB is adorable. Oh, that actor is adorable and everything. Kei Kwan? I might be saying his name incorrectly. Short Round from Indiana Jones. Like, his character in Everything Everywhere All at Once is super adorable as well. Especially the scene later on when she actually realizes why she always loved him in the first place. How, like, good a person he is. Just being kind to everybody. Like, I actually shed a tear in the cinema. I saw that movie at the cinema. Like, I made an effort to actually go out and see that at an independent theater. And there were two scenes in that movie where I actually like had a tear rolling down my cheek. It got me good. One of them was the scene where, you know, the universe where she's a superstar and he's in the suit and they're out in the alleyway and he's talking about their lives or whatever. And it ends with that one line where he's like, for what it's worth, I would have really loved to have lived my life doing laundry and taxes with you. Yes, there it is. Thanks, Sham. I would just be happy doing taxes. It was laundry and taxes. Oh, that fucked me up. Oh my god. Like, I went from 0 to 100 on the eyes watering and tears dripping out of my face. Like, it got me so quick. That line is perfect. It's very hard for movies to be genuinely romantic without it being schmaltzy or cheesy or forced. But that was 100. That was pitch perfect. Like, a perfect romantic moment should be able to take you from feeling nothing, completely neutral, to dagger straight through your heart. It has to get you, like, instantly. Like, you just want to cry immediately. You have to feel like you have to feel like the female character in the rom-com when the dude does something romantic and they immediately start wanting to burst out in tears. You know, like he shows up at the airport, embarrasses himself, and pulls out the ring or whatever, after just riding his BMX bicycle through New York traffic to get to the airport in time. That shit. That rom-com shit. It happens in every movie. He was so sweet. I don't understand why she was falling out of love. I understand. It's time has a habit of turning things bland for human beings. If you're in a relationship for long enough, everything that becomes rote, it becomes expected. There's no mystery to the other person anymore. You just get used to them always being around. There's the romance is gone, the spark is gone, the fire is gone. They're just the person you live with, and you're just getting by your day to day. It's very easy to forget the feelings that things started with when you reach that point. That's why couples that want to revitalize and remind themselves of that stuff, they do things like go on massive holidays to shake it up. They go to couples therapy to talk their way through it. You renew your vows. You have you redo the wedding just to remind yourself of that time, that spark, all that stuff. The scene where the mum and daughter are rocks was great. Yeah, and very funny as well. And cute. When she's doing the whole I'm gonna get you, and she's like, Mum, stop, and the rocks are chasing each other, shifting through the dirt. That was so good. Trying to recapture nostalgia is a slippery slope. It's reminding yourself of previous feelings is one way to go about it. Going into a new level of the relationship where you change things up and you make it different is another way. Some couples are together for maybe 10 years. Things get boring and rote and unexciting. And then maybe they become swingers. They start an open relationship or something like that, where it's let's take away the pull of wanting the excitement and the mystery of new human beings to the point where we destroy what we have, and let's just satiate our curiosity by allowing each other to experience sexual things with other people safely and with full communication, and then come back and still have a normal functional relationship where you're not feeling pulled away. It makes sense, you know. I've been in relationships that were open, and in ones where we've done the occasional adventurous thing, like a three-way or whatever, and it's pretty exciting, and it does revitalize things. It's you go back to normalcy where you're just at home eating dinner together, but there's a freshly renewed vigor to wasn't it cool that we did that thing? Yeah, that was fun. Now we're even closer. Doesn't work for everybody though. It's different for every couple. You know, everyone's going to react to... there's plenty of couples out there that are super jealous people, both the man and the woman. And they're super... And that makes them super monogamous. And that's not going to be a solution that works for those people. Because jealousy and that internal fire and need for ownership over another human being is... You can't get around that. That's just what your expectations are. All love takes work, and the comfortable stage is underrated. It's nice having someone you can always depend on and always support you. Yeah, you just can't take it for granted. Because at some point, both people are going to get pretty bored. Things don't last forever at the same level of intensity. You just have to accept what the things are that you have and what you appreciate, and don't let other things pull you away from it, if that's what's important to you. You know, people end up cheating not because they're bad people, but because after a decade or two, they're just so bored and they're so unengaged that they allow themselves to get pulled. Phrasing. Maybe I shouldn't put it that way. It becomes too easy to be enticed. And then all you need is for someone to come along and actually seduce you. And then it becomes too easy to make you fall for that. For you to commit cheating actions and then feel real shit about it afterwards and wonder how you could risk such a long running and you still love the person and you wouldn't want to risk it on something like that, but for some reason you did and you don't know how you did it. It's how did we get here? And it's like, well, that's how you got there. You became weak to the enticement because everything just became so gray. And maybe this happens with women a lot as well. Like women, when they start to feel, what's the word? Unappreciated and not really respected in a relationship. Like suddenly someone else comes along and looks at you with those eyes that are like, you're an amazing person, you're a goddess. And it's like, you want to feel that way. You want another person to make you feel that way. And cheating can happen very easily in that situation because like someone's giving you something you need emotionally. Even though you end up having to do the wrong thing in order to achieve that. Because, you know, cheating's never good. Like, obviously, it's always a bad thing. It's just people seem to undervalue how easily human beings can do that despite not being bad people. Like, don't automatically assume someone's evil or someone's a complete piece of shit, male or female, if they make that mistake. Because there could be, like, other extenuating circumstances that drove them there. And some which may be more at the fault of the other person in the relationship. Maybe they just genuinely aren't being treated well and haven't been for years. And not in the way that, like, you're just absent-mindedly not appreciating maybe you literally are treating your spouse like shit because you're so bored that you're taking it out on them. Like, you're the reason why my life is boring and uneventful. I hate you. And every time I see you or talk to you, I'm going to be an antsy little prick. I feel like men make that mistake too often. There's a shocking amount of men in relationships that kind of like treat their girlfriends like shit because they're just not into them anymore. They're bored by the relationship and they don't want to see themselves as the bad guy and do the dumping. So they just turn into an asshole. Almost like they're daring the girl to dump with them so they can see them as the bad guy, but then they get to go and have other chicks. It's complicated. I don't know. We got wrapped up in that a bit too hard. Whoops. Anyway. Yeah, it's all about the little things. Because once you stop paying attention to little things, that's when you start taking things for granted. And then you end up in that position where you don't know what you had until you lost it. Lifetime of pain. Things you never get over. Also, Sham shared a link 29 minutes ago. Let's see what that is. Oh my god, what? This is a 30-minute anime dub? God damn, Sham. Some of the stuff you've been sending tonight is long. Gotta marry someone who makes you laugh. When I'm old and saggy, you can't fuck, at least I can laugh. Yeah, it's true. But I feel like women in particular are pretty good at that. Like, a lot of dudes think that what women really want and only want is, like, abs and big dicks. And so men obsess over these, like, shallow physical stuff. Women like dudes that are fit. Like, there's nothing wrong with liking some of the shallow stuff. But I think men underestimate how much women love certain personality aspects to men, more so than the other shit. And I think humor is one of them. Like, I've known so many people that are punching above their weight in terms of their girlfriends. Like, dudes that you look at and they're, like, nothing special. Like dorks, basically. But they've got, like, an actually legitimately pretty girlfriend. And that's really all it came down to, is personality. Like, they enjoyed talking to him. He was funny. And that actually counted for so much. He's also not ugly. Just, you know, average. Because there's a limit to the shallow stuff. Like, you got to still be physically attracted to a human being. You know, within reason. Anime Voice Camp is back after 2 years. Is that what this is? Oh, yeah. It is. I forgot these existed. Oh my god, with the intro. Okay, stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Sir, yes, sir!
Oh, there we go.
You guys are excited to be
We got there.
It's waning a little bit.
Your personality can take you from a 5 to an 8 real quick.
Both of you
Bars. Ain't that the truth?
I just spit water.
Well, you know what's funny?
Look at that clips. I've already got one in there.
That is so true of men, but also in reverse, especially. The number of times I've seen women turn on dudes that are really attractive dudes. Like, you can look at a dude, and from just a physical appearance perspective, you can say that's a 9 or a 10 out of 10 dude. That's a hot dude. And then they open their mouths, and they say some douchey shit, and immediately you can see every woman in the room just drop to 2 out of 10. The amount that you can lose on the scale of women being attracted to you, if you're a douchebag, is immense. And I don't think douchebags realize that, because none of these Andrew Tate looking motherfuckers that think they're alpha and shit and basically say douchebag shit all the time, none of them seem to ever realize this, that the amount of points they lose on opening the mouth is just ridiculous. Like, please, for the love of God, find a personality, because going to the gym and being a misogynist is not a personality. And they all seem to think it is. Oh, well.
It's gonna be the best one today, so we're gonna peak at the beginning and we're gonna slowly die off.
Best
Just
one?
like life. Yep.
Is the one on the left a female, or is that just the DP?
Tommy in it all.
The main part is that these guys are in a conflict.
If you ever call yourself an alpha, you'd rather date a rock?
He says some
yeah.
right? And he
Isn't that just one of the biggest red flags? A dude that refers to themselves as an alpha. Like, I don't think I've ever cringed harder than when I've watched those YouTube compilations of failed Riz, and you see dudes actually like refer to them as some kind of alpha, and it's like, oh my god, that's not something you can say about yourself and get away with it. If somebody else, there's a lot of things that you can benefit from that other people can say about you. But you cannot say yourself that you are that thing. And that is definitely one of them. God forbid being an unattractive douche. Looks in the mirror. Are you an unattractive douche, Sham? Is that what you're trying to get at? I think you're in the worst category then. You don't even have the attractiveness to make up for the fact that you're a douche. Although that, to be honest, based on what I said before, I guess it's a moot point, because even if you are attractive, being a douche just cancels it all out, so you're fine. Nothing has changed.
What the heck is wrong with his neck, bro?
He has the streamer posture too. He's got it all.
But then you never expect this.
Whoa!
Bam! Trotting wheels are off. Bicycle attack.
Wait, what show is this?
Oh my god, he dismantled the entire
His face, yeah, he gets really upset about the bike here, and then he's screaming at him again. Takes his baseball bat, cracks it over the knee, and then he gets real pissed off, right?
Whoa. I bet it would be really difficult to smash a baseball bat over your knee. I feel like your knee would give way before that baseball bat does.
That's the clip.
Dude, in my mind, this is a discussion between Tommy Innit and like Mr. Beast about YouTube analytics.
I don't like the visual of Mr. Beast with a tattoo on the side of his shaved skull.
This is after Beast Burger fails. I'm basically just gonna go off of whatever Grummy says right at the beginning.
Pick a single word that we are gonna focus on for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, pick a word.
No pressure, man.
I'm taking a random object on
Okay,
my
it's
desk
not a
and I'm gonna
female
say it out
voice
loud.
actor.
Banana.
It's just a female DP.
Banana?
Orange, you glad I didn't say apple?
I hate you and your stupid puns, and I hate bananas too.
Hey guys, why are you arguing about my banana?
I love Annoying Orange, and I hate you.
I love when they kill Annoying Orange in the
Guys who talk about investing in stocks and how to make money is a personal red flag.
Hey, this is pretty annoying.
Bitcoin.
Hey, come on, man. That's
If they start giving you advice on what like Bitcoin or NFTs to invest in, that's when you call it off. Just run back to your car at that point.
That's
it's
my
over.
Annoying Orange collectible bike.
I'm just like Annoying Orange. I'm gonna break your bike.
Let's see what else of yours I can break.
No, come on. That's my.
How about this bat?
That's the bat they used to kill the apple.
Annoying Orange would love this.
Yeah.
That's it.
He had nothing on that
I'm
one.
about to go grape on your ass.
You actually put in the sound
It
effects of the
crossed my
punches.
mind that I had no idea. I have watched so little Annoying Orange in my life.
Yeah, I was like, what does he do besides be fruit? I like that he said haha banana. We were like, sweet, an Annoying Orange reference.
Why don't they ever explain what anime is that they're they're freestyle dubbing over. Like, that's the thing that most makes me curious, is like, what show is this clip from?
Let's just try another word.
I like that.
Sometimes it's obvious,
3, 2,
but
1.
Battery.
like, it doesn't look like anything I've seen.
Yeah, I guess
ever.
I can commit that right now.
The battery in my Tesla Model 3 is...
Damn, we got a rich boy versus the poor one.
Yeah, you're gonna want to supercharge me after this.
Yeah, it takes 30 hours to charge.
30 whole hours, holy...
It's pretty clean
Listen,
art.
bud.
I just don't recognize it.
Are you a gas guzzler?
Ah! Yeah! My Ford F-150!
This is
What?
literally a bicycle!
You do know that F-150s come in electric models now.
I can't afford it!
Yeah, we gave him the 150.
Ha.
That's it!
They never know
If
what
you
to
make
say
fun
on
of
that
my
one
Ford
line where he opens his
F-150
mouth once.
condition one more time. I'm gonna kick your ass!
Pumped and dumped.
Oh, Jesus.
I never know what to say at that last line.
This one's hard. Like, I feel like this one's hard. I think it's hard.
All right. Let's swap roles.
You wanna be Grommy?
I'll be grummy. Try hurling insults, like back and forth.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just be in the background freaking out. Guys?
Huh? What's that?
That one was
Grommy?
pretty good.
Your
They're
hair
trying.
looks like piss flowing down the toilet.
Yeah, I know. Wanna flush it?
What?
That's really gross.
This is getting a bit gay.
I'm gonna start it over. We keep getting into
That
this
started like they were
habit
starting to get into
where
each other.
Someone says something and we just keep laughing at it. What happened, bro? Are we falling this far?
I don't know, man. His hair looked good. I didn't know what to say. It looked nice.
All right. You got all right. We got this.
They don't got
Hey,
this.
man, you a gamer? Cause you kind of stinky.
Sorry, I'm looking for a hospital for my friend here.
This guy's hair looks like piss. Yeah, I know. I want to flush it.
Guys, we don't
Went
have
back
to
to
fight
it.
about this.
You need a hospital? I can take you to one.
Oh, really? I'd like to see you try, bub.
You kiss your mother with that mouth?
Yeah.
I would kiss
Seems like it would be
my
fun
mom.
with friends, but you have
And
no
I'll
improv
kiss you with
skills.
this mouth,
Oh, 100%. This would be more fun to do than it would be to watch, to be honest.
Hey, wait, don't
Like,
put
it's-
that down. It belongs
it's
to me. You
amusing
don't need to break it if you
To see them try and what they come up with. But like, this would be hilarious if you were actually doing it with some friends.
Try.
Wait, that's the bat my mother gave me!
Your mom!
Yeah, your mother. That's a good one.
What'd you say about my mom?
You. My mother for the last time! And now I'm gonna you!
That was probably the best voice acting on him missing the punches, though. He went from tough to feeble.
Bro, he was doing some drill sergeant RP right there. Right now.
Listen, man. PlayStation's better than Xbox.
You've ever heard of Nintendo?
Wow, they're really
My wife's
censoring the
boyfriend lets
swears.
me play that. Yeah, mine too.
You can get away with some swears, though, and not get the video demonetized.
Egg box.
Hey, was the dress blue and black or white and gold?
Get the f out of 2009, you dweeb.
Sometimes my wife buys.
Wait
Because they
a
lost
second.
it.
Do you guys hear Yenny or Laurel?
I hear brain freeze.
Bruh, it's brainstorm, you.
Are you talking about Green Needle?
Huh? Listen here, Zoomer. If you're green, then I'm gonna be the needle.
I'll show you a green needle when I throw this bike at you.
That's literally my bike. What do you think you're gonna do with that?
Throw it.
No!
Yanny my balls!
I feel like this one's gone off the rails a bit. They need to move on to the next
We
clip.
may hear different things. We're not so different after all.
Nah. Now, why did you start moaning?
I heard gurgling, dude.
Yeah.
What happened?
Hey, you want to break all this kid's worldly possessions with me?
Oh my god, I was hoping you said that.
Wait, I gave him that bike. No, that's my baseball bat I gave him.
You're not serious, are you?
Yeah. We're gonna break.
I want to
all
know
of
what
it.
the context of the
guys,
scene
this
is
is
now
not-
for real.
No, he said the B word.
Hey, buddy. The only here is me when my wife's boyfriend comes along.
Like, I can't imagine what the actual scene is about. It's like, why are they trashing this kid's bike and baseball bat?
Ha! If you thought that was something.
Ever watched Whose Line Is It Anyways? Yes, that's a good show.
Oh no!
Like, you can look up any clip of that on YouTube and it's always funny.
Yeah.
Those guys are amazing.
All right, you little maggots. I'm about to drop down
And they're all funny. Yeah, Wayne Brady in particular. I love Wayne Brady. You like Colin the best?
Those are my weakling sounds.
Isn't the
progression you went from
Isn't the most recent host of that the actress that voices Lana in Archer? She took over from what's his name? The fat blonde guy with the glasses, Drew Carey. Did a Christian living assignment in the style of one of their noir skits. What the fuck? That was a mouthful. I don't even know what you mean by that. Yeah, I remember seeing her on there, and then I heard her voice, and I was like, wait. And I looked into it, and I was like, oh, that's fucking Lana from Archer. Awesome.
from like all macho.
I love her.
Grizzly, I hate to break it to you. Your weakling sounds. Your
She's got the best job as well, because she gets to basically sit there and set up the comedic scenes for the guys to like work through, and then she just sits there laughing at everything. It's basically her job is to have all your friends do funny things for you, and then she gets paid. It's so unfair. I was investigating a Freemason in a barbershop in the 1940s. It was just silly narration moments, and it was so much fun. God damn, that's so specific.
You're not serious, are you?
Yeah.
We need a new scene.
Come on, guys, this is.
No, seriously, I was in the studio and I was like, Marucho!
Doesn't matter, dude. Are you a real actor or not?
Disley purred the other day and
Oh, there's a girl.
I just want to make that clear.
No.
What did that sound like?
Is this only the second time we've ever watched one of these
Hope you're
clips that
ready,
you've
though,
sent,
because
Sham,
these
where
clips are
they've had one of the
sick.
female actresses on?
Grizzly, hit play.
Anyway, so they look over the railing and they see that
They
this
got too
guy
many
is
dudes
being
doing this.
Man-like.
What?
He leans over, he says something, he looks down, and then they just start crying, and he says something else. And it really pisses my man off. So he runs down there, screaming, and punches the out of him.
Holy shit, it's confiction.
Once again, I have no idea what show that
It's
is.
a really simple clip to get us all warmed up and ready for anime voice cam. You know, and I'm not too hard on anybody. We like to have fun around here. Am I right? Everybody has fun around here?
Third
Don't
time.
expect much from me this time around.
She's got an Ash Ketchum
I have
hat on
one
in her
idea, and
DP.
It's not a good one, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
I recognize that hat anywhere.
That's the Bisley we know and love.
Wow, I can't believe you finally get to see Tilted Towers in person.
Yeah.
What?
I'm thinking about buying a boat.
A boat? Why would he buy that?
Tilted Towers is so beautiful.
Yeah.
I just never thought I'd see this ever in my life.
Wait, where you?
I can't be here right
Tilted
now.
Towers is that way.
Yeah, I'm gonna go buy that boat.
They removed boats from Fortnite. How dare you? You can't buy those. Ah! Bring it up.
Well, he put all into that.
Oh, all I had was I'm gonna buy a boat.
I'm gonna buy a boat.
You really threw me off because I totally thought you said Twin Towers.
Oh.
Oh my god.
It really scared me for a second.
Tilted Towers is that way.
Someone else do it that's not gonna. Talk
Sometimes
about
the improv, they don't really need to make sense, I guess, but it's just one random thing after another.
Now on the spot.
Just to whatever they can fill into the moment.
I mean, seriously, you couldn't. What?
Make it 20.
Hey, wait, that looks like real crying. I only have $10. Hey, where are you going?
I'm gonna go rob someone. I'm gonna go steal money.
Chocolate flavor, Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs.
I need $10 more. You! Give me all your money! You can buy Reese's Puffs. You can give me your money. Come on!
Reese's Punch.
I don't like cereal that much.
What the hell was even going on there? That one went off the rails as well.
What's with the moaning? Hey, what's with the morning?
I want Reese's Puffs. What the hell are Reese's Puffs?
I was just thinking about 2015.
I was
Hang
just
on.
thinking about a tall glass of.
Let them voice act in the background for a second.
Bro, I just don't have any ideas.
I'm not there with you, Bisley, but I have a.
I don't know if
deep
we've got Reese's Puffs in
suspicious
Australia.
feeling That you are thinking
Oh,
about the
like
boat,
Reese's
you are trying
Pieces,
so
but
hard to
puffs.
I can't talk about it
In the cereal.
Nobody laughed when I said it.
Cool.
That guy's so rich, he looks like he has a boat.
Yo, those guys up there look.
So Reese's Pieces cereal is what it is, and I guess it tastes like peanut butter and chocolate. That's cool.
We can't get a
I don't know
boat,
if I'd want
but I'll
cereal to
try
taste like
until
peanut
there's a
butter
whole
though.
Ocean for a boat to be on.
I call it the big pussy.
Whoa, the big pussy. You're so strong.
Big. You son of a. That's the stupidest name for a boat ever! I'm gonna take your money and buy my little sister a yacht!
How was that, Bisley?
I actually like the name of Big Bussy for a boat.
Bro,
Trust me, it's good.
Nobody
I do like
laughed when I
Milo
said boat.
cereal.
That's my
I
problem
get
right
Milo
now.
cereal a lot.
Nobody said.
Milo
Nobody
cereal's a
went
good
along
shit.
with the boat. Nobody said anything about the boat.
I've also got
I'm not involved.
I've also got churro
Suddenly
cereal,
it's all
which
about the
tastes like little
boat.
churros in a bowl of milk. Very
Oh my God,
cinnamony.
this is huge. What?
What?
It's bringing a tear to my eye.
It's not. Hey, it's not that big.
It's so big.
Stop crying. It's
It's a
not
good
that
one.
big.
I've never seen a big.
Oh no! Don't cry. It's. I can have a bigger dick too.
My dick is illegal. It's a weapon.
What?
Biomass.
You. My dick is small, and I'm gonna take out that anger on you. Ah!
I bet his dick is like 3 inches.
Hey, that was a good one, bro.
3 inches is honestly enough.
Oh my god.
Yeah, my dick is so big, my dick is so large.
3
I
incher
wanna
confirmed.
Buy a boat, but I gotta buy a barge.
I'm back. I just had a run to the little McDonald's down the road.
In the middle.
I love the fact that
Yeah, I got 6 McChickens.
the display pic
plain.
of the little girl in the
Don't forget to
pigtails
swallow, man.
has that
Maybe the
voice.
Yeah, which guy?
The guy talking about the boat.
That voice. Like Cinnamon Toast Crunch? Yeah, kind of like that.
Hey, Toots, I need a place to dock.
It's amazing.
I've got the place for you.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's Schlatt? Now I know what one of them looks like in real life.
No, he's got to be talking about his boat. Don't worry about it. I'm just sure he has a really big boat.
But she's a woman. How can you talk about on a woman? I don't
No,
even
it's not. It's
understand
just.
Yeah, it's a 32-foot formula. Some say it's big. That's all I need.
32 feet? You need 32 feet of boat?
What?
I'd say 6 inches of boat is far more than enough for any woman, and you're a piece of for sex.
Your boat's only 16 feet, honey.
It's high tide.
They seem to get stuck on the boat thing.
Just throw in like a.
God, now I want cereal.
Like,
Y'all have made me
just
hungry.
get amazing.
It's 2 in the morning, so it's too early and also too late for cereal.
This funnel is.
Okay, where's the next? There's definitely a different show.
One brother Dodger Giddy's gonna dog up, smack his gun. Me! Mate's absolutely knackered.
What the fuck?
Oh, he's up, bruv. Wait him, might go away from back from Dick's trying to come back and take this, bruv. You go in, you take his in, you take his in back from Dick's trying, bruv. You take
This one's gone way off the rails. Also, I think there
Get a knife, don't register.
there's no too early or too late for cereal. I suppose that's true. So what you're saying is I should have some cinnamon churro cereal right after the stream.
It's high tide.
In the middle of the night. I feel like the censorship is ruining some of these.
I'm sweating.
Like when they swear too much, all you hear is the
Every
censored
pore on my body is forcing
bloops,
out water.
and then you don't know what's going on.
That has to be in the
Treat
video.
yourself.
No,
Okay.
that.
Why don't
Can we
I?
do another accent and like other slang?
Here's an idea. Why don't I combine churro cereal with Milo cereal to make melted chocolate on churros cereal? I think that sounds like genius to me. Oh my god, I'm like an entrepreneur over here. Just inventing the good shit.
That might be the funniest one we've ever
Chillos
done, I'm
cereal.
not
Yeah,
gonna
there we
lie.
go. I'll call it Chillos. I'll
I'm,
become
like,
famous. I'll be
actually
known
sweating.
as the
My
guy
man
that made the
looks like you're down
cereal
on me
that
now.
was pretty
Kangaroo Jack on
mid.
your location coming in hip hoppity.
Oh, you
I'd give you Biscoff, my Twitch is bugged.
I'll take it in the
Oh, good idea. Let me have a a biscuit on the house. I feel like it.
Oi.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, skibidi bum da.
What is Milo? Okay, wait. This one's getting annoying. Milo is a hot chocolate drink here in Australia. I don't know how worldwide it is, but it's essentially you put like the chocolatey powder or stuff in a glass of hot milk or hot water. Chocolate or something? Yeah, basically. I didn't know that it was so specifically Australian that other countries might not know about it. That's Milo. Yeah, shit. Wait. Is there a nice big picture of the Milo? There's one. Yeah, Nestle Milo. It is Nestle, which is a international brand. I've heard of it. Thought it was cereal, though. Don't know why. Well, this is what Milo is. It's the drink. The chocolatey powder stuff in milk, which, you know, there's 1,000 different brands of stuff like that. But there is also now a cereal, which is something that I tend to buy a lot. Oh my god, please. Oh, yeah. Where's a good picture of the Milo cereal? I mean, this'll do, I guess. I mean, it's kind of tiny. Brr. Milo cereal. Little chocolatey flakes. Imagine Nesquik, but healthier. Yeah, it's definitely better than Nesquik. I've had Nesquik, it's fine, but... Nesquik tastes like the bland, cheap kids version of Milo. Fuck Nestle. Oh my god, you're going hard against Nestle? You know how much chocolatey goodness Nestle makes? If you boycott Nestle, that's like nothing left. All the good chocolates are like under the Nestle banner. Yeah, Nesquik's the best probably example, comparison. But yeah, I love the cereal. I stopped drinking the drink a while back because it's just like, whatever. But I'm totally into the cereal now. Fake Oreo flavors. I did see that Americans have got Oreo cereal as well. I've never seen it on the shelf here in Australia, but I would love to try Oreo cereal. They're a terrible company. What'd they do? I'm not on top of my Nestle news. What's your opinion on Crave? What is Crave with a K? I've never seen that. Oh, wow. No, I've never seen this in Australia. But that actually looks kind of dope. Wait. Oh, it's like a little cereal puff with chocolate in the middle. Like melted chocolate in the center. Crispy outside shell, smooth chocolate inside. That looks dope. I think I'd be into that. There's a brownie version with a purple box. Where the wheat outer casing is actually just chocolate as well. Double choc. Family size is in a pink box. Trying to find any different flavors. Here's a different flavor. Choco Rocks. No, that's different. Chocolate chip cookie dough. Oh, fuck yeah. That'd be my one. Right there. The yellow box is mine. Crave is goat. Is this American? Is that why I've never seen this? Looks like a fuck ton of sugar. Absolutely eat it. Yeah, same. They use a lot of child labor. I guess if you're making products that are mainly aimed at children, I guess it makes sense to use children as the labor as well. It's basically just kids making stuff for themselves. Checks out. Who are they? Oh, it's a band called Crave. On Triple J Unearthed. Okay, never mind. Not interested. What else do Nestle make? Because I know they do like everything. Like everything. Nestle Australia. It's American? Yeah, but it's an international brand. Like it's probably started in America, but it's like everywhere. Same as Kellogg's, I think. Kellogg's is another... Doesn't matter where they started, they're pretty much international now. Where are your products? About us, our stories, brands, nutrition, sustain. Okay, maybe brands. Chocolate and confectionery. This is gonna be a long list. Sometimes instead of buying chocolate or sugar lollies, I'll get some Groot Loops or Milo cereal. They own the world. Yeah, pretty much. Fruit Loops. That is actually a pretty good idea. Groot Loops would be a great Guardian cereal. Allen's, Kit Kat, Milky Bar, Aero, Smarties, Milo, Crunch, Rolo, Peppermint Crisp, Choquito, Triple X Extra Strong, not the beer, the mint, and just straight up Nestle. Click the links below. There are no links. Nestle is not clickable. You son of a bitch. Nestle Milky Bar, Retro Party Mix with Allen's Frogs. We have a lot of Allen's here in Australia. Allen's Party Mix lollies. For some reason, Australia loves this shit. It's alright. There's a bunch of Rocky Road for some... Oh, hello, Rocky Road. Oh, this is making me hungry, dude. Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't like Jaffas. Out of everything here, I don't like Jaffas. I don't really care about Freckles, because that's just chocolate biscuits covered in ones and thousands. And I don't like ones and thousands candy. They're a bit peasant candy. I'm not about the peasant candy. I like the strawberries, the strawberries and cream that come out of the Allen's Party Mix. And the pineapples, those are cool. I swear I would like Rocky Road better if there were no nuts in it. I like the chocolate, I like the marshmallow, I like the strawberry gummy parts. I feel like the nuts gives it an entirely conflicting texture. I like a Rocky Road that just skimped on the nuts. Wow, what a rabbit hole. Nestle images. I feel like there's more than that, though. What are they hiding from us? Don't trust it. Kit Kats are good, though. Wait, what is Twix? Cocoa Chex is S tier. Got nuts in it. You like Muddy Buddies. Now I need to know what a Muddy Buddy is, because that sounds delicious. Also, if I was gay and I had a boyfriend, I would totally call him my Muddy Buddy. It does sound like a grinder term. Get yourself a Muddy Buddy. Get deep up in that. Wait, Muddy Buddies are outfits for children. What the hell? FBI? FBI? Oh, these must be Muddy Buddies. Check mix. Peanut butter and chocolate. Cookies and cream. Brownie Supreme. Oh, is this a cereal as well? Or you just put it in a bowl to eat it? They look like they're covered in sugar. I don't really understand what I'm looking at here. They look like Chex, but just covered in icing sugar. EDP moment. When we got the wrong Muddy Buddy, and it was like children and shit. Yeah, I got a little worried there. You've ate them from the bag. Are these meant to be cereal? Like, are you supposed to pour this in a bowl and fill it with milk and eat it with a spoon? Or are these like hand candy? Because the Chex Wheatie things look like cereal, but the bag makes it look like something you eat with your hand. Sean was just there for the muffin. Oh, the EDP thing. Now everyone's going to be riffing on that. You can use it as cereal or candy, I guess. Yeah, the icing coverage makes it look like a hand candy, not a cereal candy. What is this? Kit Kat Muddy Buddies. Oh my god. Here's one with candy corn in it. I guess that's the Halloween Muddy Buddy. Eat with your hands mostly. Chex covered in chocolate, peanut butter, and powdered sugar. Oh, neat. What the fuck is a Muddy Buddy outfit? What is this? Is it meant to be like an outdoors forest survival kit for your kids? Do you wrap them up in this like sleeping bag thing so they can't get like dirty? That's a child. Yeah, I mean, you know it's a child. But apparently this children's outfit, this full coverage, like, outdoor sleeping bag outfit is also called a Muddy Buddy. And I'm guessing it's just a way to keep your kids from getting dirty at all. Because it's got full body coverage. Why do people hate candy corn so much? I don't really know, because I don't know if I've eaten any. Like, I don't have any memory of what a candy corn tastes like. Look. Here's a bunch of Muddy Buddies. Out of focus. Never had candy corn either. See, I don't think I have, but I also might have and just not remembered. Because maybe it's just so boring that I didn't give a shit. My brain didn't actually keep the file for what the flavor profile was. There's no flavoring, it's just sweet. Okay. Well, a lot of people diss candy corn as being like the blandest of bland candy, so I guess that makes sense. God, what a weird oh shit, I closed everything. Oh, it's fine, we've seen enough of that anyway. I should probably start leaving soon. Maybe 1 or 2 more. 39 minutes ago, there was a One Piece live action Netflix announcement, special announcement. Half an hour ago. And it goes for 1:40. Ooh, this could be something fancy. Wait. Wait. I'm very curious now. Announcing production of the One Piece animation will produce... Oh. Wait. It's anime? Wait, they're ready... Wait, what's happening here? One Piece 25th anniversary. Legend... They're not rebooting this, are they? I don't know what this is. I can't... Because the anime never stopped. It's still going. Unless they're just making some new show. Just some dude drawing. Romantic... Maybe it's a new movie made specifically for Netflix. Get ready for a fresh new remake. Oh my god. Why? The One Piece.
まずは仲間集めだ。10人は欲しいな。
They're only showing sketches. We're actually not showing what the animation is going to look like. That's alarming. What the fuck? Taiwan, peace, Israel. Netflix ruins most things. Most dramatic drawings ever. Yeah, it looked like a dude that was coloring, like was just drawing in a coloring book with crayons. Produced by WIT. Studio did did the first 3 seasons of Attack on Titan. Oh, really? So do you think it's going to be more raw art and animation? Like more intense than the original One Piece show? I thought they were announcing something to do with the live action show. Like maybe it was the first footage of the second season or something. More raw. Okay, phrasing. I didn't mean it like the Rule 34 Netflix readaptation of One Piece. This time, Rorona Zoro is wielding 4 swords. Guess what the fourth sword is? It's his meat sword. Defeating pirates anally. Bounty hunter Rorona Zoro. When he unsheathes his 4th sword, you're in trouble. My dick. Yeah, it's kind of an obvious joke, I guess. Also, imagine all the new things that Luffy's going to be stretching. Wink, wink. Eyebrow flutter. God, Luffy would make a pretty awesome boyfriend if you're a size queen. I know that Luffy is not a very sexual character. Like, he's very one-track mind. He's a very simple-minded dude. There's no real sexuality to Luffy at all. But if there was, if he was part Sanji, if he was actually into girls, oh lord, the things he could do with his powers. But I feel like you would have to be a particular kind of woman to want what Luffy's got to offer. I think you would have to be a size queen for real. No normal woman's gonna want what Luffy can do, because he's gonna gummo gummo gear forth on that pussy, and you're gonna go to hospital. I'm sorry. when he starts screaming gummo gummo in like mid hookup, it's like get out of there. That's a red flag. He's about to do something really wild. Oh shit. You can't really do anything new to Sanji to adapt him to a Rule 34 hentai show, though, because Sanji's already a hornbag. Like, he just fits in too well. Who wouldn't want that gum-gum? I wouldn't want that gum-gum. I'm delicate. I will break. Gamu Gamu Bazooka? Most women don't want a big dick. I'd rather not have my cervix punched, thank you very much. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, most regular women, like, wouldn't really be swayed by that, which is why I think Luffy would require a size queen. And they're out there. There's plenty of them out there. They're not indicative of the majority of the female race, but like you see them on Tinder, you see them on porn sites making comments about wanting what they see, but never being able to find it in real life. Single tier. I think dating apps are the most common because they're very explicit with what they want. Like, I'm looking for this many inches. If I want a regular dude, I'll go to a bar and just pick up a guy. All Luffy needs is Mrs. Fantastic. Yeah, you need 2 stretchies. Imagine what 2 stretchy people would... No, you're thinking of The Incredibles, Sham. Not Fantastic. In the Fantastic Four, Mr. Fantastic is stretchy, but Mrs. Fantastic is the Invisible Woman. That doesn't help. You want Miss Incredible from The Incredibles. Her and Luffy? I bet that exists. Hang on, wait. Let me turn off... Wait. No, how do I get back to solo? I forgot what button it is, sorry. I just need to turn that off so I don't get banned from Twitch for typing this into my search bar. Luffy... Elastigirl. Rule 34. Images. Oh shit, it exists. Oh man. Okay. I am off camera. I'm going to put this on the other screen just in case as well. I'm very paranoid. Because this is definitely not a props. Thanks, Google. Holy shit. Well, it's as creative as I expected. Sorry I can't show you, but it's for the best. Oh, don't get Violet involved. Oh, okay, I'm done. Closing that. I was thinking of Elastigirl, meant to say Miss Incredible. Yeah, I thought so. Of course it exists. I just needed to see it. I needed to clarify. I needed confirmation on that one, thanks. I also need to bookmark that search. Let's bookmark that for later. What was the thing we looked at the other night? There was something we looked at a few nights ago that I typed in, and it brought up Rule 34 for some reason. What was it? It was something about cookies. We looked up a cookie brand. Or was it Chicken and a Biscuit? It was Chicken and a Biscuit. There was a stream I did like over a week ago where we typed in Chicken and a Biscuit into Google. And thankfully I turned off the thing. It had Max in it. Yes, that was the search. I typed in Chicken and a Biscuit to see what the brand of biscuit was. And for some reason, and I apologize to people in the chat that weren't here for this and have to now hear it third hand. For some reason, a picture came up of Max from Goofy Movie, Yakko from Animaniacs, and Rayman from the Ubisoft video games. It was the 3 of them standing around a plate of food and they were nutting on it. And to this day, I cannot tell you why I got that image from looking up Chicken and a Biscuit crackers. It's a really good emoji. That's appropriate. I agree. Like, not only do I not understand why that Google search gave me that image, but I don't understand why that image exists. Like, who's the madman out on the internet who thought of that scenario and then put in the effort to draw it? Like, that's insane. But it also does prove the old adage of, if you can think about it, it exists on the internet somewhere. Someone's already done it. What can I say? It's just is what it is. Shit. Okay. This is my favorite emoji. Wait, what's even happening in that emoji? I see a dog. Oh, he's got a beer. He's showing up with beer. That is cute. I can see using that emoji in scenarios where you're arriving for a hangout session somewhere. Like if someone was doing a long, like, chill hangout session on a stream or a channel or something, you could use that emoji when you first come into the chat. Not bad. Are these all from Twitch's new emoji collections? Someone at the start of the stream tonight told me that they've added a whole bunch of new stuff. I think it was Sham. Sham used a bunch of new ones, and I was like, where'd they come from? And then somebody else that was here mentioned they were new. Oh no, those are yours? Yeah, okay. I'm just clarifying because there was a whole conversation earlier about Twitch adding a bunch of new ones. And everyone was sharing them for a bit. Sham, I just realized you've been here the entire stream tonight, Sham. It's been a long effort. Because you were here, like, at the start. I think you actually wrote something in chat before I even came online. While my countdown was still on screen. You absolute madman. Oh, you don't work tomorrow? It's alright, I already auto-corrected the word in my brain when I read it. Oh, that actually, no, that shouldn't be a surprise because it's Christmas week, yeah? Tomorrow, or well, it's 2 a.m., so it's technically today. It's Monday of the week leading up to Christmas, so I guess most people are now off work. Been playing Skyrim in the background. It's 8 a.m. for me, and I don't know why the fuck I'm awake. That happens a lot, though. Jeannie, who was in my chat earlier, she tends to show up in my chat when it's like some ridiculous time in the morning between waking up and having to go catch the bus to work, and just randomly ends up here somehow. She was here earlier, actually, briefly. She's probably gone to her own... I bet she's gone to her own channel. Let me check. She might be streaming now as well. I think she was playing Honkai Star Rail last I checked. Oh no, she's offline. Where the hell did her channel go? What the fuck? I want to see what she played last. Jeannie... How do you spell her? Oh my god.
Right.
Who's talking?
Am I right?
Okay, I don't want to... Someone is arguing or yelling at his chat, and I want to hear that. God, the people that get recommended on the front page, I swear to God. Why do so many people fight with their chats on Twitch? Someone's always getting somebody heated. Someone in the chat's always being a jerk. And then the guy in the actual stream is taking the bait. And then has like a massive dummy spit. In the actual stream is taking the bait. Oh, fuck, there's me. While Jeannie is offline, check out Sean... Oh, it was... Check this out. I didn't know Jeannie had this set up. There's me laughing. Check this out. I didn't know Jeannie had this set up. That's a funny coincidence. Oh, thanks, Hell Princess. Shamini Skyrim. Oh, that's fine. There's so much tits and ass on Twitch right now. Yeah, because everyone was reacting to the fact that Twitch made the the nudity meta, they made it legal. They had that new TOS that said you're allowed to do artistic nudity. And then everyone started to do nude shit. And when it wasn't someone actually naked on stream with their tits just cut off by the bottom frame of their camera, it was people drawing like explicit hentai. Like just drawing titties on art streams. And I went overboard in about 48 hours. So they've back. I don't know if you've heard this, but they backpedaled. I saw earlier today on Twitch, not on Twitch, on Twitter. They announced that they reversed the decision. They're no longer allowing the artistic nudity thing. So that didn't last long, and it's everyone's fault. It's basically everyone's fault. The fact that they opened the floodgates to artistic nudity, all people had to do was just be chill. If they just held back and didn't just rush to throw titties everywhere, they wouldn't have closed it back down again. Like, they ruined it for themselves. All they had to do was relax, and they couldn't even do that. So, you know, that's gone now. I'm guessing the titty streamers are going to go back to being banned and stuff for doing those topless streams. They had to stress test the chest. Bars. Put that in a rhyme, Sham. People will always push things to the limit. It was more like the second you get allowed to do something, the second you open the floodgate and say, okay, now we're going to allow it, people sprint. They run directly into it and they go, yes, okay, now that I'm allowed to do tits, let me do all the tits. Let me just grow tits on every fucking surface. Walls, floors, carpet, my shoulder. It's just tits, tits, tits. And it's like, you could have had a service that was okay with the occasional artistic nudity. We could have had titties here and there if people just calmed down and didn't rush for it like it was a gold rush. Like, we're not panning for gold in a river. Like, just, you know, hang back a little bit, drip feed the content in. But it's ruined now, so whatever. It's not like I was planning to get my tits out. What did she play last? I'm just curious. Resident Evil Village. No microphone. No cam. She's not really using her mic and cam since she got them. Maybe people have been calling her out on it, so she's been putting it in the subject line now as well. There's Honkai Star Rail. Resident Evil Village, Honkai Star Rail, and Metal Gear Solid and Mortal Kombat. Okay. Just curious. Twitch just needs to make all the sexual stuff a separate thing. Just make their own section for that kind of stuff. I mean, isn't that kind of OnlyFans, though? Like, OnlyFans allows you to stream, and people stream on OnlyFans all the time. Like nudie stuff. You just actually have to have a sub to the person to get into it. It's not just a free-for-all. They can maintain the gaming Twitch base, but go degen as they want. There should be some verification system. Yeah. The thing is with the internet, verification systems are too easy to bypass. Like, kids know how to do that shit nowadays. You can't really hide porn. Porn basically does the bare minimum. Like, for example, Pornhub. They'll have a pop-up at the start that says, please confirm you're over 18, yes or no. And if you're under 18, you can click yes and it's fine. So, like, kids have seen everything nowadays. Like, you can't hide stuff from them. As much as you try. I just don't know if it would make sense for Twitch to make a whole new side section for smut. Because then they have too much competition that already does that. Pornhub's illegal in my state? Oh, really? Holy shit. I was about to ask what state that was, but then I realized that would just be doxing you. It's not a good idea. I didn't know that there were... Wait, let me look up... states where Pornhub is illegal. Here are the states that Pornhub cut off because of blah, blah, blah. Mississippi, Virginia, Utah. Arkansas. Louisiana. There's actually a few. I'm kind of surprised by that. I thought it'd be one or two specifically like conservative Red Wing states, like very red states. You're an X videos fan anyway? People still go to X videos? The only time I ever ended up on X videos was by accident. Like the social video no. Not X, just X videos. But that was the joke. When Elon Musk said that he was changing Twitter to X, that was the prevailing joke. Was that like everyone's going to think it's a porn site because X videos already exists. What's that? Oh, it's just another Pornhub. It's the same. They're all the same shit. They're just porn sites that are just full of porn videos of anything you might be looking for. Filed under categories like ebony, threesome, incest, whatever. That's apparently a really popular category nowadays on Pornhub. I don't know how incest became a thing, but there it is. It's X before it wasn't cool. Elon needs to get over his obsession with X because he called his kid X. He wanted to call his space... Oh, wait, he called his kid X. He called his SpaceX thing X. And he wanted to call PayPal X, but then his partners wouldn't let him. So he used the name X for Twitter instead. So the X that Twitter is now, that's what PayPal was supposed to be. But he got overwritten on it. You had a dream where I went to the NFT store and they told me I couldn't shop there because I had poor people clothes. Okay, that's pretty funny. Stepbro, I'm stuck. Exactly. That Stepbro meta, it's a pretty big joke on the internet now, but that came about because of how popular that low-level incesty stuff became on Pornhub. And it's all like stepbro, stepsis, or it's stepdaughter with stepfather, or it's stepmother with stepson. It was those combinations specifically. And I don't know why that stuff became... And they always have to add the step just to make it not sound too gross. Like, make sure that people know that it's not actual incest, it's only pretend. But it's pretend anyway because everyone's just acting, so I don't even know why to bother that it's to pretend that it's step. That wasn't a dream. I mean, the NFT bros, they do not like poor people. That part is true. I don't know about the appeal. But the thing that I'm saying is that if you're someone who's turned on by incesty stuff, wouldn't you be more turned on if the fake porn where they're all just actors anyway were pretending that they were really related? Why are they pretending that they're fake related? Why are they pretending to be stepbrother or stepsister when it's fake anyway? They're just actors. They could just be pretending that they're really brother and sister. They're not. It's not incest anyway. So why pretend the step part? Because if you're someone that likes that stuff, wouldn't you be more into it not being step? I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. It was never about the incest. What was it about? The dishwasher? Was it about being stuck in the dishwasher, step bro? NFT bros be like, nah, you got poor people clothes, get out of here, you poor... I mean, you're not wrong. Most NFT bro people, if you look at any of them on YouTube, they're all those try-hard, like, I'm rich and you're a piece of shit type dudes. They really don't like poor people. Sweet Home Alabama. Damn it, now Google's gonna have analytics on me looking up what states that Pornhub is legal in. That's not a good look. Whoops. Okay. I should take off soon, so I'm gonna do one more trailer that I'm just interested in because someone sent this to me and they seemed like their mind was blown by it, and I'm curious about what it is. It's all about the oh no, stepbrother. It's all about them acting stupid is what it is. That's what it really is about. It's about men that like to fantasize about dumb, naive women that are silly enough to get stuck in a dishwasher. Which I would believe. There's a lot of sexist types of dudes out there that get off on the idea of like bimbos and stuff. Because they don't want women that are as smart or smarter than them. They want women that do as they're told and look good, like a trophy wife. Those douchebags. Do Australians think Americans are like narcissists or idiots? not as a blanket assumption. I think that a lot of Australians assume that, like, the deep south conservative redneck types with the MAGA hats and things are narcissists and idiots. Like, narcissistic enough to think they have all the answers, even though all their answers are super racist and bigoted. Because that's the thing, though. The most narcissistic people tend to be the people that believe so wholeheartedly at very bigoted things with absolutely no self-awareness about how much of a piece of shit they are for believing those things. Because a true narcissist doesn't see how bad they are. They just 100% believe what they believe is true. And that they're the best person in the world. And you should listen to them. Like, they don't have the self-awareness to see the negative side or the toxic sides of the things they believe. So you kind of have to have a healthy amount of ego to go along with your idiocy and with your bigotry. Like, all those things kind of go hand in hand. Can you go 5 minutes without being like, dudes are doing all this hooligan sexual activity and disrespecting women? Are they, though? I don't hate women. Nobody here hates women. But there are a shocking amount that do. And I don't know why there's so many of them. It kind of is concerning. Like the Tate stuff. Like, I can't stand seeing the Tate stuff on the internet. Because if I've ever seen a bunch of dudes that clearly hate women and are closeted homosexuals that are very aggressively trying to hide the fact by being super alpha, like, it's that lot. I can't stand that lot. It gets kind of grating when he does it every stream. It gets kind of grating when they exist in real life and basically make life worse for everybody and need to get their shit pushed in. I'm this close to getting into a fist fight with some misogynistic prick that goes on about that shit in real life and thinks they're an alpha. This close. MAGA people probs do. It's the thing that I think people in other countries like Australia are the most curious about when it comes to America is the whole Republican versus Democrat divide in America. Like, I think by assumption, I would assume that there's more lefties than righties in any country because one side is about empathy and doing right by other people, and the other side is about being conservative and making sure other people are downtrodden so that the richest, whitest people get all the good shit. So one side is definitely nicer than the other, and you'd assume that side to be bigger. But then America makes it look like it's pretty much 50-50, if almost more weighted towards the shitheads. It seems like there's more MAGAs sometimes in America than there are actual normal people, which is scary. I can confirm politics are a complete joke. It's confusing sometimes when I see stuff come from American news and I'm like, how is that even happening? How is that even a thing? Like, there has to be a shockingly amount of stupid people to make some of those things happen or believed. You wondering what the koalas are up to? What, you mean the drop bears? It's mostly the drop bears, isn't it? Isn't drop bear just Australian? That's our Australian fake news just to freak out Americans, telling people about drop bears. It's just violent koalas with good PR. Anyway, what I was getting at before, A24 have a trailer out for a movie called Civil War that's set in America, and it's by Alex Garland. And I'm already alarmed by the fact that Alex Garland is directing a big budget film for A24. That's huge. Look at this man. Ex Machina, Annihilation, Men, 28 Days Later, Sunshine. Alex Garland is a beast. We lure them in a false sense of chlamydia. That is a good name for a punk band. False sense of chlamydia. Feel free to steal that from me. And And I believe this is this coming to Netflix or what? I think it's just a straight up A24 film. The studio behind Moonlight, Ladybird, Ex Machina, The Witch, 8th Grade, Hereditary, and more. It's a bit of a mouthful. Yeah, but someone said I should watch this trailer because it's kind of wild. So yeah, I'm into it for the company and the director alone.
19 states have seceded.
The United States Army ramps up activity.
The White House issued warnings to the Western forces as well as the Florida Alliance.
The three-term president assures
The Florida
uprising
Alliance?
will be dealt with swiftly.
Let me know if you want to try anything on.
Are you guys aware there's like a pretty huge civil war going on all across America?
We just try to stay out. With what we see on the news, seems like it's for the best.
Oh shit. I can't see where this is going. Oh my god. I wasn't sure what to expect from this trailer, but this is about to go hard. This is literally Alex Garden is literally making the movie about what would happen in America if y'all kicked off a civil war over the MAGA shit. This is straight up what's going to happen if Trump gets into power again, I bet you. This is about to be a madness.
Citizens of America, the so-called Western forces of Texas and California.
Oh shit, look who's president.
Have suffered a very great defeat at the hands
Amazing.
of the United States military.
I love him.
Mr. President, do you regret the use of airstrikes against American citizens?
Okay.
We're moving to D.C. today.
We're going off.
Go down there.
They shoot journalists on sight in the Capitol. Every instinct in me says this is death. Blooded.
Every time I survived a war zone, I thought I was sending a warning home.
And Mary
Don't
Jane is
do
in it.
this. But here we are.
There's some kind of misunderstanding here. What?
Oh my
You're
god.
American, okay?
He plays characters like this so well.
Okay. What kind of American are you?
This is horrifying.
You don't know?
This is gonna be a tense movie, man.
On July 4th.
Oh my god.
Get in the car! Get in the car! Move, move, move!
Wow, they got some great actors in here.
Hang back.
I'm not.
This is
hanging back.
A24's budget?
One
A24
nation
makes like indie films.
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless America.
Oh, look at that shot. The anti-aircraft flak around DC. And it's in IMAX. Oh boy. You want to see your country fall in IMAX? You seem to be keeping it tense without being too cringe. It seems like they're being very vague on the cause of the Civil War. It's not too on the nose. Like, you know what was the most confusing part about that to me? Ron Swanson, as the president, at one point he says something about California and Texas being pushed back. The California and Texas alliance or something. And like, as someone who doesn't live in America, I at least know for a fact that Texas and California would never be on the same side. I'm sorry. Texas and Cali? I mean, Texas is such a red state. Like, that's such a MAGA state. But California, that's Hollywood, man. That is as left as you get. That is blue as fuck. How the hell did Texas and California end up on the same side? That's what I'm saying. Like, maybe they're separate forces? Hang on, let me go back real quick.
Texas and
right here.
so-called Western forces of Texas and California have suffered a very great defeat.
So the United States military, under the rule of the president, the current president, is pushing back Texas and California's united Western forces. That's what he's saying. So it sounds to me like, just going by this trailer, that it's not a 2v1, that they literally are allied. His speech could be propaganda. I mean, that's probably the most likely, because one of the most topical things about politics in America right now is the high level of propaganda from the right. Like, literally, everything they do or say is basically just making shit up constantly, especially Mr. Trump himself. Like, that guy can't open his mouth without saying some stupid shit that everyone knows is not true because we have the stats right here, or we have the video footage from yesterday. It's like, bro, stop creating your own reality. We literally live in it with you. We can see when you're being full of shit. I mean, it's a political film, so they're obviously going to touch on stuff like that. Like, Ron Swanson's president, I bet you, is going to be like nonstop. Is going to be depicting events that are the opposite of what's actually happening on the ground. We're going to be on the ground with the journalists seeing what's actually happening, and every time we see him speak on the TV, he's going to be saying something totally different. That's a pretty, like, obvious screenwriting move to make here. I wish I lived in Canada sometimes. I mean, if there's any chance of this movie coming to fruition, then maybe start making that plan, just in case. Make that your plan B. How to get over the Canadian border if things go tits up. Because you don't want to be in America when, what's his name? This actor? When his types are basically kicking around like a self-made redneck military, doing whatever they want to immigrants, and whatever they happen to see in their own eyes as an immigrant, even if a person was born in America, then it's going to be trouble. Things are pretty chill in Australia, unless you don't have, like, how high's price. Yeah, Australia's got its own problems. Every country's got its own unique problems. America's seems to be very specifically race-based, though. We have a little bit of that in Australia. We have a little bit of touchy race shenanigans when it comes to, like, the original custodians of the land, Aboriginal interests. And healthcare. Okay, that is probably one of America's biggest crazy things to me. The fact that healthcare is so fucked up is just insane. Like, you can't stub your toe without owing the hospital 150 grand and it ruining your entire family. I don't get that at all. Like, America needs to fix that. That is so archaic. Being a nurse sucks when your patients end up in debt just trying to live. Oh, is that your profession? So you get to see ground zero, a lot of this stuff ruining people. Like, if something happens to an organ, or if something happens to your heart, or something happens that requires surgery, or you'll die, you can't not have that surgery because that's your life. But then when the bill is like 560 grand or something crazy that you can't feasibly hope to pay in your lifespan, it's like, this shit's broken, man. It doesn't even make sense. That's just straight up busted. I mean, I love that we're just sitting on a Plemons screenshot right now. I remembered his name, by the way. I think it's Jesse Plemons. Yeah, I think nurses and doctors are in some of the worst positions because you're literally the people that are meant to be helping, but the whole overlaying system that's above your head that runs the whole thing is fucked up. Like, you can't just help people. You have to help people via the mechanism that the government has in place to get people to buy that help. And it's like, what can you do about that? Nothing. We don't even make good money. Yeah, the good money is relegated to the surgeons, right? Like, things like nurses, not so much. But if you're a high-level doctor, like someone that's like a literal surgeon, isn't that the level where you make the big bucks? Like, almost too much money at that point? Because those dudes are rich. I mean, look at Doctor Strange, even in Marvel. Like, I know that's a silly comparison, but he drives around in like a fucking Lamborghini and has like a penthouse apartment. Management makes the most? Oh, of course it does. Doesn't it always? Is it Jesse Let me make sure I'm not butchering his name, because I love this dude. He is such an amazing character actor, but he plays so many pieces of shit characters. Like, his character in Breaking Bad is an absolute piece of shit, but he's such a good actor. He just nails it. There's him and Kirsten Dunst. Probably from the press of this movie. That's the name I was looking for earlier. Kirsten Dunst is actually going to be the lead in a film for the first time in ages. Can't imagine being a surgeon. Would be too much pressure. It would be a lot of pressure, but I guess that's why they make that money. Because people's lives are like literally in your hands. Your hand is like in their chest cavity. 14 years of school and 200K in debt. Jesus Christ. Well, those are one of those positions where you have to know that you want it. No one is going to school for 14 years and owing 200K without knowing definitively that they want to be a surgeon. Like, that's a good way to weed out the people that aren't serious about the position. Like, you're going to have to want that badly. Jesse Plemons, scary racist. The world's scariest racist. He's got blood on his fingers as well. He's already done some dirt. He's probably shot some, like, people trying to cross the border or something. Yeah. Yikes. Politically charged. I'm crossing my fingers this is good. Because Alex Garland is a very good director. And, like, if he's going to take a massive swing like this, I would prefer it to be a hit. Because this could tank horribly if it's too cheesy. He was great in that Martin Scorsese movie. Yeah, he's awesome. He's one of those actors where people don't remember who he is or what his name is, but they go, hey, it's that guy there that was in that thing. He's one of those actors. I love it when he turns up and stuff. What was that comedy movie? He was so good in that. Was it Date Night? Game Night. I think it was Game Night. He plays this really creepy cop in Game Night, and he is so funny in it. Where he's one of their neighbors that they won't invite to their game night because he's a weirdo, and him questioning them on all the obvious examples of why he knows they're having a game night, and them trying to like hide the fact is like one of the funniest scenes in that movie. And he's always stroking this little dog. I'd bring up a scene of it, but we might get in trouble for showing like actual whole movie scenes. TOS doesn't like that. I bet the conservatives are not going to like this trailer. They're going to see this as lefty propaganda, 100%. Because it does seem to be very much on the side of journalists. They seem to be the main characters. And there's been a lot of roasting of journalism in politics over the last year or two as a blanket kind of thing. But, you know, not all journalism is created equal. Like, you might not like CNN for your own particular reasons, but CNN ain't no Fox News or Newsmax. Like, Fox News and Newsmax aren't even real news. They're fucking propaganda, like, through and through. Like, in a gross way. Although they do make good comedy. There's nothing funnier than watching Tucker Carlson complain that M&Ms are too sexy. Probably one of the most memorable things I've ever seen in the news. Not for good reasons, but fuck, that was funny. He's such an idiot. What a little dweeb. What Martin Scorsese was Jesse Plemons? Why am I not remembering what movie that was? Jesse Plemons. Killers of the Flower Moon. Wait, that just came out. Did you see that already, Sham? That came out like days ago, right? October. End of October. So that was like a month ago. Just a month and a bit. I didn't know he was in that. Saw it a few months ago. Tucker Carlson seems like he would be a cuck. Tucker Carlson is a cuck. Tucker Cuckson, which he will from now on be known, totally sits in the cuck chair and watches his wife make love to black men. But then acts like a racist when he's on his news show. I've never seen anyone more embarrassing than Tucker Carlson. Whenever he talks about anything, it's the lamest, cringiest shit. Like, oh god. And always wearing the bow tie and stuff, like he's mama's little rich boy. I can't stand Tucker Carlson. Oh, there's a punchable face if ever I've seen one. Tucker Carlson. I would also accept Cucker Carlson. They both work. Oh, he's a trash bag. There's very few people I despise in like the news. The news. I'm gonna put inverted commas more than Tucker Carlson. Maybe what's that lady's name? Bow ties are cool, but only for Doctor Who. Yeah, it doesn't work on Tucker. What's that? What's that black woman's name? She's like the biggest right-wing butt sniffer I've ever seen in my life. Candace Owens. Candace Owens is pretty dislikable as well. Everything she does and says and all her opinions, they all are dripping with, I'm just sucking up to the rich white man to get my piece of the pie. And none of it's legit. I feel like she's one of the biggest sellouts in humanity. I don't believe a word she says. It's all for the money. Pick me girl is fine. Exactly. There's another way more racist word for it. That I can't say, obviously, that I've heard say on a podcast. I was listening to a podcast that was basically all black guys, and they called her that, and then they all started laughing like crazy, and I'm like, ooh, it's kind of true, but like as a white dude, I can't say it. Auntie Tom? Yeah, basically. That was probably the cleanest way to put it, Champ. That's not the word they use, though. Like, Uncle Tom, like, it's an insult, but it's not exactly a horribly racist thing for a white person to refer to. It's fairly neutral, but we all know what it refers to. There's another much worse term for it. It starts with the word house, and it ends with the N-word. And this is the word that I basically saw, like, black podcasters and black YouTubers were basically calling her that. And I was like, she can't really... It's kind of on the nose, though. Like, that's basically what her reputation is like to the rest of the black community. In, like, how she deals with her career. And it's the pick-me girl thing, exactly. I mean, these are all insults, but some of them are worse insults than others, but they all mean the same thing. It's gross. But there's a lot of people with that mindset, with that conservative mindset, that are they're very cringe human beings. Like, the things that they do and say, their apparent opinions they never feel real. Like, Ted Cruz is a good example. He's not a news person. He's an actual politician. But Ted Cruz is a good example of someone, I don't know who he actually is. I don't actually know what his real opinions are. Because everything he's about seems to be pick-me behavior to the richer, more powerful people above him in the right-wing sect. Like, he's the kind of dude that basically would just say whatever he thinks Trump would want him to say. Like, whenever you see him on camera getting interviewed on some news service. But, like, the number of things he's been contradicted on because his opinions just seem to shift whatever is expected of him is just so super cringe. Do you remember when Trump started insulting him, like, on camera in interviews, to the point where he started to talk shit about his girl, about his wife? And he literally called his wife a dog. Like, Trump, on camera, on TV, called Ted Cruz's wife a dog. He straight up insulted that woman. And Ted Cruz still sucked ass to him. Even after that, he still got on his knees and he still guzzled that Trump dick. And I will never understand that. Like, Trump is one thing. I can insult Trump all day. But to focus on Ted Cruz for a second, like, I will never understand the mentality of a man who would let another man so viciously insult and disrespect your girlfriend or your wife, whatever they are, fiance, I don't care. And still kiss up to him for his approval. Like, that is a hard line. I don't care how much you want to be sitting in a big seat in Parliament, be Mr. Rich right-wing conservative politician guy. You lose me at the point where you will still suck up to that man after talking about your wife that way. You can't stand pick-me girls or alpha men. They attract each other. and they procreate, and that's the problem. That's not a man. I mean, basically, I've also seen that opinion. I've listened to podcasts and YouTubers talk about Ted Cruz, and that seems to be the prevailing opinion of Ted Cruz, is that that's no man. There's nothing manly at all about Ted Cruz. Never has been, never will. He is a spineless rat in the Tucker Carlson sense. Like, that's another person I call a spineless rat. But, I mean, he's a lump of jello that basically just does what he's told. Regardless of what it means to you can disrespect him to his face. You can disrespect his friends, his family, his kids, his wife. He will still take the knee and do what Master tells him. Like, there is no backbone there. Not even in the slightest. Yeah, see, there's nothing wrong with being emotional. Like, emotionality, sensitivity, has no bearing on whether you're like a man or not. I think standing up for a principle is more important to being a man. Like, your family, your wife, like your girl, like, standing up for them and doing what you have to like stand up for their like dignity, like, that's pretty manly behavior. Like, crying during a musical, men can do that. That doesn't make you not manly. What makes you not manly is being like a massive pussy and letting someone else like treat your family like shit. That's a hard line right there. You don't have to throw punches. You don't have to like be all big tough guy and like start violence over the matter, but you can draw the line. You can draw a hard line and say, you're not doing that. And I'm not putting up with you doing that. And I'm not following you. And I'm not doing what you tell me. I'm not being on your side if you're going to do that to me. Yeah. Like, I don't want anyone to think that I'm expecting you to start throwing punches or anything, but that's still valid at this point. It's just cringe. There's just so many cringe people, man. I don't know. And they're all righties. I don't know how to... In different ways, too. Anime Voice Camp died for this. Hey, we got through 20 minutes of a 30-minute video before we fell off it. We got plenty out of it. I should head off anyway, huh? That was a cool trailer to end the night on, though, because that was intense. That's gonna be a stressful watch for Americans too, considering how close you guys have come to Civil War already. That January 6th bullshit, when half of you all stormed the Capitol over the vote. Like, I think wherever this script came from, this script had probably they started writing this script after January 6th. That would have probably kicked off these ideas for sure. It just took this long to make the movie. But now the movie's even more... if it comes out now, it's probably more relevant now than it even was back in January 6th. During that attack. I bet you somewhere in the first act we're going to see probably a good analogy scene for the January 6th thing. That's probably one of the things that kicks off this film's plot. We're going to see some kind of like vote, and then the half that doesn't like the vote is going to attack the Capitol. That's going to be kind of January 6th-y, and then the rest of the movie happens from there. That's my prediction. It's too bad we have to wait to 2024, though. Although that's only in 2 weeks. So maybe we don't have to wait that long. Okay. I think we hung out tonight for longer than I'd planned. I thought I'd make this a 3 to 4 hour stream, and we've gone to 6. So a lot of Sunday streams have been doing that lately. I keep on fucking that up. I don't know why I think I can do a 4-hour stream, because it always seems to go for a couple of hours longer than that. Boo. What is this? Oh, my lollies. I'm addicted to these sour babies, man. Oh, yeah. Anyway, I shouldn't be eating sour lollies at 3 a.m. in the morning. That's going to keep me up. Good night, though. Nice to meet you, Hell Princess. Nice to meet you, Sham. It's time to get back to bed. Well, wasn't it 8 a.m. when you last mentioned how early it was? Wouldn't it be way too late to go to bed now? I forget what time you said. Oh, okay. It's 9. Well, it's the week before Christmas, so everyone's probably off work. So you can afford to sleep at 9 a.m. Hell, get up at 2 p.m. Get up after lunch. Make a meal of it. You do night shift anyways? Kind of same. I'm an editor. The work that I do here on the same computer. So I tend to do most of my best work overnight when I should be sleeping. I think it's because it's quiet. If you work on your edits like over the course of the night up until like 6, 7 in the morning, it's like it's nothing but free time to just work. No one's going to call you. There's going to be no distractions. It's just pure work. But then I end up sleeping during the day a lot to make up for it. So my sleep schedule's all random. Just last week, I went for almost 3 days straight. I went close to 3 days without sleep. Just alternating between my streams and getting all my editing work done. I just completely ran out of time for sleep. Chill streams and ranting streams are the same thing, Sham. The whole idea of a chill stream is just to hang out and chat about whatever. And that includes things that rile people up. It's just what, you know, anyone's game. Oh. Some things are just important to talk about. Or rant about. Just can't help it. Don't remember this when I was back at Macca's. Oh, there's been rants here and there. Got to stop going on Twitter. Hell no. I live on the internet. I have to know everything that's going on. I got to know what's going on in the real world. It's important. It's killing you? Oh, it's not going to kill me. At the end of the day, my life is still just hanging out on the internet and playing games on Twitch. Like, I don't have a hard life at all. We can talk all we want about the hard lives that other people have, or the crazy shit that's going around the world. It's not really affecting me directly, but it still affects me in terms of knowing about crazy shit going on and finding it upsetting. But I like knowing things. Knowledge is power. Isn't that the saying? Sun Tzu's Art of War. I hate hearing about politics. Can't avoid it. Remember what I said, Sham? Everything is politics. There's no such thing as no politics. Anytime someone has an opinion about anything, including the taste of peanut butter, it's politics. Simply having an opinion about anything to do with life is political by its very nature. I wouldn't try too hard to avoid it. You're kind of just stressing yourself out more by making it so much of a big deal that you need to avoid it. Running away from it is more stressful than just acknowledging it. Come here to escape reality. But you probably don't experience that stuff in reality much anyway. I mean, when you go to your job, how much overt politics do you really have to deal with? I mean, look at Kojima. For example, people treat something like gaming as something that lets you escape from reality. But gaming is an art form, which means it's full of opinions and politics and biases. Any Hideo Kojima game, especially Metal Gear Solid, full of politics. Absolutely rife with politics. It's basically, Metal Gear is like Kojima's manifesto and how he feels about the world. And how he feels about governments and private military contractors and bullshit. My work is pretty apolitical. I'm still shocked about you telling me that it you make less money from what you're doing now than when you were at McDonald's. That blew my mind. I thought what you were doing now was actually good money. But you just needed to escape from the bullshit of that job. It wasn't really a money issue, right? You just needed to get out of the blender that was the McDonald's, well, you know, their treatment of you, basically. Having a slightly less paying job where they treat you better is worth its weight in gold. Man, I'm really getting back into these lollies. I'm sorry. I clearly don't want to sleep. You'd have a job you feel proud of? Oh, like an optics thing as well? You didn't like telling people you worked at McDonald's? Sleep is for the weak. I agree. I'm not a big fan of sleep because it's a waste of time, but try staying up for over 3 days straight. It's brutal. It gets difficult. And I've had to do it a few times. I've had to do that at uni. I had to do that at film school. And now I've done it as an editor / Twitch streamer. Just losing sleep for days at a time. Just to keep up with everything. I can only stay up for 3 days homosexually? What the fuck? Is that a typo? Please tell me that's not a typo. I mean, that would keep me up for 3 days. To be fair. It's a typo. Now I don't believe that it's a typo. The fact that you admitted it. I mean, Sham is heterosexual, so there's nothing exciting about heterosexuality to keep him awake. Now, homosexuality, it's not Sham's bag, which means if we suddenly attacked him with some, he's not going to be able to get any sleep, is he? I think I see the train of logic here. If it's heterosexual, I'd bust and I'd sleep. Sham, are you saying that I couldn't make you bust homosexually? I think I could pull it off. No pun intended. Okay, pun intended. I'm gonna claim that one. I'm gonna claim that pun. Maybe if you wore a convincing wig. Nah. I'm just gonna stay straight, dude. I'm gonna make it work. Just raw. I'll get you there just through pure physical interaction. I'm gonna force that nut out. You're going to have to go eventually. You're going to have to get off eventually. Otherwise, you're going to get friction burn. It's basically... it's a war of attrition. It's who folds first. Me no want to know. This is a good threat. From now on, I'm only going to threaten you with a good time. It's the only true threat. Yeah, exactly, Hell Princess. I'll get him screaming yes, mommy by the time I'm done. I'm gonna be your Lady Dimitrescu. You got a stream tonight, Sean? No, I gotta go meet up with Sham and step on his neck in a high heel. He loves it. Oh, speaking of which, we never saw Elizabeth tonight. Our regular French lady. Not my neck, I need that for dramatic head turns. Hell Princess has replaced Liz. Hell Princess is less mean to you, Sham. That's an upgrade. Maybe I am Liz. Oh, an alt account? Elizabeth's friendly alt account where she can pretend that she's not mean to Sham. Elizabeth is a French woman that sometimes comes to the stream. And her and Jeannie... No, wait. Was it her and Jeannie? Or Jeannie the other one? They like to dogpile on Sham and be mean to him. It becomes kind of vicious sometimes when they're on a roll. And I feel bad. I feel a little bad for Sham. But then again, sometimes you ask for it. Sometimes you start it. Her and Jeannie are meanies. Bars. Put that in a rap. You've come up with a couple of good bars tonight, Sham. You need to get back to writing. Who likes to be degraded? Yeah, that was my suspicion. That he pretends like he doesn't like it, but secretly he's like getting off on it on stream. Sham, stop whacking off to my streams. I'm onto you. Especially that Paw Patrol stream I did. She figured it out. Yeah, fuck you, Sham. He just nutted. He's a low level degradation kink. You only have to say fuck you once and he already finishes. I was expecting more, Sham. It was funny at first, but I think Liz went a bit too far at times. It's one of those running jokes that, like, if nothing else is going on, you kind of stick with the running joke and you kind of drive it into the ground sometimes. Like, it happens. It just happened to be that this joke was about roasting you. So after, like, a couple of hours of roasting you, I can see how, like, you would be like, all right, motherfucker. Like, it's getting personal now. Like, I know when people are all being friendly and stuff, it's easy to roast each other and no one takes it seriously. But to be fair, a human being can only go for so long with people calling them a piece of shit before they actually start to take it personally. And it starts to feel like it's not a joke anymore. I did think that a few times while you guys were riffing on each other. I think I noticed it when you stopped fighting back, when you stopped roasting them back, and you started to like change the subject and just talk about stuff happening on my stream. I was like, Sham is trying really hard to change the topic and stop getting plastered by these two and thrown under the bus. And it's not working. You've been dealing with issues of self-worth. Yeah. But at the same time, Sham, be aware that you are also the kind of person that sticks to comedy as a coping mechanism. You tend to like joke away things, which means that you can very easily bring that on yourself by accident, because you will be self-deprecating shit like as a joke, and you will roast other people as a joke. And once you get that ball rolling, sometimes you put things in motion that you can't stop, and then everyone else stays on the let's just jokingly roast each other and, you know, talk shit to Sham. And then you get to a point where you're like, oh wait, I actually in real life am not feeling that great and are having self-esteem issues, and I don't actually enjoy this. I feel that. No, I feel it too. I fully understand. Like, I've had self-esteem issues for a while. Since my last relationship, I kind of like took a big dip and then never really came back up. I kind of stayed plateaued down here. But I keep myself so busy with work and streaming that I don't really deal with it so much, because I don't really do much with people in real life anymore. Because between streaming and between editing work, which keeps me working isolated in a room by myself, like there's very little circumstances where I deal with other humans directly anymore. It's just kind of accidentally become this weird bubble, which means you don't really get to deal with issues like that very often, because you deal with those issues by interacting with humans. Like, you have to convince yourself that other people don't think you're a piece of shit or a loser, or that you're not worth anything. And you do that by being worth something to other people and getting the feedback. Like when you get into a relationship and someone becomes highly devoted to you, looks up to you, respects you as a human being, and you're the most amazing person in their life, and you'd see yourself through those eyes. Which is why it's very easy to lose that self-respect when you fall out of a relationship, when you get dumped. Because you go from that high to basically like, I'm not even worth anything to even that person that meant so much to me. You can't get lower than that. That's a rock bottom hit. Therapy helps. Mental health shouldn't be stigmatized. Yeah, like, that's what therapy's there for. Although the stigma when it comes to men getting themselves involved in therapy is still very much a thing. Like, as much as I've been through depressions and self-esteem issues, I've never once considered going to therapy. Not because I don't believe in it or respect it. It just, there's some part of my brain that's never even considered it an option. It just never even went there. And I think that's part of the male stigma. Like, when your brain doesn't even think to consider it an option, it's like, that's a deeply rooted subconscious thing. I don't imagine that Sham has ever considered therapy either for anything that he's ever had issues with. Sham's just a fellow comedy masks all wounds person, which I understand. Men's emotions come and go, so we deflect once we feel better. I think the problem there is that our emotions never actually go. It's just that we're professionals that neglect. We're very good at getting ourselves to points where we convince ourselves that there's no issue or that we don't need help. And then we fluctuate between being actually in pain and convincing ourselves we're not. But it's only convincing ourselves we're not. It's not actually an absence of pain. We've just somehow pushed it down deep enough. And it's going to bubble up again, but we're pretty good at keeping it, you know, pressed. Men have pressure to never show emotional weakness. Yeah, it exists. The problem is it somehow still affects you even when you don't believe in that stuff. Like, I'm not the kind of person that believes we can't show emotion or weakness. I don't think that to be manly, you have to not cry or not get emotional at a movie or a musical or any of that stuff. Like, I understand that stuff on a conscious level, on an intellectual level. Like, I believe that stuff, but at the same time, it still somehow affects you. And I don't know why. You can intellectualize your understanding of it as much as you want, but somehow you still neglect your emotions. Fucked if I know. We just have to find a way to force ourselves to therapy, I guess. You lean on escapism. Yeah, that's the main thing. That's very common with men, but specifically with people that are people who joke the pain away. Because you're like that, I'm like that. You know, we mask pain with comedy. We self-deprecate. We make fun of ourselves. We look for distractions. Gaming, movies. We laugh at everything. We see something bad happen in real life and we make a joke about it, even if it's inappropriate. That's how that all works. That was Robin Williams. Robin Williams is probably the most well-known joke the pain away man that's ever existed. He was an absolute cartoon character of a man. And that's because he was an incredibly depressed man who masked it all with comedy and with making everyone else laugh. His whole form of escapism was to make the rest of us happier. He had to be a Looney Tunes cartoon character of a real live action man to make sure we were all laughing at all times. And that's how he masked his problems. And it got him eventually. Like, you can't do this stuff forever. He was aggressively depressed. And so his self-defense mechanism in the same way was aggressive. Like, he was always on. Have you ever watched an interview with Robin Williams on like a late night talk show or whatever, like news channel? He's always on. Like, there is no real Robin Williams. There's no moment where he calms down and you can have a real conversation with him. He's always jumping on the sofa, like acting like fucking Bugs Bunny. Like, it's like he's on cocaine 24/7. I don't know what he would have been like behind closed doors when he was by himself. I have a feeling when he was sitting in a room by himself with no one else around, with downtime, I have a feeling that he was aggressively in pain. Like, if there's no one else to entertain, there's no reason to be larger than life. If he was just sitting there like this, at ease, neutral, I think that's where all the pain would have come back. Those are the moments where he was probably in the most need of help. So, I mean, I guess that's what's great about being an actor, is that you're always around people. But I feel bad for him in those moments when he would have had to have gone home at the end of the night and been in his bedroom by himself with no one else around. That would have been brutal for Robin. And then he got older and he just couldn't keep doing it anymore. One of the saddest suicides I think we've experienced in celebrity culture. Sometimes a good cry really helps. Yeah, that's the thing, like as much as men try to master emotions, we all get there eventually in private. There'll always be a moment. Like if you've gone through a horrible breakup and you've been trying to keep a stiff upper lip and mask it all, there will be a moment in the shower at some point where you'll sit on the ground with your head leaned against the tiles and, you know, it'll happen. You know, at some point you won't be able to help it. Suicide success. Yeah, it's complicated though, because at the same time, it makes you feel bad for the person because how bad would things have had to have been to resorted to that? And at the same time, it's a hateful act because you're doing so much worse to the people you leave behind. Like, you kind of want to be also angry at the person who commits suicide because it's like, do you realize how much you're hurting the people you leave behind? Like, it's really selfish to resort to that. But you're kind of stuck between the two modes. It's like, I want to be angry at them, but at the same time, I feel really bad that it was that things with them were that horrible that they actually even thought to go there in the first place. Because that's definitive. That's like the end. There's nothing after that. So shit's got to be pretty bad. The shower cry is so real. Yeah, it's always the sit cross-legged on the ground with your forehead leaning against the wall or the glass. That's how it's got to happen. You've been there and you lost your brother to it. You saw what it did to your mother. You could never do that. Yeah, so you probably understand what I mean then. Like, it's a confusing combination of anger and sadness. Like, you want to feel really bad for them for being so depressed that they got to that point they had to do that. But at the same time, you also want to be super angry at them for being so selfish as to doing that to the people they leave behind. It's a complicated emotion. Neither of them are true or not true. Like, they're both true at the same time, basically. But like, you know, even though I have issues with like the self-esteem and the self-hatred and depression stuff as well, like I have emotional outlets of other kinds. Like I've mentioned before that I'm a big fan of musicals. And I'm a big movie fan in general, so I get very immersed in films. Like I generally feel the way movies want me to feel. So the most common times when I'm known to like cry, like actually release emotion at that level, is movies. Like I cry easily to movies. I cry every time I watch Moulin Rouge. I've seen Moulin Rouge like more than 15 times probably, and the ending always fucks me up. Twitch Mobile said you went offline. Oh, that didn't happen. It lied to you. But I will be soon. Hi, Jeannie. I cried at the end of Terminator 2 when John Connor loses his father figure and Arnie does the thumbs up going down the lava. I actually had a tear. I cried at the end of Titanic. Moulin Rouge is the one that really gets me. That movie really fucks me up. But yeah, I'm prone to it. Like, if it's a moment in a film that's supposed to make you cry, it can get me pretty easily because I always immerse in the storytelling of most movies. I'm an all-in kind of person. $3 a.m. in the morning. Yes, it is 3:30. That's why I'm about to leave soon. What was I saying? Well, that got really dark for a while there. But, you know, real talk, I guess. Rip what Robin Williams, indeed. That's when I came last night. Oh, 3 in the morning is when you showed up last night. Oh, I was long gone by then, yeah. That was just over a 3-hour stream. That was very short for me. But I ran out of game. Shadow Warrior ended much quicker than I planned for. Oh, earlier tonight for you. It's so complicated talking to people in chat about what times people come on and when, because everyone's on different fucking time zones. Fucks my head up. When you did what last night? Oh, because she said came in. No. Me and Jeannie did not hook up last night. I promise. I can guarantee that because Jeannie's into girls. I do not have the right equipment for Jeannie, unfortunately. I'm in the Uggo camp as far as Jeannie's concerned. Same as Sham. Sham, me and you are in Jeannie's Uggo camp. Hardline lesbian. Cannot be swayed. Don't have the right body type. So, you're saying I have a chance if I'm curvy. If I had some mad curves going on, some thick hips, some muscle mommy titties. I don't like camping. I don't like camping either. So what I'm hearing is I have a chance. If you got those curves, thick thighs save lives, 100%. You have poor people clothes also. Sham has poor people clothes. I'm riding an Oodie. Oodies are not cheap, especially Space Jam Oodies. Look at all the colors it used here. Every one of these colors cost your weekly paycheck just to make this one Oodie. I'm talking mad shit about Oodies, right? I have no idea what I'm talking about. If you transitioned, you'd have a chance. So all I gotta do is get transitioning, huh? Looks comfy as hell. Oh, it really is. That's why my Sundays are always Oodie streams. Oodies are the best thing for chilling. My mum sleeps in hers. She got an official Oodie from the website, and she just lies on the couch with the Ood up, and she just eventually falls asleep in it. The thing with Oodies, though, is that the entire inside is like a really fluffy blanket. It's like you're wearing your bedsheet and you're walking around in it. Yeah, basically it's a blanket hoodie. Because it's like you're literally wearing your bed, you can lie down anywhere in the house and just fall asleep. It's that good. It's amazeballs. So that's why Sunday is Oodie Day. I should probably get one. I mean, they're not that expensive, but they're not the cheapest form of this. Like, there are cheaper ways to get something similar, but Oodie is like the legit brand. They're like the real deal version, so they are a bit more expensive than other versions of the same thing. I wonder what they actually... I really should get Oodie to sponsor me because I've talked about Oodies way too much. Zip. Oodie. 'Tis the season. How much do these go for? I just can't remember. Look, Barbie Oodie. There you go. I'd buy this. Maybe I should. Sick. So, it's 130 bucks on sale for 99 bucks. I could never wear an Oodie. Be way too hot and sticky. Oh, where you live up north? In Queensland? That's probably a good point. It is a very toasty outfit. 50 bucks US. I mean, you get what you pay for. It's worth it. I'm actually kind of feeling this Barbie hoodie, I'm not going to lie. What do you reckon? Should I get another Oodie? I would totally wear this on stream. That's a good movie. Thanks, my American ass. Oh, did you let Jeannie do the maths for you on that one? Do it. Yeah, I'm gonna bookmark this for later. Just make sure that because I don't have much money. I'm very poor. I shouldn't really be going around buying new Oodies, but What else are they doing? Yeah, AFL, gross. Harry Potter, meh. Straight up Disney, Lilo and Stitch, DC. Fuck, maybe I should tell my mum I want it. Maybe she'll get it for me as my Christmas or my birthday present. That could be good. Treat yourself. No, I think that's a good idea. Maybe I should spin this as like a potential gift idea for my mum to buy for me. She never knows what to buy me anyway. She always gives me gift cards and shit. That'd be cute. Gift guide, bundle and save, teen adult. All teen adult. Little toast, little pizzas. Gengar. The specific Pokemon Gengar is his own Oodie. Eevee. More Harry Potter, Lazy Sloth, Gryffindor. There's a lot of Harry Potter shit. Sorry, Genie. Simizu, Shark Oodie. Okay, Shark Oodie is kind of cool as well. I'd get an Oodie with sharks on it. Be a self-care king. I'm a poor king. The problem with self-care is it takes money. I can't go to a spa. I can't go on vacation. I can't buy like a nice ice cream to sit by the beach and just enjoy a moment. Everything costs money. And I don't enjoy nature enough to self-care for free. I can't just go outside and have a nice walk in the wind and the breeze because like nature bores me. I get over it pretty quick. Any Scooby-Doo? 100%. Guaranteed they will have more than one Scooby-Doo design. There's a whole bunch of Star Wars I've seen and Lord of the Rings. And, like, they've got everything. There's too many Oodies on this website. You can scroll for hours. There's another Space Jam? Just space. Wait, maybe Google will help better. Scooby-Doo. Oh my god, that actually rolls off the tongue so good. Scooby-Doo Oodie? Scooby Oodie? Scooby Dooby Dee? Scooby Dooby? No, not Doobie. That's drugs. Never mind. Oversized hoodie blanket. Well, there's a off-brand one. Came up on Amazon. Not bad. Naps are self-care and it's free. Yeah, but I'm not awake for naps to enjoy them, though. The problem with naps is you're unconscious and you don't actually get to experience it. I'm surprised nothing's coming up on the official website, because I swear to God I've seen an official Scooby-Doo Oodie. There's Winnie the Pooh. Unless they go through phases. I have a feeling that maybe they go through contract phases, like for 2 years they've got officially licensed Scooby-Doo Oodies, and then they just disappear after the contract's over. Oh my god. Fix it. What's up? What's up? Yeah, I think that's what's going on. I typed in Space Jam into the search bar, and it found nothing. When I got this Oodie, this Space Jam Oodie I'm wearing right now, there were like 3 or 4 different Space Jam designs based on the movie, and now there's 0. So I think they go through contract phases of having designs that are actually licensed until they run out of money for that one design because it stops being sold. So for example, that Barbie one, once the movie, after like a year or 2, once the movie's not big anymore, that's probably going to disappear as well. Makes sense. Because they can't keep everything in stock forever. Like, you got to go through phases, I guess. What am I... Back up. Pokemon's probably going to be here forever. Because why would they want to get rid of their Pokemon license? That'll always sell. Things like DC and Marvel superheroes will always sell. There's Star Wars. There's one just of cheese, different brands of cheese. I don't like the football ones, that's boring. Puppy cuddles are self-care. I used to have cats. They went with my ex after she got her living conditions in a different town sorted out. She came back and got him. But I lived with the cats for like about a year and a half until that happened. Just me and them. So I got really used to us being a fam. Me, Minx, and Luna. And then eventually she came back and got him. And that was very depressing. That was my boys. But yes, you're correct. Lying with the cats or hugging the cats and holding them and stuff, very self-care. And we were chill. Like I've always been a cat person, and like I don't fuss with them because cats are their own people. Like they've got personalities. They don't like to be fussed with. They're like roommates. Like you deal with them, you get together and hang out sometimes together, and then they leave and do their own thing, and you just let them be. So cats get along with you very well if you understand that and you let them be. So, you know, I would be doing my work and whatever, and when I go to bed, they'd come to me and like sleep in my neck, like nuzzling in my neck gap there. Or they'd sit on the desk next to me, like right here as I'm working. And they'd like, Luna would lay her chin like on my arm or on my wrist that I use on the keyboard. I miss them. Sham is going to be my new cat. I'm going to have to neuter you though, Sham. I can't afford for you to be making kittens. That's what you loved about your cockatiel? You'd fall asleep on your leg. Oh, that's cute. I've shown them on stream before, but I can show you real quick what my cats look like. If I go to my own Instagram. Ba-ba-ba. There's me and Luna. Looking a little alarmed at the camera. Doesn't look like she wanted this hug, to be fair. I can't exactly explain to you why I'm wearing a fur coat in this photo that I'm hugging, that I'm hugging Minx in. Luna from Sailor Moon. Actually, yeah, that's what she was named after. Because she's cute and small and grey. I prefer cats because I like being needed. Oh, you mean dogs. I find dogs a bit too needy. Like, they don't really... Dogs don't behave like they have their own lives or preferences. They kind of behave like you're some kind of god that they're obsessed with, and they always want to be involved in your business. Like... They act like obsessive slaves that are happy to be there. That are happy to be your slave. And that kind of like makes me a bit sad for them. There's something about dogs' attitudes towards humans that makes me sad for them, if that makes sense. That makes me uncomfy. I'm such a sub. I don't know. It's kind of like, I want to be able to just put my arms on a dog's shoulders and just say, buddy, human beings ain't shit. Hang on. Where's me? There I am. I just want to say, buddy, human beings ain't shit. We're not all that. Please stop obsessing over us. We're not gods. Like, look at cats. Cats have got the right idea. We're just roommates. We ain't shit. They do like us. They will have love for us if they're our family. But that doesn't mean you can smack them around and they'll be cool with it. Or, like, get up in their face when they're not feeling it. Like, they know where it's at. They are able to set their own boundaries. It works because I'm just as obsessed with him. Well, then it's mutual. Then it worked. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Oh, look. There's young Minx sleeping on my neck. Or at least protecting me from the girlfriend. For some reason, they always liked me more. They always acted like they liked me more. Like, I'd hold him and stuff, and she'd go to pet him, and it would hiss at her. Stuff like that would happen. Isn't that a line from Near Automata? We're not gods. Maybe. I don't know. It's been long enough now that I've forgotten most of that plot. If I was an animal, I'd be a cat. Human beings already are cats. We have more in common with how cats behave than... Like, I mean... The closest a dog is to how a human's behavior works is like maybe a special needs child. Like if you have a child with a mental disability that is just constantly like following you around and obsessing over you, then that's kind of a dog's behavior. A cat just acts like a normal human being that you happen to live with. Do you remember old YouTube and the chick that would fuck her dogs? I think that's happened multiple times, isn't it? They've caught numerous women that I've seen in the news that got busted for bestiality with their dogs. I don't know what the specific one is that you're pointing at, but I've seen this multiple times. Look at this one. Ah. There's one girl who would talk about it on YouTube openly. Well, she was just asking to get busted, because that's not legal, bro. Speaking of bro, I don't know if I've ever shown you this one, Sham. This is me sharing a Coke with my bro. What was Luna's? Wait. They were sharing a Coke with a cutie. She got that dog in her. Well, Luna does. Luna's a girl, Minx is a boy. And Minx is a meanie and likes to beat up Luna sometimes. He was a bully. More cats. There's my bum. More cats. There's Minx again. He's a fatty. And I've got a lot of these. Look at me and Luna. What are we looking at? Aw. This is probably the best photo of me with one of my cats that's ever been taken. This one actually is art. You had a Minx before Stream Minx? Yeah, that was a coincidence. Unrelated. In fact, we joked about that for a while when we realized that she's basically the same name as my cat. In fact, Minx was still living with me when I first met Twitch mod Minx. Her name was Whitney, Wisconsin. Was that a real name or was that a YouTube name? That name is very good alliteration to it. She sounds like a Marvel character. This is the other best photo that's ever been taken with me and my cats. This is my gangster rap album with me and the boys. This is right before we released a hot track. It's that West Coast style, you know what I'm saying? Fuck Death Row Records. They look so badass in this photo. This is us. This is actually just a photo of us collecting the mail. I got 2 parcels and a couple of envelopes, and I don't know why we had to pose. I remember in your chair unboxing when you said, "What is that?" It's Minx, and I thought, wait, Minx isn't a cat, she's a human. Oh, you didn't even know back then. Oh, because yeah, we joked about that long before that, and we hadn't talked about it since. It became an old joke. I didn't realize you didn't know that though. Also, many people don't realize that that moment in that TikTok that you're referencing, the chair unboxing TikTok, that picture doesn't exist. That photo frame that I cut to that has Minx in the image, when I say, "What's that?" It's Minx. That's CG. I put that in special effects. There is no picture on that wall. I think it's just a fun bit of trivia for people who have seen my TikToks. I do like to hide secret CG and stuff that I make, just because I know how to do it. Jump scare. Is Luna helping me edit? That's me making one of the short films I made in film school. You'd generally be a great TikToker. It's hard to be a TikToker though, because you have to actually spend the time making content, which is hard. Like that chair video, that chair unboxing video, that took a while to edit. Like that took a while to film and edit. Like that took days. Because obviously there's a lot of visual effects in that. Like the visual effect of the chair building itself, Lego video game style. The special effect of me grabbing the camera magically at the start before I run to see the boxes before the musical starts. That was a visual effect because the camera's too far away to actually reach. So that's actually 2 splice shots. There's a lot going on in that video. It takes so much effort. I found an interesting fact about redheads. That they're attractive. Did you know my first ever Instagram post was a picture of a mango on the shelf at Kohl's? Just on the wrong shelf next to the Up and Goes. I don't know why that is. Oh, that's right. Sorry. I was meant to leave as well. Holy shit, we got distracted. I said goodnight ages ago, and we're still here. It's a good point. We're more likely to be redhead, never gray. Wait, what does that mean? You mean redheads don't get gray hair? You and your sis have white hairs. Oh. More likely to be left-handed. Okay, got it. That is a weird fact. I wouldn't have predicted that. All right, my turn to leave as well. Good night, Hell Princess. Good to meet you. Sham, good to meet you again. I'm doing the exact same goodbye spiel I said last time. I don't even know how we got distracted and ended up sticking around. Good night, Genie. Both recessive. Apparently likes to appear in pairs. Yeah, I didn't know that redheads would have something so specific tied to them like that. That is cool, though. Yes, and anyone else who might be lurking. Good night to you too. The Invisibles, hiding in the background, behind the bushes. We also love you. We have higher sex drives. Negative. Redheads do not have a higher sex drive than Seankichu. I will fight you to the death on that hill. I will prove you wrong. Than other hair type women. I also have a greater sex drive than also those women. I promise. I've been to an orgy. There's only 5 people, but it still counts. Just not right now. Not talking about men. I guess we get a pass. Men are just horny in general. I guess in the world of women, there's varying degrees, but men are all the same, I suppose. Except for that one guy that I know that's very... I do know one guy that's very not sexual. No, I know 2. I know 2 very non-sexual guys. And they turn bright red if you make any kind of sex joke around them. They find it very awkward. Yeah, that's a thing. It exists. One of them got really angry once when we asked him how he would feel if his girlfriend was hooking up with another girl in front of him. He turned bright red with anger and hated the idea because it was cheating to him. And we were like, dude, calm down. Like, they're trying to turn you on. This is meant to be for you. What is your problem? According to a study in Germany, those Germans are a horny bunch as well. No wonder they did a study about it. But okay, I better go. Because we are starting to get back into the distracted mode. We're starting up a whole new conversations. I'll talk to you later, Jeannie. I gotta go figure out next week's streaming schedule as well. I gotta go work that out so I can make a timetable before I can do anything else or even go to bed. So I'll catch you guys later. See ya.